you're choosing it for choosing sake. You have to make sure that the tickets that are given you by way of the options on the USD platform, as you dial *439#, you increase the number of the tickets, and you can multiply them as many times as you want, because we want to hit a certain point in the number of stakes, so that when we are giving out what you have to earn, money, and this is big money. So the more you stake, the more you also get to win. Of course, all taxes are exclusive, so it also means that you get to win when we do the draws as well. Let me say good morning to some great people. There was a gentleman on Facebook yesterday who was giving me some great accolades. So let me just try as much as possible and then also acknowledge him. Let me say good morning to you. Great guy as always. He's been giving me a lot of accolades and say well, he likes me. Adams Goma Nafiu. Wherever you are, I say the good morning to you and thank you for always watching. Now, please share the stream. Some of you have tagged today in terms of what will be happening in Parliament, boot for boot, enough is enough, speaker must speak, and whatever it is that you want to term it. But we say we are your election command center. There's a formal broadcast of this that will be after New Day. That will be at 10 a.m. And Alfred will cancel the rest of the team. All our big guns, they'll be right here to bring you that live broadcast. Intermittently also, we'll be telling you what's happening in Parliament. Already, we had an interaction with the chief whip of the NDC side, or the NDC caucus in Parliament. He insisted that he's the chief whip of the majority caucus. Governs Agboja, Member of Parliament for Adaklu. And he was raising issues as to why Arnaud Dompré, also chief whip himself of the MPP side, also majority side, as they insist, and how they were inaugurated in the current 8th Parliament. Frank Arnaud Dompré was seated in the House. And this was before just around 6 a.m., even though there was a circular that had been widely circulated. And so you see the back of Arnaud Dompré there, seated there, Charlie, taking his position. So please, anticipatedly, we encourage you to share the stream, because the speaker had indicated nobody enters the chamber of Parliament until it is 0800 hours. If you're with the security services or military or emergency services, you know, when they speak into the microphones or the Motorola's, you know certainly that there's an emergency. So 8 a.m., before then, nobody should enter. How then did we have Arnaud Dompré entering? Is there a collusion between the MPP caucus, etc.? Because already we have massive build-up of military. And you know, when the military enters the premises of Parliament, especially for this very 8th Parliament, you would know that everybody will be worried. At the beginning of the Parliament, we had the military storming Parliament. And we'll give you a recollection of those videos as well in the early part of this life of this Parliament, where we have the military storming Parliament in full gear. And today, they're also there, stopping. Ideally, we should have the marshal, the police, etc. Is it a siege? Is it a state of emergency? What should we describe this? We also want your views on this. Very, very important for us. And we're carrying this conversation till Alfred and the team also come to take over live. And I tell you, while you say that it is boot for boot, etc., enough is enough, speaker must speak, whatever it is that you want to call it, we decided also to bring some key members of Parliament who are in leadership position, not necessarily in the caucus, but also within the sites in Parliament and the fraternity, and those who were part of the party, but also now fighting as independent, etc. So it's very important for us to have this conversation. As always, please make sure that you share the stream. Let's have some great conversation. I'll introduce our guests very soon. Please share the stream. Let's have some great conversation. What do you make of the current standoff? What do you think should be the position of the speaker today? Speaker Alban Sumana Bagbin. I already see a number of you. Bruno Koko, you say that your daughter is celebrating the birthday today. I wish her all the best. Nelson Akotia, you've already joined. Anthony the Great, Nana Kwesi Yimedu, good morning to you. Mani Imelda Nassar, Ni Kwate Van de Poy, Alex Gota, John B, John Bosco Akotia, good morning to Shaibo Mohammed, Hilda Pedu, all of you have joined. Kwabena Nto, share the stream, Daniel Akpaliok, Nana Ya Bosompim, and then we also have Desiree Marvin. Mahamudu Yakubu is already there. Isaac Brew, please share the stream. Let's have. Look, we have legal practitioner, member of parliament for Tafo. Is it Tafo Pankrono? It used to be
Old Tafo constituency officially.
Old Tafo.
But it's Tafo Pankrono.
Tafo Pankrono. Old Tafo constituency.
Yes,
because when Anthony Akutose was there, it was Tafo Pankrono. Old Tafo. All right.
The official name has been Old Tafo.
Vincent Eko Asefwa. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, my brother.
Right. And then also Dr. Clement Apak. He's also a member of parliament for Busa South. Thank you for joining us as well.
So Luke.
Soluna.
Basa.
It's okay. Now, Nana Yao Sapong is a political advisor or aide to Alan or John. Is it Kojo? Kojo Tremanting. He is the flag bearer for the Movement for Change and the Alliance.
Future Chief of Staff. Future Chief of Staff.
Future Chief of Staff,
Vincent,
according to his friend,
he's my brother. He's not a friend, he's a brother.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Now, let's give you a certain preface. So let's start with the insert, and then we'll tell you why we're here today.
Honorable members, it is important to point out that the Speaker is called upon by the standing orders of Parliament, particularly Order 18, to inform the House of the occurrence of a vacancy of the seat of a member under Clause 1B to E, G, and H of Article 97 of the Constitution. Accordingly, I proceed to inform the House that by the notification of the polls, the following members of Parliament have by their actions vacated their seats in Parliament. The members are Honorable Peter Yao Kwache Aka, NDC MP for Amenfi Central in the Western Region, now referred to as an independent parliamentary candidate for the same constituency. 2, Honorable Andrew Amwako Asiama, independent member for Fomna constituency in Ashanti region, now referred to as MPP parliamentary candidate for the constituency. 3, Honorable Kojo Asante, MPP MP for Suhum in the Eastern region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. And finally, Honorable Cynthia Mamile Morrison, MPP MP for Agona West constituency in the Central region, now referred to as independent candidate for the same constituency. These MPs cannot be allowed by law and my good self to continue to pretend to be representing people that they don't believe in and they don't have any loyalty for in this House any longer. The House is accordingly so informed. Honorable members, I thank you for your patience and attention.
This is MPP. The founders of our tradition use the court to do full right. And true to it, we are Democrats. We don't believe in violence. We don't believe in mischief and unnecessary political chaos. We came to court believing that the court will do right. And indeed, the court has just done that. The rights of those MPs have been reinforced, as well as the rights of those constituents who elected them. I will leave the Ghanaian public to peruse the full ruling of the court, and then the discussions can continue.
36 is the new majority, 135 is the new minority. Only chaos would be when our colleagues who are in the minority now refuse to accept that they are in the minority. All of you have confirmed that our colleagues have filed and they have crossed the line and they are in breach of Article 97(1) G and H. So that is not in question. That is why some people even query what some of the things that they claim came from the court, which I'm not aware. So there's no problem about fighting. Nobody is going to fight. You and I know where the majority sits in Parliament. But the majority sits where? On the right-hand side of the Speaker. And then the minority sits on the left-hand side. Is that not the case? Let's get to the House so we shall see what will happen.
And I tell you, there's reason for this. And you know that you saw Alex Afenyo Makin in that incident there. And that was after they had just descended from the court, because the Supreme Court then made an order. Let's just, again, apprise you of that order. It will be on your screen shortly. And just succinctly, the orders by the Supreme Court straight away said the execution of the ruling of the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, delivered on the floor of Parliament, declaring vacant the seats of the following members of Parliament, is hereby stayed pending the final determination of the suit. It continues by saying that the Parliament of Ghana, as a result of this, is directed to recognize and subsequently allow the 4 affected members of Parliament named to duly represent their constituents and conduct the full scope of the duties of their offices. If you read further the judgment or the ruling itself, as we have it, will be the ruling, you also know that the court averred or argued that it is also because their absence from Parliament would deny their constituents the right to be represented in the House or in the legislature. It continues by saying that as a result of the gravity of the issues raised and the urgency of the matter, the Supreme Court is, as a result, directing that the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General consequently then file their statement of case within 7 days of service of the ruling, etc. I think that'll be it for now. So we are at this crossroad. Some have described this as a constitutional crisis. Others say no problem at all. Already this morning, despite an order or a directive from not only the Speaker, but the office of the Speaker as well as Parliament, that the chamber should not be open before 8 a.m., we have Frank Anodompre already making entry. We'll show you again the picture, then you'll get to know the gravity of the situation and how military have masked up. And that's Frank Anodompre swiftly also making entry into the chamber. How he made entry, was it on the orders of the Marshal of Parliament? And then subsequently, if you go there currently, based on what we're bringing to live pictures, the military masked up, littered across Parliament. I mean, literally, what does it mean? And what's every indication of this? What signal does this also send the ordinary citizens who have joined us? Please share the stream. Let's have some great conversation, I tell you. It promises to be a fluid situation, an exciting morning, but also a very interesting one as it is. Let's go back, listen to Governor Agboja on the subject.
Already, you know that what he's doing. Why is Anodompre already sitting in there? When we were told that the room opens at 8 o'clock, yes. He's already sitting in there. So they are the ones who are going to cause the fight.
Yes. So there.
Chief,
Governor Agboja in there. He insists he is the chief whip for the majority caucus of the House. And we also know that the MPP caucus also insists they are the majority caucus. Vincent, what do you make of all this? A plan? You decided to defy the orders of Parliament, the Speaker, etc., not to enter the chamber. Vincent Ekowasefwa.
Well, let me say a very good morning to you, my colleagues here, and to your cherished viewers. First and foremost, I don't think that this is an order from the Speaker of Parliament. It is a directive from the Marshal's Department, the department that has the sole responsibility as far as security is concerned in Parliament. And so I woke up to that release, or if you like, directive. But it's a sad situation that for the first time in recent history, members of parliament will make their way to parliament and they will have to be searched before they can enter the House of Parliament. How did we get here? And why have you gotten here? Unfortunately, I suspect that this is on the backdrop of a leaked WhatsApp messages from the NDC minority.
Leaked WhatsApp messages?
Absolutely, yeah.
From which of the platforms?
Yes, their WhatsApp platform. In fact,
You mean you have moles on the NDC caucus of Parliament?
I won't sit on national TV to tell you how I got those messages, but these are
Who are the
messages.
MPP moles on the NDC caucus, if you can just give any indication?
You really want me to say this here? I'm surprised.
It's just a question.
I'm just saying that.
You won't answer the question, Vincent Asefwa?
I'm saying that I had the opportunity to see those messages, and I even had to put on my Facebook wall. In fact, if you check the messages, it exposes the clandestine and the secret, if you like, evil agenda of the NDC as to how they want to get Parliament to work today, and it's pathetic. This one, when I was coming, I checked my WhatsApp message, I realized that everybody is asking, do you have to go to Parliament today? Is it necessary for you to go to Parliament? Loved ones are asking, are you going to be safe? If you wish, why don't you stay home today? If you don't go to Parliament today, nothing will happen. These messages coming in shows that our democracy is shaking.
Who are those sending you the messages? Because we don't feel that there's hellfire in Ghana. So I'm wondering, you are a member of Parliament especially. You saying that...
I'm sure at my...
You could be misleading.
Yeah, I'm sure my colleague and other colleagues may be able to attest and confirm what I'm saying. Even on my platform, but you won't say it's true, so it's okay. Even on my platform, I have seen other members of Parliament also sharing the same thing. That some of them, their parents called them and said, oh, why are you going to Parliament today? Do you have to really go to Parliament today? And so the point that we have got into is not a good situation for us. And I think that as leaders, especially when we are lawmakers, we should be able to show that indeed we are leaders. Today we should espouse the maturity in us. I can tell the NDC we are not going to give to them what they expect. We are not going to give any showdown. It is the law that works. In Parliament, it is the Speaker of Parliament who preside. We leave everything to him because it is in his bosom, and that all of us will have to be guided. And so the MPP, as far as I'm concerned, is still the majority. Majority in Parliament is not one that can be cooked from somebody's room. No, it is at the booth. The polling stations across the country will have to decide who becomes majority in Parliament. Having said that, on Friday, and of course when you had the opportunity to read the ruling, I heard a number of commentators who were talking about the fact that the Speaker's ruling, the Supreme Court's ruling is one that is not going to be adhered to. It is in bad faith. The Supreme Court also lacked the jurisdiction, or if you like, they did not have the power to be able to rule on such a matter. It beat my imagination for anybody to make such a comment, especially in the face of Article 2 and 130 of the 1992 Constitution. The combined effect is very clear. If anybody wants to seek an interpretation from the court, you go to the Supreme Court. Remember, there is already a pending matter or invocation of the original and exclusive jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And it is on that basis that the majority side went to the Supreme Court to ask for the stay of execution, stay the hands of Speaker, to make sure that the ruling will not take effect until the determination of the matter. So the MPP believes in the law, and so we had to make sure that we trigger the processes as far as the law is concerned. And we've been able to achieve what we wanted to achieve. Having said that, we are going to have a good day in Parliament today.
All right. So it means that you didn't see this coming. You didn't see another prayer trying to make entry. I'm told that on your discussion platforms, they had screenshots of WhatsApp messages, etc., indicating that this could be foretold as a result of these preventive actions. Vincent says.
Well, Roland, let me say good morning to you and to my fellow panelists, and to say a good morning to the people of Bulsa South, whom I represent, Bulsanamena, Mapusu Amena Solu. You see, we need to be honest and sincere and to put matters into proper perspective. We are where we are because there are underlying causes. There are causal factors. We are where we are because two former MPP members of Parliament decided that they were going to contest the upcoming election as independent candidates. They did so because they were unsatisfied with the conduct of their party towards them, and or perhaps they felt mistreated and may have believed that they did not lose their primaries genuinely or legitimately. That is not the doing of you, me, the Speaker, or the NDC. Your members of Parliament decided to jump ship and to file, as confirmed by the notice of poll, which was referred to by the Speaker as independent candidates. And let me establish another fact. The NPP never had a majority in this 8th Parliament. The NPP had 137 elected members of Parliament. The NDC had 137 elected members of Parliament. The only reason why they were given the name the majority side, not the majority party in Parliament, was because a former member of the NPP who chose in the 2020 election to contest as an independent won, came to Parliament and decided to do business.
You mean Isiama?
With the NPP. So when he says that they had a majority, the NPP has never had a majority.
What's your point with this?
The point I'm making is that whatever is happening today is occasioned by elements from within the staples of the NPP. And indeed, the Speaker, as far as we are concerned, did not make a ruling on the basis of emotion. It was a statement made by the now majority leader, calling the Speaker's attention to what had happened and inviting the Speaker to make a determination. And rightly so, the Speaker made references to Article 97, G and H. And it is crystal clear. It's crystal clear. Crystal clear is what the Speaker has done. The Speaker did not interpret the Constitution. He did not make a ruling. He stated what the Constitution says, and it is in black and white. Look, you just made mention of the matters of security.
Certainly.
And it is important.
And these are live pictures.
It is very important.
Please show some of the pictures so that our audience also will see some of these things in perspective.
Why is it that a circular came from the marshal's office outlining processes and procedure as far as the entry into and exit into the precincts of where we are going to sit today is concerned, clearly stating that the doors to the chamber would be opened at 8 a.m. How did Anodompre, the now minority chief whip, gain access to the chamber before the designated time.
You think that's a big question?
It is a big question. Somebody must answer.
Why is that?
Somebody must answer because somebody has definitely gone against the instructions laid out under the auspices of the Speaker. Because the Marshal's office is under the auspices of the Speaker. That is the official parliamentary security unit. So if the Speaker had not instructed that these rules or instructions be made available and to guide all of us, that would not have happened. And you see, I am mentioning this in furtherance to the point that even before official proceedings of last week Thursday had been certified and approved, a copy of the draft Hansard was leaked to the now minority leader, Afenyo Markin, which is also against the rules of procedure in Parliament.
You mean the MPP side have morals within the structures of the Parliamentary Service of Ghana?
You would reckon that a memo is in circulation, whereupon the Speaker has queried the said high-ranking official of the Parliamentary Service to justify why he should not be penalized for doing the unthinkable. And then let me take you further back. You remember in the heat of the e-levy debate and the subsequent vote, there was a case of an impersonation where we believe very strongly that the then or the current member of parliament for Domeko Abinya was not in the jurisdiction, and yet somebody purporting to be her was smuggled into the chamber to participate in that vote. So clearly, we ought to be worried about the security arrangements in Parliament. Somebody is there doing the bidding of the MPP in Parliament, and we are now seeing open defiance to instructions that clearly emanate from the Speaker of Parliament.
These accusations you are making clearly point to infiltration within the ranks and files.
I believe so to be true.
The Parliamentary Service.
I believe so to be true. And you were just showing us the pictures indicating the presence of the military in the precincts of where we are going to sit. If you read the circular that came from the Marshal's office, it said that the Ghana Police Service was going to be the security agency in the precincts to direct where MPs should be dropped off and where they should be picked up. Except, of course, the Speaker has allowed or has invited the military to be present in the precincts of where we are going to sit today. That would be another matter that we ought to interrogate, especially so when we have an incident where the military and the police barged into the chamber on the 9th of January 7th, 2021. So you see, our case is very simple. What the Constitution says and what the Speaker has said is what we go by. As we have said and would say again, as far as we are concerned, until otherwise stated, we are going to act according to what the Right Honorable Speaker, from whom we take instructions and directions, has said. It's as simple as that.
What does that mean?
What that means is that we will go into the chamber. We expect to be seated at the right-hand side of the Speaker, because that is where the majority would sit. We are going to sit there because the MPP now has 135 members of Parliament.
And this is based on the ruling of the Speaker?
And the NDC has 136 members of Parliament. Articles 97, G and H are very clear. These are articles that do not need any interpretation. In fact, to be honest and sincere with ourselves, the former Speaker Makokwe applied the same article. Nobody had a challenge with that, and we expect the status quo to stay. But look, Roland, let's just look at a commonsensical narration. These MPs who are affected, one of them from our side, two from the MPP side, and one independent, has any of them complained about what is now the situation as pronounced by the Speaker? Do you mean to tell me that today, if the MPP Minority Caucus is going to hold a caucus meeting, they would invite Honorable Cynthia Mamle and Honorable Asante to sit in their caucus meeting? Are you telling me that if the flag bearer of the MPP were to go to their constituencies, these independent candidates, he is going to go and campaign with them and raise their hands? And in fact, the MPP's own constitution makes it very clear. Once a sitting member of parliament decides to contest for a parliamentary seat as an independent, automatically you cease, in fact, the constitution of the MPP uses the word, you cease to become a member of the MPP. So these matters are not complicated at all. If there are any issues that will be referred to as needing interpretation in the 1992 Constitution, it certainly cannot be Article 97, G and H.
Okay.
Very clear.
All right.
And let me make the last point.
Please do.
This attempt to try and create the impression that the minority side has plotted or orchestrated some processes to disturb the peace in Parliament should be treated with the contempt it deserves.
Well, they say they have screenshots of your conversations on the NDC caucus
if that
of
were the case, Roland, if that were the case...
Are you saying they are fake?
If that were the case, yes.
Are you saying they are fake?
And if that were the case, why would Anodon Pre be found in Parliament and in the chamber at an ungodly hour at dawn if there were concerns about a purported plot by the majority to create any disturbance? Clearly, that defeats the whole propaganda. It doesn't exist. Nobody has plotted anything. We are going to go to Parliament. Proceedings would commence, and we would conduct ourselves as expected. We certainly are not going to go there with any intent to disrupt anything. But we have said, and we would say again, we will defend the Constitution. We will defend our newly earned legitimate position as the majority in Parliament, and we will do what is in the interest of Ghanaians.
Nana Yasapon, from a stakeholder's point of view, an observer's point of view, what do you make of all this? Where even the citizenry, ordinary members of the public, are now worried we have a constitutional crisis.
Roland, thank you. And then before I go on, I would want to let you know that I am representing the ordinary Ghanaian.
No movement for change and the alliance?
And we are in the majority. And when you have given them in excess of 18 minutes to speak, you will not bully me into 5 minutes submission, because we are in the masses. And fortunately, you are part of the masses. Thank you for honoring that. And then a good morning to Alan John Kojo-Tramantin. He's still in the Ashanti region. It was a beautiful day on Saturday. We painted the entire of the Ashanti region yellow. And for those who said that we were just 15 people that went for the walk, God bless them. Now they are crying and they are in crisis meetings because they saw the numbers.
You mean the MPP?
And when they have not been able to interpret the numbers, they would call for a meeting to see what they can do. But it is much ado about nothing. Ashanti region is for Alan. Alan is for Ashanti region. And Ghana has accepted Alan as one person who would be able to bring what we call the government of national unity. And when you are a Ghanaian and you found yourself in today, the 22nd of October, then you should be worried. And it should be able to influence you that in December 7th, when you have gone into the ballot box, then you would want to consider Ghana first and vote for Alan Shomantin. Roland, what are we discussing? I will start first of all from the letter that was written by the Marshal, Deputy Marshal of Parliament. When you have read the standing orders of Parliament, Order 36.
Order 36.
The I says that there shall be an officer of Parliament to be called the Marshal. The 2 says that it shall be the duty of the Marshal to bear the mace before Mr. Speaker when entering and leaving the House. Oh, the one that looks like the stick, the linguist hook.
Let me see whether I can find that.
And that one...
There shall be another. Shadrach, put it on the screen.
That one is the authority of Parliament. Now, it says that at the B, these are the duties of the Marshal, to attend upon Mr. Speaker in the House, and C, to carry out Mr. Speaker's directions for maintenance. These words are very pregnant with meanings. Directions for maintenance of order in the House and its precincts. And you will notice that the letter or the release by the Marshal is putting from today's sittings certain maintenance perspective that this and that is what we are going to do in order to maintain certain level of dignity in the House, that we will be able to carry out the duties and the mandates that Ghanaians have given to us. And so when the Marshal has written or signed a letter and you defile it, it is as though you have defiled the directions or the instructions of Mr. Speaker. It is as simple as that. And so when we have found members of Parliament, whether leadership, either be Chief Whip, Minority Whip, Majority Speaker, Deputy Speaker, defiling these orders, they are defiling the instructions of the Speaker. You showed a video where the military had taken over.
We're not even seeing party supporters.
All
massing up.
The premises of Parliament. Military. Roland, you were here in this country in January 2021 when that...
Let me just hold on. The pictures you're seeing are live pictures we're bringing to you, where we have party supporters. Of course, this one we're seeing is those of the MPP. Clement Apaka, do we also have the NDC also going to have supporters massing up as well?
Well,
and no, it's not just a nod.
I don't know of that.
So it's as if there's an invasion in Parliament. We'll get a security expert in the course of the conversation to give us a perspective broader about how these have implications on the cohesion, the security, and the tension in the country, especially at this time, and knowing that we just have some few weeks to a general election. Continue, Nana Yausapon.
As I was saying, there's a clear indication that even the military has defiled the directives by the Speaker. The question is, what would the military be doing in the House of Parliament? They are not even for internal or interior security. And the IGP and the police cannot come and tell me and the ordinary citizen that there is a shortage of police in the system, that they have called for support, because that is what they always say, that we needed the support of the military. To do what? The training of the military is different from the training of the police. And that is why most of the times, you would, even in other jurisdictions, you will not see military in communities. Their trainings are different. They do not even know how to handle human beings. And the House of Parliament is not a war zone. Let us be clear on it. It is clearly some administrative, would I say, instructions that have been given, and we do not understand, or we pretend not to understand and not to agree. But yesterday, when this same instructions, ruling, whatever they want to call it, was given, and because they were in the majority and in excess, nobody raised issues. And this is a lesson to Ghanaians. When we sweep things under the carpet, this is what would happen. Listen, the first time I saw crossing of carpet was in 2006. Professor Wayuseni. Then we came to Honorable Abubakar Boniface Sadiq. He was independent candidate for Salaga, and then came to run on the ticket of NPP. Then my own father.
Yeah, he's only mentioning the instances.
Joe Wise, now First Deputy Speaker. Bekwai, independent, cross to NPP. Then Fomina. Now, Fomina is the main issue. Why do I say this? Fomina was an NPP parliamentary member. Fomina decided to go independent. The NPP, led by John Bodu, then wrote to the Speaker and told Mr. Speaker that Fomina was no longer a member of the NPP. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker should declare Fomina's seat vacant, which then Professor Makwe Sr. did. We have come into the 8th Parliament. Fomina wants to go back to NPP. Let us read the constitutions
of Ghana.
I'm going to read the two. I'll read the NPP constitution. Because I'm not a lawyer. I've never studied law. I am just looking at the black and white here. All right. Now we will look into NPP's constitution, which talks about the forfeiture of membership. It says that a member of the party who stands as an independent candidate against the officially elected member of the party, or who joins or declares his or her support for another political party, or for an independent candidate, when the party has sponsored a candidate in a general or by-election. These are the words: automatically forfeits his or her membership of the party. If I understand this right, Roland, it means that I do not need the General Secretary to write to me that I am no longer a member of the party when I have decided to go independent. Or I have decided to go and support an independent candidate. Automatically, I have forfeited my membership. I don't need it in writing. Now, it means nobody has to write to the Speaker to tell the Speaker that Cynthia Morrison is no longer a member of the NPP.
Automatic?
Automatic.
By implication?
By implication. Now, who is able to declare...
Now, hold on. This is coming in swift, fluid, and fast. So our cameras are there live. This is the Chamber of Parliament, and you can see on the side of... Vincent, which side is that?
That's the majority side.
Okay, so currently our reporters and live visuals were showing you coming in with a fluid situation being reported by our reporters indicating the NDC caucus of Parliament, they've taken their seats on the majority side of the House. If you know the chamber very well, you will know that if you are in the public gallery, for example, on your right is the minority side, on the left is the majority side. And as we clearly are showing you on the current ratio of your television currently, on the left is the majority side. On the right...
The left is the minority side.
Okay. On the right is the minority side as we have it. On the majority side, our reporters, live visuals also coming to you live on TV3 New Day, indicating NDC MPs occupying the majority side of the House in terms of the way Parliament, the chamber, has been partitioned.
The combination of the two. I can see MPP members also there.
You can also see Vincent, a member of Parliament, also say he can see a number of individuals he already has identified to be members of the MPP as well on that side. We'll be live in Parliament, speak to a number of our reporters, but Nane Osapon, you on the constitution of the MPP, how it also perhaps also syncs with the national constitution.
And so if you would read carefully, the bone of contention, which is in the Supreme Court now for interpretation, the G, it says that if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to Parliament to join another party or seeks to remain.
Take that again.
He says that if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to Parliament, so I'm a member of Parliament now, I'm there, and I leave the party, and says, or seeks to remain in Parliament. And so I'm not a lawyer. What is here? Yeah, the brother from kind they will tell you the lawyers when they want to intimidate you, they see it as a spirit, it's as a black and white. I'm not going ahead of the interpretation of the Supreme Court. All right? But you see, we cannot play with the minds of Ghanaians.
We cannot play with the minds of Ghanaians. You think that is what is happening, and why?
So today, when it is black, it is good. Tomorrow, when it is white, it is not good. So it's just like the animals farm. I've forgotten that quotation. 2 legs bad.
2 legs good, 4
legs bad. That is what is happening now. But Roland, in all of this, I was hoping to have heard the voice of the National Peace Council. I was hoping to have heard the voice of the Council of State. I was hoping to have heard the voice of the Pentecostal Council. I was hoping to have heard the voice of the National House of Chiefs. Roland, we witnessed that whatever that happened in Parliament on the eve of the swearing in of the 8th Parliament. We are not prophets of doom, but I do not think that we have to wait to get there. We had the whole of the weekend to have sat with both sides to deal with the matter. I do not see a gentleman in the house when it comes to some of these issues. You will not find gentlemen, you will not find ladies. It is not only in this jurisdiction, it is across the world. We Ghanaians did not vote for them to go in there to waste time on issues like this when it is clearly stated. The Speaker of Parliament is in charge of Parliament. You can say 18 minutes.
All right. Now we'll
let me land. No. This is an unsafe landing. No, this is an unsafe landing.
You know, this is a very fluid situation. We're having a situation where we're having the discussions. We have reporters also in the chamber.
Have to land. I just want you to know.
Yeah, before you land.
Because they can't have the 18 minutes and I will have 12 minutes.
Let me go to Eric Egbeta in the chamber. Eric, good morning. So far, what can you tell us? Well, certainly. Please, end for me. Land. You said you wanted to land.
Yes. So what I'm saying is this. We, those who do not know constitutional law, we are privy to know that there are different arms of government. We have the executive, we have the legislature, and we have the judiciary. What we do know also is that they collaborate. I am expecting, or I was expecting, the Chief Justice to have probably gone another route through to the Speaker.
The Chief Justice?
Rather than what happened, and one side seemed to be jubilating. When you do that, it will trigger anger. Let us not forget also that what came out and what we are jubilating about is not the ruling on the interpretation of the provisions in the Constitution.
That is a pending invocation.
You understand? That is not the ruling.
It is part of it.
So at a stance, this is my thinking. The statement of the Speaker stands. Now, I know that it will be difficult for us to agree on this. But I believe that in the implementation in the ruling of this provision, Article 97G and H, the Supreme Court should do all Ghanaians a favor by coming up with probably an implementation or an execution provision for these particular articles.
So you're saying separation of power should be respected?
Yes.
And then the Chief Justice should have read the mood of the nation.
One.
All right, we have to go live.
And
to
the
Parliament.
last one.
Please hold on there. Eric Egbeta, latest, tell us.
All of them have been seated at the right-hand side of the Speaker. We've seen the minority leader, or I should say the leader of the NDC caucus. It's still going to be quite confusing how they're going to be calling each side of the House. And so suffice to say that they want to remain at the NPP caucus and the NDC caucus. As at the time we came here, just before we stepped out with engaging with a number of NPP supporters who had come here in their numbers, what was the case was that the NDC caucus was outnumbering the NPP caucus who were present. And so at the time, it was just 4 NPP MPs who were present, Frank Anodompre, and then Habibi Bruto and 2 others who were present. I engaged Dr. Kimple, or Professor Kimple Nyako, just before he made his way through. Now we see the Honorable Atachia as well, also present on the floor of Parliament. Because we're not allowed inside, we're struggling to be able to detail exactly the individuals who are present. The camera person is stationed to be able to provide a bit more details. You see Cletus Avoca as well, present as well. Right. And that side of the House, yes, that side of the House is dedicated solely to the majority side, and that is where both caucuses are fighting over, if we can use fight as an appropriate language. That's the area where they are all wanting to see. That side, the minority side, is completely empty. Everybody or every MP who's making his way into the floor of the House is making their way to the right-hand side of the Speaker, where it's designated as the majority position. That's where every MP is making their way at this particular point in time. It will remain to be seen what happens when the numbers exceed the seats available. Then the question will remain whether or not they begin to want to draw seats from the minority side and make it to the majority side. That's a question that remains to be answered. But outside of the dome where the sitting is currently happening, what we're seeing is a number of supporters of the governing New Patriotic Party who've come in their numbers. Quite a number of them stationed outside. And for a lot of them, they've denied speaking, but from the T-shirts they're wearing, has the face of the NPP caucus's chief whip, Frank Anodompre, and then the flag bearer of the party, who's the vice president as well, which will seem to suggest that they are coming from the Nsawam Adwoju constituency, because there's also an additional bus of a school bus from the Nsawam area, and so in principle to suggest that they are from there. But we've seen a lot more buses come through with supporters of the governing New Patriotic Party. I managed to get a word or two from one of them who made the argument simply that, look, they are here to protect their party and to protect the country. And so that is the situation at this particular point.
Now, Eric, have you asked anybody else? And before, though, I ask you that question, you'll find that in the videos we're bringing to you, or these live pictures, it will look like it is only Anodompre on the side of the MPP caucus that is seated. Habib. Okay, there's also Habib, who is seated with the NDC caucus at the partitioned majority side that we regularly know. So Sam George also just walking in, going to interact.
Absolutely, Sam George as well. Just walking in.
Why have they decided to sit that way? Have you asked those questions? What reactions are they giving you, Eric?
We've not been able to get exactly words from them. The best possible word we've got from Dr. Kingsley Nyaku, because when we came to the Honorable Governor Kwame Agbodja, who's the focus of the NDC, had made just a sweeping comment that they are not the ones who are going to be fighting, because they came here early and they saw that Frank Anodompe had already been allowed into the floor of the house, and so for them, they are not here to fight, and they will do no such thing. We've been hearing from Frank Anodompe as well, who's also been speaking ahead and saying that, look, they are not here to fight, they are only here to ensure that their majority status is protected. We've heard from Dr. Kingsley Nyaku as well, who says that they are also not here to fight, and that it is a democratic country, and they are seeking to be able to respect the ruling of the speaker, and then respect the various institutions of the state as well. And so both sides of the house lean into a certain argument in line with the fact that they are seeking to respect authority, seeking to respect the institutions of state. The minority leaning more to the speaker's position, and then we're seeing the NPP caucus as well wanting to lean a bit more. All right.
Okay, Eric, just stay on the line for me. Eric, stay on the line for me. Already, we're making this possible because we have great viewers. Already a number of over 5,000 people watching us on Facebook. We encourage you, because we are your ultimate source of getting credible news, the information up to speed as it is. If you've joined us on Facebook, keep sharing the stream. Your Election Command Center, just some few weeks to this election, a crisis that has been created according to many of you. I'll just read a couple of your comments also on the stream, then we'll get to know. We have Adam Nestor saying that, look, we have a legal system that seems to be collapsing our country. And then Obrempon Kaba also says that we have a crisis in Ghana. Kwesi Mensah, watching us from the United States of America, also says, what is happening to Ghana? Somebody needs to put their foot down and advise these members of parliament. Adolf Mate says, why are they even dancing like Baja? They are trying to rile up people. Now, we have ABF Husseini, who's had some interaction or have interaction with the reporter as well as Eric. Eric, do you have him, or he's walking away? As I can see on the stream. Eric.
He said that they don't eat the fufu before it's ready, and if you know ABF Husseini, customary proverbs or adages is what he's known by. He's been providing a bit more and saying that they sat at the rightful side of the house, which is where they are supposed to sit because of the ruling of the speaker. Asked the question about the Supreme Court's processes being served on Parliament yesterday. We saw that the leader of the NPP caucus, the Honorable Afenyo Markin, had spoken to some media persons, stressed the point that the court processes had been served. We're yet to see the Honorable Afenyo Markin, but we've seen Frank Anodompe, who's a part of the leadership sitting there. And for ABF Husseini, they are seated at the right-hand side with regards matters of the court documents. they are awaiting the Speaker, because as MPs, they respect only the Speaker of Parliament, and that's the only thing that they will look forward to. And then he left us with that adage, you don't eat the fufu before the soup is ready. And so this is what it's looking like. We've seen a bit more MPs. The Honorable Kisi also comes through as well. And so far, it does look like, Honorable Sam George as well, it does look like there are a lot more seats available for the many individuals who continue to come through. And so we wait to see what happens.
Eric, stay with us. Stay with us, because we need you on the... Let me just go to Eko Vincent Asefwa. If you were in the House, well-dressed, well attired according to what the protocols are for Parliament, what would you have been doing currently? Because a number of the viewers always saying that fire for fire, I just hope everything goes smoothly. That's trap queen, etc. You members of Parliament from both sides of the House seem to have chapped the citizenry, and on one hand, the opinion doesn't look good.
These NDC MPs are only putting the Speaker at a very tight corner. Do not lead the Speaker of Parliament into temptation. Do not lead the Speaker of Parliament into temptation. I would draw attention, especially to Nanayao, to the Constitution, Article 2, 2 and 4, the combined effect.
The Constitution again?
Yes, the combined effect of 2, 2 and 2, 4, which talks about the fact that orders and declarations from the Supreme Court, if it is disobeyed, okay, if it is disobeyed, can amount to high crime. If Nanayao sits here and almost like what the NDC MPs are also doing, there has been a ruling and an order from the Supreme Court staying in the hands of the Speaker of Parliament, that the ruling that you gave in their estimation should not be executed until the final determination of the earlier suit or the writ that was filed by the majority is determined. Then NDC MPs, lawmakers, you are here, especially when the Parliament, that is the legal department, was served yesterday as far as the ruling of the Speaker of Parliament is concerned. And we are here, Nanaya, NDC MPs, trying to say that whatever the Speaker of Parliament said, with the greatest of respect, is bullshit. And people are not going to adhere to the rulings of the Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker of Parliament draws its power from the Constitution itself. As members of Parliament, we draw our privileges, immunities, our powers and everything from the Constitution. We cannot be seen.
Well, let me just say that we've been joined by long-standing political scientists, and then also one of the leading members of the ruling New Patriotic Party, indeed contested to become chair of the party as well, contributing to our national discourse when it comes to governance, Dr. Amwakuba, the distinguished personality adjourner. Good morning to you, sir.
I'm not done with my submission.
No, wait. Good morning to you. I just want to establish him so that... Good morning, sir.
Oh, you are doing well.
Okay, great. Just be monitoring on the television and stay on the line for me. Vincent, continue.
So we cannot be seen
Okay.
to be disrespecting the ruling of the Supreme Court. That is number one. Number two, Nanaya, indeed, as you said, you are not a lawyer. If you come to the Constitution once again, Article 1.2, which says that the Constitution shall be the supreme law of the land, and any other law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void.
Why is this important?
It is important because he juxtaposed the Constitution to that of the MPP Constitution. I do not have...
He also read from...
Yes, so hold on. I'm coming.
Well.
I'm making a point. Hold on. Now, but I'm coming there. Hold on. You are talking about the fact
He's
that...
been a gentleman this morning, please.
The MPP Constitution allows a member to forfeit his membership if he decides to contest on the ticket of another party or goes independent. But that is where he gets it wrong if he wants to interpret what cross-carpeting is. Because cross-carpet is what happens in the chamber instantly. If you want to leave MPP and cross the carpet to the other side, that is cross-carpeting.
You cannot tell me that I have declared an intention.
It's not an intention.
That I want to be part of the next parliament. Not on the ticket of the party that I am part of, but on a different political ticket. Vincent. Then you tell me that because of that,
Vincent,
I have no more power. That is why I wanted to...
You are a legal practitioner.
Yes, that is why I wanted to...
let me put this to you. You're a member of parliament.
Yes.
You're Otafo.
Yes.
That's your constituency.
Yes.
So, let's say you go independent.
I declare to go independent, to join the 9th parliament as an independent candidate.
You
not
have,
the 8th parliament.
You have the Electoral Commission recognizing you as an independent candidate.
Yes.
On December 7th.
Yes.
2024.
Yes.
And currently, serving in the 8th parliament.
Yes.
You are a member of parliament on the ticket of the MPP.
Yes.
You say that the MPP will accommodate you as a member of parliament in just some few weeks to that December 7 and allow you to go to Otafo and be campaigning against an MPP candidate.
Yes.
Just because you left the MPP, because you think you have the mass support base of the constituents of Otafo and indeed members of the MPP, because it is a stronghold of the MPP.
At the time that I was contesting, I contested on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. The social contract that I had with the people was for me to be in parliament for 4 years on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. The 4 years ends on the 6th of January. It does not stop me from taking different steps or other steps to be part of a different parliament, i.e. the 9th parliament, on a different ticket.
So why then in 2020 did we have the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, indeed go to Fomena, go and stand on the party platform, campaign against a member of parliament who stood in the last parliament? Please. Let me pose my question. Do you want to answer the question for yourself?
I want to listen
and pose
to you,
by yourself.
I know where you're going.
The president went on the campaign platform.
Yes.
Campaigned against the member of parliament representing the MPP in the run-up to the end of the 7th parliament.
Yes.
And that member of parliament will be contesting as an independent candidate in December.
Yes.
On December 7th of 2020.
Yes.
And you are saying that in that instance, if it were you, that would be fine. That the president can come to Otafo, campaign against you, and at the same time say that vote for the MPP candidate.
Why not? What was the purpose for the campaign? The purpose for the campaign was to get his party candidate to be part of the next parliament.
Why then do you want the Fomena MP to be now on your ticket now?
He wants to. It is his fundamental human right. And that is why it comes back to issues of interpretation.
You and your like, are you not playing double standard with this issue?
How are we playing double standard?
You answer me.
But I want to understand why you think that.
Answer me with another question.
Because I want to understand why you think we are playing double standard. The Constitution is a living organism. If you go and read the 24 versus Attorney General case, it is a living organism, capable of growth. The fact that there has been an interpretation to it in 2020 doesn't mean that the Supreme Court cannot depart from its earlier ruling, knowing very well that indeed the Constitution is a living organism, capable of growth. So my point is that it is an issue of interpretation, because what we are doing right here now, and what my other brothers are doing, is that we are putting rival meanings as far as the Constitution is concerned. And if you read the case of Akosa will tell you that as soon as you put rival meanings, or two persons put rival meanings, as far as the interpretation of the Constitution is concerned, you take it to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to interpret for you. That is why the majority leader went to Parliament, invoked the original exclusive jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court should interpret the Constitution as far as 97 is concerned. So if you are putting rival meanings on it, it does not lie in the mouth of the Speaker of Parliament to interpret the Constitution, because that is not.
Do you say the actions or the ruling of the Speaker of Parliament the last week was coterminous to interpreting the Constitution, or he was just undertaking his work as a Speaker of Parliament, as enshrined in the Constitution that we have?
The Speaker of Parliament was smart to have said in his ruling that I am not interpreting the Constitution. I am only applying the Constitution. But mind you, there has been an earlier writ filed in the Supreme Court
interpreting what the Speaker sought to apply in Parliament. And that interlocutory injunction, according to expert Moffat, okay, says that as soon as there has been an application in Parliament at the Supreme Court, that application is enough to stay in the hands of anybody who intends to take any action as far as the claims or the relief that is being sought in the writ is concerned.
Was the Speaker
so the Speaker of Parliament, I'm saying that.
I'm asking you, was the Speaker served at the time that he was making these pronouncements?
See, when it comes to issues of service,
as we even broadcast live right here on TV3.
When it comes to issues of service, okay, it is regulated by Order 7 of the CI 47. Now, if I want to serve you, I have to come to you personally and direct the service. If you frustrate it, I have to put it as near as possible. That is what Order 7 is saying, okay? In the event, in the event that you frustrate the service, I may have to go by way of a substituted service. But the Speaker of Parliament had already agreed with the Chief Justice and came by way of a practice direction that members of Parliament and Speaker of Parliament cannot be served on any other day apart from Monday.
For good reason.
And no, but you see...
For good reason.
No, but you see, the CI-47 is a subsidiary legislation. A subsidiary legislation that is subservient to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. If you check Article 157, Article 157 talks about how the rules of committee brings about the subsidiary legislation. And CI-47 is one of them. The Chief Justice, and if like the Speaker of Parliament, sought to amend.
Yes, he was serving.
Amend. And I'm saying that, but if you resist service. No, listen.
Anyway,
because we're
joined by over 22,000 people watching currently on X. Used to be called Twitter. So for those of you who are used to Twitter, please go to X. You also join us. Over 5,000 of you also watching us on Facebook. And I asked a categorical question. At the time that the Speaker was making that ruling the last week, was he served? No. More so, the Speaker of Parliament categorically also had explained that they have an agreement with the Chief Justice in plain language. I'm not a lawyer, and so please pardon my language. And they call it a practice direction. That says that because members of Parliament to and fro will be working, if you want to serve them based on agreement with the Chief Justice, you serve them on Mondays, right?
Yes, and I'm saying that.
And the rationale was that you don't obstruct their work at the time they will be working within the days of the week. So Mondays, per the agreement, was right. So I was asking, why not wait for Monday?
No,
he says that doesn't matter.
Because you see...
Vincent Asefo, you're a lawyer. Are you saying that the Speaker of Parliament was disingenuous?
Absolutely.
Frustrated service?
Absolutely, because you see...
How can you say that of the distinguished Speaker of Parliament?
The Speaker of Parliament, you see, practice direction cannot amend a provisional constitution, a provision in the Constitution. A practice direction cannot override a provision in the Constitution. A practice direction cannot override a provision in a subsidiary legislation. Article 11 is very clear when it talks about the sources of law. If you want to come by way, or if you want to make sure that you amend a subsidiary legislation, Article 11 is very clear as to how you go and amend a subsidiary legislation. You have to lay it before Parliament. How can a Speaker of Parliament, if like the Chief Justice, amend Order 7 of the CI 47 and says that members of Parliament cannot be served on any other day apart from Mondays? Who does that? Is that the law? Is the law at the bosom of the Speaker of Parliament to amend it anyhow he wants?
Have you challenged the law?
But we are in the Supreme Court. So I'm just saying that when it comes to issues of service, yes, as members of Parliament, we have privileges and immunities. But the privileges and immunities cannot topple a provisional constitution, cannot topple subsidiary legislation. Yes, because you see, because you don't understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that...
Because you're speaking too much English.
No. It is because when a certain law...
The point
and I have read Article 1.2 to you. Any law that is inconsistent, any law that is inconsistent with the Constitution, shall at the
so you're saying the Speaker was wrong, and that's why we have that. The contention is: do we need to have a stay of the execution of the ruling of the Speaker, and at the same time, having the Supreme Court encroach on the turf of Parliament?
That is not for me to say. And that is why we are going to go to Parliament and be part of the process, both of us. And I can guarantee you that when I get in, I'll be wearing my red smock, and then I'll be seated...
You're going to change into a red smock?
Yes. And I'll be seated on the right-hand side of the Speaker. But you see, Roland, when Vincent says, for example, that orders and instructions from the Supreme Court, if disobeyed, can constitute high crime. Well,
I'm not the one saying that's the Constitution.
Let it be.
That's the Constitution.
Let we, the majority members,
do not lead the Speaker
Parliament
into temptation.
and the Speaker
Do not.
be charged for high crime.
Do not.
For insisting
You are a lawmaker.
that we have to defend the Constitution. Look, the entire legal process itself and the injunction and the service of it. Roland, you see, I don't want us to delve into the manner in which it was done, the speed with which the Supreme Court constituted a panel to deal with this issue in less than 12 hours. And the fact that an injunction had been filed even before an occurrence took place. That in itself is questionable. And very seasoned lawyers have questioned the processes by which this was done. Now, when you say that MPs, the Speaker, we all draw our authority, privileges from the Constitution, well and good. But so does the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court also draws its authority from the Constitution. And if you read the Constitution about the judiciary, it says justice is administered for and on behalf of the people. And we have a responsibility to also defend the very same Constitution. And you see, Roland, Article 97 G and H are very, very clear.
The Supreme Court sit on matters.
Very, very clear. And the Speaker, in his wisdom, when he presented his response to the call made by the now majority leader to pronounce on the consequences of the actions of the 4 MPs as evidenced by the Electoral Commission issuing the statement of poll, was very clear. It's not as though the Speaker doesn't understand the Constitution or he doesn't understand parliamentary procedure. And if you indulge me, let me read a portion of what the Speaker read to us. Role of Speaker after he was invited. And then we will understand this. He says this. He says this. If the understanding of the provisions was futuristic, referencing Article 97 I and G. Listen to me carefully. If the understanding of the provisions were futuristics, MPs could freely switch parties or become independents during the term of a parliament and pretend to be representing the interests of people who elected him or her or the party on whose platform she wrote to Parliament while paying loyalty to a different party or group of people with no immediate consequences. So the Speaker narrated and laid it out very clearly that those who are claiming that the content as captured in Article 97 G and H was futuristic are saying that that provision is of no consequence because of what use?
And to you, it sounds alarming.
Yes.
So it means that somebody could be in the early years of their term, and when the calls are made or nominations are open, they decide to go independent.
So very clearly, what the Speaker says is that if Article 97 I and G, Article 97(1) G and H were to apply only in future parliaments, it would render the provision effectively superfluous. By the time the next parliament is constituted, any MP who has defected or switched political allegiance during the current parliament would no longer be in violation of the provisions. The framers of the Constitution certainly could not have put in this in the Constitution if it were to be superfluous. Therefore, the provision that has been made and the pronouncement on the Speaker having been invited to make a declaration by the now majority leader on the conduct of these 4 members of parliament is watertight. This does not need any interpretation. It's as simple as that. And parliament must assert itself and assert its autonomy. We are dealing with a system that allows separation of powers. The judiciary has its domain. The legislature has its domain. And so does the executive
Clement,
arm
are you saying by going with your submission, you are even advising the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, to stay on course on his ruling the last week?
Exactly so.
And defy the Supreme Court?
We have not said he should defy it. He should stay with his ruling.
When he has been
if he does what we know is right, as he pronounced in his response to the call made by the now majority leader, as many Ghanaians agree with, he would be in the clear. And if we are all going to suffer the consequences for doing what is right and what is lawful, let that be. Let it be documented that we have defended the Constitution and its content. In fact, it is not the case that the Supreme Court is beyond reproach.
Nani Osapon, if you take a look at all this, and I think categorically, you and I are the only people who don't play with the law. We only discuss the law as it is, in terms of just having a public comment or opinion on the subject.
They are only speaking plainly.
How do you think this tango that is ongoing between the 2 caucuses of the House, and then also the additional orders that are coming from the Supreme Court, of course, we had the Chief Justice in the thick of affairs done. Perhaps a needless tension and atmosphere and insecurity in the minds of the ordinary Ghanaian just some few weeks to a major election. And you know, by history, each time we have a second term of ruling parties where we are expecting a transition, which we haven't had the same party transitioning to the same party to form government, we tend to have a certain tension in the atmosphere prior to that election.
If the defense minister and the chief of defense staff had not instructed military to go and review it, we will not say that there is tension. You understand? I believe that we ought.
Let me hold you, because we are here. We have free Christmas to enjoy. Dr. Tony Yedu, distinguished politician and then also minister in the past NBC administration and a distinguished statesman, has joined us. Dr. Tony Yedu, good morning to you. And you have observed all that has been happening.
Good morning, Roland. How are you?
I'm well, sir. You take a look at the formative years in the run-up to having or ushering in this democracy. I remember as a young boy, I was watching the Constituent Assembly shown on television live.
It was consultative.
Consultative, certainly. And shown live, the ushering in of the Fourth Republic, etc. Do you think that all that has transpired the last couple of weeks, if not just a week or two, is needed just in the run-up to this election? And what do you make of it?
It's a shame that there is systematic executive and judicial attempt to destroy our constitutional system of governance. The Constitution and its provisions do not lend themselves to amendment by the Supreme Court. Acts of Parliament that goes against the grain of the Constitution is what the Supreme Court has the authority to interpret. Now, the current issue, Article 97 and its sub-clauses, they are all at clear. At clear means there is no ambiguity in the provisions and activation of that article. They have automatic application. Automatic application like strict liability offense under a criminal law. I'll give you an example of a strict liability offense. A driver caught driving without a license, you are guilty. You will not be given the opportunity to say, my mens rea was not around, so the prosecution will have to prove that I had a criminal intent. No, you've broken the law. The law is specific, unequivocal. Likewise is the provisions under Article 97. Now, the Supreme Court is interfering in parliamentary proceedings. The Speaker did not make a ruling. The provisions of Article 97 kicked in automatically. The Speaker applied it on the basis of his prerogative under the Standing Orders of Parliament. He did not make a ruling. He applied it. So where does the Supreme Court come in to interfere with parliamentary proceedings and issue an order to stop? To stop what? To stop the operation of the Constitution? It is not the Speaker in Parliament that the Supreme Court is attacking. It is attacking the Constitution itself by going to put a stop to parliamentary proceedings. What the Supreme Court is doing is that it is attempting to subvert the Constitution itself.
Are you there, Dr. Toniedu?
Yes, I am here. I'm waiting for your next question.
And having served, looking at your illustrious career over the period, position of defense minister, you've even worked with the African Union, serving on an advisory board on corruption, etc. You take a look at the decisions that have been made, particularly in the life of this parliament, early on deploying soldiers, armed soldiers, and to the ordinary citizen will be even scary. And now we're just having our reporters giving us live feeds of armed soldiers again storming parliament. You look at your experiences, not only in the portfolio of defense in the government of Ghana, worked largely across the African continent. What signals do they send? Not only to Ghana, Africa, but the world.
The signal is sent is that the military is on a reckless journey of attempting treason. Treason is akin to Hitler's assault on the Reichstag in the 1930s. It shouldn't happen. And Ghanaians must stand up. There is no supra-constitutional body in Ghana. Only the Constitution rules. And Ghanaians must stand up and defend the Constitution. You cannot assault the Constitution and get away with it. You do that, they invade Parliament, they have assaulted the Constitution, and they are guilty of treason.
And I think I love the point where you bring in the invasion, especially within the period of the Nazi Party, etc., to Parliament, etc. If you take a look at the book that was written by Hitler, Mein Kampf, and how it got to spread the level of narcissism and socialism across Germany and its effect, and now we still know its effect today of Semitism, etc. Do you think we are on a path, when it comes to the Fourth Republic, of having politicians at the helm of affairs who seem to be leading the citizenry towards another path that was not intended by the framers of the Constitution that we have?
The past 8 years have seen the systematic unveiling of the face of fascism in Ghana. All constitutional bodies in this country have been invaded by the executive. What else do you need? What evidence do you need that we have a tyrannical president in power? He's not governing, he's ruling. He's ruling. Every constitutional body apart from Parliament has been invaded and bastardized by the Akufo-Addo regime. Why? Why? The Supreme Court issues orders which are contradictory, saying that the constituents of the four members of parliament have a right to be represented. Didn't the people of South have a right to be represented over the past 4 years? Didn't the constituencies of Jackie Quayson have the right? And yet they were stopped by the Supreme Court. Why? What is happening in this country? Our only refuge is not to the Supreme Court that was supposed to be the last bastion of defense of the Constitution, but the people themselves, because the Constitution represents the will of the people of Ghana. And every Ghanaian must stand up and defend the Constitution. This is not Parliament versus Supreme Court. This is Supreme Court versus the Constitution.
If there's a word of advice you give the Speaker as to whether to obey the orders of the Supreme Court or not,
He must stand firm. He must stand firm because he is duty bound. He is duty bound to stand firm. It's not just a question of whether the Speaker has power or whatever. The standing orders, which are a creation of the Constitution, as much as the Supreme Court is a creation of the Constitution, is under the auspices of the Speaker, and he must act in strict accordance with the standing orders.
Dr. Tony Edu, thank you very much for your contribution this morning. And I love that you always watch TV3. Always watch TV3 New Day as well. Thank you very much, Dr. Tony Edu. And Daniel Sapong, you here for the distinguished politician and statesman, having worked across the continent, occupied key ministerial positions, so to speak, bring his experiences to bear. You think that for all that he said and what we're discussing today, we need to put all these matters into perspective in the House when we get proceedings ongoing, especially presided by the Speaker?
The Speaker has a responsibility. He has an obligation. He needs to honor it. And as to how to honor it and to go by it is not determined by us. He has a working document, the standing orders of Parliament. And so, personally, I sit here, I believe in the Speaker. And I trust in his judgment. Because we have put him there to work for Ghana. You see, Roland, when Vincent was making his submissions, he wanted us to understand that when you have an intent to commit crime, in itself is not a crime. But I do not think that was what we were taught.
No, but I never said that here. That's not what I said.
I'm not a lawyer.
No, but you can't use that analogy here. You can't use that analogy doesn't work here. It doesn't work here. Not applicable.
But he did make mention that the people only have intentions. Do we agree that you made that statement?
They have intended or they have declared to be part.
Are you talking about intent when we're talking about crime, or you're just talking about the actions they've taken?
The actions are there, you play with words too much. It's the same thing. Intention is an intention.
Intent alone is not criminal.
You understand? So you would have an intent, I believe, is in about 4 forms. Those of you who have done law. We have the one that you have the knowledge about it, and for that matter, develop the intention. The one that you seem not to have knowledge about it, and so you are negligent, and so it happens, and the other ones that follow. So with these 4 people, they know the consequences of their actions, and they developed the intentions to commit to the actions.
And they executed.
We should also be added with an
and
action.
they
Please,
went
me.
ahead with the procedures. And Electoral Commission did publish the notice of poll. Now, let us agree that
The Electoral Commission did publish the notice of poll.
And only him. There will be any. Oh, they've started printing the ballot.
Notice of polling for the free.
What is
social instrument? Subsidiary legislation. How is that bigger than the Constitution? How?
You would have a situation whereby, Roland, you put in your resignation to Media General. Then Media General and you yourself, you are aware that you are going to work with another media house.
Because I haven't fully resigned.
Well, you've not fully resigned because you've given them notice and say in 2 months you would go. And then Media General is having a crucial meeting that would be discussing strategies of how
you still sit here
in relation to our competitors.
Exactly.
How to deal.
Okay, sorry. My goodness. Hey, boss.
So how to deal with the issues and the matter. Now this is what is happening. Media General would do itself harm if they allow you, Roland, to sit in that crucial meeting. And I do not think your general manager, even if he or she does not read your HR document, would allow you the space, a minute, to be part of that strategic meeting. Roland, you see,
that's
the issues are simple.
earlier. It just doesn't work.
It won't work.
Nobody does that.
And you see, when it has happened, you open the floodgates. Because once somebody has put in a notice to move out of a political party, all right, I'll give you another example. Nana Ohininto declared his support for Alan John Kojo Tramantin because Alan's going independent.
Nana Ohininto.
Nana Ohininto, by virtue of his position as a former general secretary, was a member of the National Council. Is Vincent telling me that today, when Nana Ohininto wakes up in the morning and there is a National Council meeting, he will be allowed to sit in the council meeting? No. And so if Cynthia Morrison will not be allowed to sit with the MPP caucus during committee meetings and to take critical or to take part in critical discussions
in Parliament, she will.
In Parliament,
She will.
because you will not allow her to sit with your caucus to think.
She will.
It means that it is going to affect her performance as an MP. This is clear. Roland, see, what is happening today would go down in history and we would all remember.
Why?
But what we should be cautious about is our continuous use of the military. In my view, this is an attack of the Constitution. If these military guys are allowed to invade Parliament, as we see in the footages, it is an attack on the Constitution, and the Council of State and the Ghana Peace Council should rise to the occasion. They should call the defense minister, call the chief of defense staff, and caution them. We are not, Roland, we are not in a war zone. Why are we always causing fear and panic? What is happening in Parliament? That we need a presence of military. What is happening in Parliament? That we cannot solve. That unless we have military men who have covered their faces as if they are going to a war zone.
You think that's dangerous?
We have Galamsey to deal with. You are in Accra, more dire condition. We have Galamsey to deal with. We have other high crimes to prevent and to protect our borders. You're not dealing with it.
You're saying there's no state of emergency for which we need to have the military massing up
well, is it a takeover?
At the precinct of Parliament.
Is it a takeover? It is not. And there is no takeover yet. It won't happen in Ghana. And listen, Roland, I think that for me, I've stated it from the beginning. I said I believe in the speaker. I believed in Professor Michael Cray when he made that pronouncement. I trusted in his judgment, and I would trust in the judgment of Abang Bagman. And you see, if you read his statement very well, one, he made mention that he's only carrying out his duty as a speaker. Two, he's basing his statement on precedents, in as much as he's not actually making the precedents as it is. But whether or not the president has an influence in the decisions that went into his statement.
Okay. Just hold on. We're also showing you, as part of the insert you're seeing, the pick and pick in Parliament.
Entering
we have soldiers that have massed up in Parliament in all forms, and you know that this will be the second time in the life of this Parliament where we have this type of sitting, where we have soldiers massed up in full gear, full regalia, and then also
against the orders of the marshal of Parliament.
And then also this is being done in the full glare of the public. Early on, we also told you Eric Egbeta in the chamber, also telling you how we have mass supporters of the parties also trooping into Parliament, creating a certain sense of a siege for which, of course, Dr. Tony Edu, who early on spoke to us, said was quite needless as far as this is concerned. Let me just read a couple of the comments that have been coming in, and some of them are guided, also respectable comment coming from legal practitioners, etc. This one is coming from Lawyer Bochi, who says, please tell Lawyer Vincent Asefua to read Article 131 carefully. He will realize that the Supreme Court has an exclusive original jurisdiction in all matters relating to the interpretation of the Constitution. Lawyer Abuchi continues that now the word exclusive is to the exclusion of all other lower courts and not to the exclusion of the other arms of government. That's the point. Lawyer Abuchi also continues, and Koko Abuchi, thank you for this instructive comment as well. It cannot be that the case that the other political arms of government cannot put their own understanding on the constitutional provisions and apply. And hey, tell him to stop putting his own words into the meaning of the constitutional provisions. Now, can he show me what cross-carpeting is and implied in Article 97? He show, again, he continues, Article 97G and H, basically saying that an MP shall vacate of Ghana. He is currently serving. And if he seeks to remain in that parliament as an independent candidate, the effect of vacation of seat must be now. He continues by saying, and that should be in the current parliament. It cannot be that the case that the consequences of seeking to remain in parliament as an independent MP, which is vacation of seat, should be the next parliament. Which one is not guaranteed of winning? So, for example, I gave a scenario of Otafo, where we have the member of parliament here, Lawyer Eko Vincent Asefua, standing as an independent candidate, and then we have another candidate. Of course, they're all going to appeal to MPP supporters, so to speak. I mean, because that's the hub of it. So supposing he doesn't win, he would have been serving currently on the ticket of the MPP in the current parliament. And what happens to his contributions? And then, so the interpretation, does it then become a more etc.? So he says you cannot vacate your seat in a parliament you are not sure of winning and coming back to. We have another statement. Fundamental of this patriotic
but this is at me. Let me respond.
Do you want to come and host?
No, let me respond. Let me respond.
We have also putting so invitation to the But that's what you are lawyer, so your views will be accommodated. I have a founding member of the ruling New Patriotic Party. He's a great contributor not only to many shows on TV3 but also TV3 New Day. Dr. Nyaho Tamko. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
If you take a look at our history, you take a look at what has been happening over the last couple of weeks in relation to the substantive matter that's under consideration, for which the Speaker also will be presiding over today. Do you think the actions or the orders of the Supreme Court should be obeyed by the Speaker? If yes, why? If no, why?
Well, if you ask the question the way you put it, I think we have a constitution. The constitution, we have 3 separate bodies. We have the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. Each has a role to play. And the role of each does not surpass any other. Now, however, I am not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer at all. Don't even want to pretend that I'm a student of law. But I have read a little about how some very, very, very high courts operate in civilized nations. Judgments are not given without thinking about the people. Never. Not even in America. Judgments, particularly when they come to a constitutional matter, are given always by considering the people, particularly when majority of the people have started losing faith in the judiciary. I have said this before, and I believe Kamdapa once also talked about that. But before Kamdapa said it, I said it. That our present Supreme Court always giving judgment in favor of the government will lead us into a state of destruction. And I think that is where we are approaching today. Judgments of Supreme Courts everywhere in the world, you consider the people. If you don't consider the people, you come out with judgments that will destroy a nation. And that is where we are getting close now. The records are there. You can check it. I spoke about it. Indeed, just about 2 months ago, I said the same thing on Joy TV with Benakapu, a live program. The moment the Supreme Court is seen to be biased by the ordinary person in the street, that is the end of a nation. Now, what I see, and that is a bit disturbing to me also, is men in military uniform in parliamentary area. What are they doing there? On whose orders are they there? The military has nothing to do with what is happening now. Absolutely nothing.
Is it dangerous, a sign?
It is. No, that's why I said the army never moves without an order. Who ordered them to come there? There is no way the army will move without an order from its commanders. Now, those you see there now, find out from them who asked them to come there. That is a bad sign. I wouldn't like to talk much today because I'm so saddened. And those who don't know the record of this country, the history of this country, will not walk this country into another disaster. That's all that I'll say today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that input. So you respond to some of the vexed matters that have been raised.
So let me respond to Mr. Abuchi. Clearly,
he's not the professor. That's Koko Abuchi, lawyer.
Koko Abuchi. Okay. What he also sought to do was to interpret the Constitution to his own understanding, which is his right. But I'll refer you to the Article 131 that he himself mentioned, and juxtapose that with the writ that was filed at the Supreme Court by the majority leader.
Filed before the occurrence.
Absolutely, it is okay. But you see, that is why maybe even before I read the 130, I'll go back to Article 33, which talks about the fact that if you feel that your fundamental human right is likely to be contravened, what do? You go to the Supreme Court.
That should have been done
hold on. You see, you don't understand. You don't understand. Hold on. No, please.
That's all of you.
Please, let me educate you.
No, it's not about education.
Let me educate you. No, it is not.
This is not
please.
So this is the point. Allow him to make his point.
If you feel that your personal fundamental human right is affected, you go to the High Court to enforce it. But as a Ghanaian citizen, as per Article 1, 2, and Article 2 thereabout, if I feel that my brother's fundamental human right is affected or is likely to be affected, I can go to the Supreme Court to enforce your fundamental human right. This is the law. If you read Example for versus the AG, this is what the law says. The law says that, no, listen, please take your time. I do not need to have my own personal fundamental human rights to be affected before I can go to the Supreme Court to enforce a fundamental human right. Mr. Abochi, if you read Article 131, Article 131 is saying that subject to the jurisdiction of the High Court in the enforcement of the fundamental human rights and freedom as provided in Article 33 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court shall have the exclusive original jurisdiction in all matters relating to the enforcement or interpretation of the Constitution. So, I agree that when it comes to issues of interpretation, it is the Supreme Court that has exclusive original jurisdiction. But when it comes to fundamental human rights, it is the High Court. But if I want to enforce the fundamental human rights of you, Nanayao, I don't go back to the High Court. I go to the Supreme Court to do so. It is on that basis that the majority leader filed a writ at the Supreme Court saying that there are 4 MPs whose fundamental human rights have been trampled upon. Their constituents' fundamental human rights have also been trampled upon. And for that matter, he is asking the Supreme Court to interpret Article 97 so that...
But that's not the point of our discussion.
But what is the point of our discussion?
The point of our discussion is an order that has been given...
No, I'm responding to Abochi.
Okay.
Quoting Article 130.
Very well.
You understand? So I am just giving a background as to why we went to the Supreme Court and the basis for us going to the Supreme Court. It was to enforce the fundamental human rights of other persons.
Understand.
APA cannot tell me that my fundamental human rights have not been affected. So I cannot.
If that is said, why is it that Afenyomakin and the majority, who haven't been affected by this very vexed matter in terms of the actions that have been taken by the members of parliament, the 3 members of parliament on your side, and so going by the ruling of Michael Quay, should honorably be made to follow precedent and stay out of the house until they go and contest?
But I told you right here that the fact that Michael Quay has given a ruling in 2020 doesn't mean that that ruling will have to be followed. I have also questioned the jurisdiction of the Speaker of Parliament to even make a ruling on same. And my basis is Article 99. And if you read Article 99, it talks about the fact that, 99.1, that the High Court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine any question whether a person has been validly elected as a member of Parliament or a seat of a member has become vacant. Where lies the Speaker of Parliament's jurisdiction here?
So why didn't you go to the High Court?
But I'm saying that, you see, so that's where you get wrong. The High Court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine any question whether a person has been validly elected as a member of Parliament or that a seat of a member of Parliament has become vacant. I don't go to the High Court because I'm not the one affected, but I can go to the Supreme Court as per the case of Ejiampofo versus the Supreme Court. So you see,
for interpretation.
For interpretation. So if you come to Article 97, it gives room for where there are no questions.
Okay.
If a member of Parliament dies, there's no question. So the Speaker of Parliament can inform the House. If a member of Parliament resigns, there is no question as to whether a seat has been declared vacant. If there's a dissolution of Parliament, as per Article 97(1)(a), there is no question. But when there is a question, or when there are rival meanings that have been put onto a constitution, it is only the sole responsibility of the Supreme Court to determine, or if you like, interpret that constitution. When you say that the Supreme Court, as it were, is being unconstitutional, the Supreme Court is not bigger than any arm of government and what have you, what has the Supreme Court done that is unlawful? The Supreme Court is a court that has jurisdiction.
Before we go to Parliament, because you're watching with us, I have to make sure that I keep you up to speed with all that is happening. And you are loyal viewers, those joining us, the over 20,000 who are joining us on X or formerly Twitter, and then also there were 5,000 joining us on Facebook. We're really, really grateful. But let's also make your contributions count on this as well. This one is coming from Felix, who says that I'm really enjoying the current issues in Parliament. Now, he says, by invoking clauses F and G of this Article 97, 3 MPs of Parliament shall lose their seats. It's a very simple thing that the Speaker did in his workings and presiding actions as a Speaker. Now, this one also is coming from Patrick. Okay, it says, please, Lawyer Sefwa is misapplying the principle established in Nana Mpofu versus Ama. He says, no fundamental human right of any person unless the person does so. And so gives us that. Ambassador Sampi Yali says, okay, so over 32,000 on X, please increase the numbers. Let's get 42, let's get the education right here. Here is where you get all the education. Now, let me just go to Ambassador P. Lai. Ambassador Sampi Yali, sorry. He says, I'm wondering what Apenyo Makin would have done if someone in his constituency was challenging him, Apenyo Makin, as an independent candidate in a photo in this very instance. Now, he also continues to say that Vincent, particularly on Order 7, does not apply. And it says, Vincent, particularly Order 7 does not apply to MPs and other officials of Parliament. Yes. The provision of the law is that an MP cannot be served on his way to and from Parliament. Yes. We've made that clear as well. To make it possible to serve MPs, the CJ, etc., and that's why they have the orders, right?
In the standing order.
Yeah, certainly. And we have a couple more as well. Egbeta,
but you can't use a
Eric
to topple that constitution.
I just got a message that even the military came with dogs. How do they call those dogs? Is it route control dogs or something? Is it true? Sniffer dogs or something like that? Eric, when we get Eric, we'll ask him. Because the comments are coming thick and fast, very fluid situation. We can call him on the phone so that we speak to him directly on the phone so that we get... Now, Nelson Akotia says the disrespect to the Speaker is becoming too much, even by members of Parliament who ideally should be protecting their own rules and standing orders. Straying and kowtowing or kowtowing, as we used to say back in the day, kowtowing to the orders of their own party and the executive. Eric Egbeta.
Yes, Roland, can you hear me?
Did you see the military handling sniffer dogs around?
That was quite early in the morning when the initial swoop took place.
Really?
We saw the presence of the military as well around the area. That was before any of the MPs were actually allowed inside after what was initial pictures which suggested that Frank had made his way inside. We knew that Governor Kwame Agbodza as well as had made his way inside where he was raising the complaint and the content as to why he had been allowed inside. After that initial swoop and all of them coming outside where they were stationed here before 8 a.m., we saw the military around just ensuring that all was in order. We've not seen them around again. That needs to be put on record. It's just been police present, and then the marshals who are here ensuring that all is in order at this particular point in time. And so that was a lot earlier, close to over an hour ago, where we saw that particular situation. But it's all changed, and inside, which is expected to be the floor of Parliament as well, it's still the same situation. A number of MPs continue to make their way in, and the expectation is that they will all continue to sit on that right-hand side. A number of them came outside snacking. We've seen Habib Idrisu, James Kucha, and some others come out to snack as well. The Honorable Sam George, Dr. Dominic Ayeni as well, all stationed outside having conversations. And so in the minds of viewers at home, tense situation, but like you've been seeing on the live feeds that we've been providing you, it's been quite hearty in terms of the conversations they've been having amongst themselves. You've seen a lot of them crack jokes. We saw Obiamwa make his way in, having a very hearty conversation with Minta Kando, where they were arguing amongst themselves that what they compare votes and the likes like that. And so on the outside, where it's all looks very tense, inside and around, between both sides of the house, really, there's been an open, friendly conversation, even as they continue to make the point and make it strongly that they are the majority and they will remain on the majority side of the house today, Roland.
When you had interaction with some of them from both sides, what was the level of thinking in terms of whether their personal opinions or what they thought the predicted atmosphere could be?
Well, for many of them, there will not be violence. It's one thing that both sides continue to reiterate, that nobody is going to be here to fight, and so they are just here. Where the NPP caucus insisting strongly on the fact that court processes have been served on the Director of Legal Affairs of Parliament, and so it presupposes that the status quo would stay and they will have to occupy the majority side. The NDC also makes the case and makes it strongly that the Speaker will have to decide, and if that's anything to go by the Speaker's decision before they rose on Thursday, was that they are the majority, and so until the Speaker says otherwise, they continue to be the majority. And so it's a position both sides have continued to take in the lead up to when processes will officially start here in Parliament. We've seen the order paper for today as well, and it doesn't suggest in any way or form anything which will prove the contrary as to arguments or debates being taken and the Speaker wanting to make open declarations as to what has been the service from the Supreme Court. But we wait to see really what happens. But for now, all is calm as they continue to make their way in and out of the floor of the House, and then waiting for official proceedings to start, Roland.
Well, thank you very much, Eric Egbeta, the President of Parliament, giving us the latest. Early on, he was in the chamber. You will find also currently live pictures on your screens that when you go to Parliament, especially at the public gallery, you'll find on your left, that is the designated seat, has always been the designated seat since the inception of the Fourth Republic for majority members of Parliament to sit. And then on the left, that is from the view or the premise of the public gallery, you have on the right the minority members. And early on, we had told you about actions of Frank Anodompre, a lead whip when it comes to the MPP side of the House, and then walking in early on, taking occupancy in the House as early as the early part of 6 a.m. Subsequently, the complaint had been coming also from Govins Kwame Agboja, who's also the whip on the side of the NDC caucus, that was against an order by the Office of the Marshal of Parliament that until it is 8 a.m., nobody should be allowed into the chamber. And so that was clearly a violation, so to speak. How they're going to deal with that, we don't know. But what has happened so far, we've seen also bringing to you live, is that the NDC side of the House, who, when you speak to them, clearly based on the ruling of the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Gbagbe, the last week, insist they are the majority in Ghana's parliament. And of course, that same accolade has been arrogated by the MPP side as well, majority the MPP side. So the NDC side now, you can see Governor Agboja, etc. I see the back of Roxy Nelson, the Pharmaco. I see also Charles Woyome in there. I see Eric Opoku also, and a couple of them, but also seated on the, just close to the marshal, where his regular seat should be. I have Frank Anodompre, as I'm seeing currently. Next to him is the man who leads the NDC caucus, that is Kaisel Atoforsen. Yes, yes. Circumspection is very important in these times, so that we don't add up to the minority leader. We don't add up to all that. So Kaisel Atoforsen, for his side, said he's the majority leader for his side, or for Ghana's parliament. Apenyo Maki also said he's the majority leader. Based on the ruling, now on inferences, the speaker made that ruling, and so it will mean that it will be the NDC side that's on the majority, the MPP side on the minority. But we take the words from both sides as and when and report it as we can, as we do it ethically and journalistically based on our editorial policy right here at Media General. Now, you wanted to make a point of intervention.
Restate. If you have listened to the likes of Lawyer Kwame Akufu, Lawyer Bobby Banson, and I'm glad you read what Lawyer Abochi stated.
Koku Abochi.
Almost everyone who has been honest to the facts and the evidence and to the content of Article 97H and G has also captured when Michael Kwe actually made a ruling. The current speaker is only applying what the Constitution has said. Michael Kwe made a ruling, and I just want to read portions of what he said for the sake of clarity. He says, having forfeited his membership of the party, and he's referring here to the independent member of parliament, who the MPP now claims is one of them, when he had decided to file and contest as an independent. He says, having forfeited membership of the party on which ticket he was elected to parliament, the operative language of the Constitution is that he shall, emphasis, which is mandatory, vacate his seat in parliament. Then he goes on to say, going by the purposive interpretation, this is Michael Kwe, of the present law, constructive actions on the part of the MP is important. With all intents and purpose, he is no longer a member of the party. He has pronounced himself publicly as an independent candidate and has filed papers to compete against the party and its official candidate as an independent candidate on 7th December 2020. Then he goes on to say this. On the occasion, this current parliament will still be sitting and operating as an official parliament of the Republic of Ghana. We shall not have a situation adopted freely by any sitting MP where he or she would be campaigning openly against the party that he or she still represents in parliament, and yet ridiculously stands against the party. No purposive interpretation of law would allow such ridicule to prevail. He continues, further, after December 7, 2020, when Parliament is still in session till 7th January 2021, how does an MP operate both listen carefully, Ghanaians. How does an MP operate both as an elected independent MP and at the same time an MPP MP if he should win the election? This lacuna of a ridiculous situation is not what is anticipated under the 1992 Constitution. That is it. That is it. This is common sense.
Distinguished.
That is common sense. And that is why any legal practitioner, wet his or her salt, cognizant of the separation of powers, and the meaning clearly as it has been stated in Article 97 G and H, can only agree with what Speaker Bagwin has also said.
Okay.
This is not a matter for any interpretation anyway.
All right.
Interpret what?
Nani Elsapon, I'll just quell a few. We've already been having Justice Abdullahi regularly make his comments right here. And then also, I just quell it from the Daily Graphic of this morning. And we all know it's Ankuma of Binti Angel, Lecha and Ankuma. And he's a distinguished practicing lawyer. He says, Ghana practices a constitutional democracy, and therefore any act by an institution established by the Constitution, including Parliament, is subject to the Constitution. He explains that Parliament had complete freedom to conduct its activities, and the courts would ordinarily not interfere in the work of Parliament unless it was not in accordance with the Constitution. And then he relies on MPP versus Attorney General, that's the 31st December case, usually studied at many faculties, I'm told. The J.H. Mensah versus AG case, the Amidou versus Kufuor case as well, and even goes to Justice Abdullahi versus, and he says that in the act of Parliament must meet the constitutional litmus test. Now, when you variedly also go, you have also from the UPSA faculty, who teaches there, Albert Koshigan, legal practitioner. He says, the Supreme Court's decision is procedurally and substantially or substantively wrong, describing the apex court's action as plunging the country into a constitutional crisis. He continues by saying that the Supreme Court gives a ruling on a non-existing fact because as of the time the ruling was given, the Speaker of Parliament had already made a decision, which according to him meant the application for the stay of execution had not accrued any cause of action. And so the question that I ask of you, Nani Elsapon, perhaps should the Supreme Court, bearing in mind of public opinion, the current atmosphere we have, perhaps hesitated and let the course of action follow, following what the pronouncement had been from the Speaker of Parliament, so to speak?
Constitution is constitution.
Okay.
Procedures are procedures. All right. The atmosphere in which the country finds itself, indeed, should have informed the decisions by the Supreme Court. But Roland, in all of this, what are the lessons being drawn? One critical thing that most of us are not giving attention to is the execution procedures of the Article 97, which has been sent to the Supreme Court for interpretation. And my two brothers here are all lawyers.
No, I'm not.
You're not a lawyer. Yeah, okay, but you've stayed in Parliament for how many?
Oh, this is my second term.
This is your second term. That's 12 years. Yes, you're going for the 12 years. Yes. So at least
okay,
it's good.
Listen, let me let you stay. Dr. Makuban, we lost him earlier. Dr. Makuban, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. So going forward, you're looking at the atmosphere in Parliament, military people, etc. What do you think will be sound advice? Governance, and then also looking at what public opinion is, and then the extent to which the office of the Speaker has to be respected, at the same time also the Supreme Court's own orders in relation to this. MPs have said they want to go independent or act otherwise as well.
Okay, I have to start by saying that the Constitution is poorly written. When it's that poorly written, nobody can be right. The way it is written, it means both sides are right at the same time. This is it. This is why we don't know what to do. Because there's no issue in this country about a citizen that is not allowed to change his mind. How is it that if you run as an independent, you cannot change your mind? Or if you join a political party, you cannot change your mind? Why? We change our minds about our wives and get divorced. What about a party? What is that? That makes no sense at all. This is what has brought all of this about, because truthfully, we are not good people. I'm sorry. If you think you are exempted. It's up to you. We are not good because of corruption. If you allow people to change their parties, there will be a auctioning going on in Parliament. One time it's with this one, the next time it will be somebody else, depending on the legislation. How much? You crack around and say, okay, give me 500,000. This is what will happen. And because of this, we don't know what to do. We'll say, okay, that's it. You can't change at all. But that is not a solution. How can you not change? If you're with a bunch of people and they've gone wrong, they're doing bad things, you're forced to still stay with them. No, you can't. So there has to be an avenue of that redress to change parties or change any freedom of association. You can change your mind anytime. What is this? You're enshrining the same constitution, and yet when it comes to politics, you can't change your mind. What is that? This is the problem. That is why all of this is happening. Parliament is the domain, is the master of its own domain in terms of issues of organization and parliamentary procedures in Parliament. Supreme Court is the master of the Constitution in the whole country. So the Supreme Court area of responsibility is much wider than the Speaker. The Speaker is the leader of parliamentary affairs. But the parliamentarians are not affected only by parliamentary affairs. They are affected by issues of secondary affairs too. So the Speaker's area is narrow, the Supreme Court's area is wider. So they are both right. But the Supreme Court has more leverage than the Speaker. No. And so the Speaker, for example, what brought this about? The Constitution says, Article 97 says, if you change your party, you'll be thrown out. It's very simple. So that does not allow you to change your party and remain in Parliament. It means you're thrown out. Although a crazy person will go and tell Parliament that I'm changing my party, knowing that they will throw you out, you still tell them. The whole thing is interpretation. The interpretation is completely wrong. It says if a person changes the party through which he came to Parliament, he'll be thrown out. Your seat is declared vacant. But how do you join a party? Is it just by pronouncement? Can you just say, I'm joining NDC and that's it? No. This is the problem. It takes a whole lot more than that. So when the Speaker ruled that the minority will become the majority, I said, oh my goodness, this is not good. You should have waited. We got only 2 months to go and there'll be election. That is the real bona fide reason you can use to say this is minority and this majority. Not just somebody making a pronouncement of intent. I want to be this. I'm going to run as that. Does not mean you've done it. That's the difference here. The language, interpretation of the language too, we don't understand it. Your intentions are not action. They're just that, intentions. You have not done it yet. So you cannot use that as an excuse to declare a seat vacant. No. This is not a small thing. So it is appropriate when the Supreme Court comes in, because this is not just affecting Parliament in terms of parliamentary rules.
Dr. Makuba.
Yes.
Okay. So what then do we make of the ruling by Speaker Michael Quay then on the Fomena MP at the time? And how that has a bearing on the current actions also taken by the current speaker?
He didn't make a presidency. That's what the Constitution says. And that's what he did. That's the problem. The Constitution that says that the 97H says it clearly. And so he followed the Constitution and made that ruling. Not that he made a mistake. As I told you, the Constitution is wrongly written. What issue in this world or in this country can you not change your mind about? What issue? You can change your mind and marry another one. What about party affiliation? Why is that party affiliation? You have no choice. You go in and you die in it. Is that how it works? No. Nobody does it like that. But because of corruption possibilities, it's okay, that's it. Nobody goes anywhere. But that is not the answer to it. This is the problem. All the things you are saying, this one, this, yes. Because they wrote it poorly, you are right, and you are right. And it's not you saying it, it's the Constitution saying it. So you are just following the Constitution and you are wrong. This is what is happening. So we should look at the Constitution itself and stop blaming the Speaker or this one and that one, because they followed the Constitution, and this is what has brought them to. That's a problem.
Okay. That said, if we come to the present, we're just having live pictures. We've been there to Parliament where the army once again has been deployed to the precinct of Parliament, creating a certain sense of a siege atmosphere. As an astute political scientist and governance person, you think that is right for our democracy? Some few weeks to the election.
No, it's too early for that to happen. It's too early. They need someone to come and speak to them. That is not their fault. It's the way the Constitution is written. That's what has brought all these crises, you see. It's not their fault. The Speaker is right and the Supreme Court is right. So what should happen? That's the problem. Don't bring the army in yet. Because if you bring him in this tense situation, somebody starts throwing stones, somebody shoots somebody. That's the end of it. They killed a lot of people. You see, so please, tell them to exercise patience. Okay. I say the Speaker is right, Chief Justice is right. As a matter of fact, if I have to say, the Chief Justice is more right than the Speaker, because parliamentarians are not only affected by the rules of Parliament, they are affected by rules of society too. Right. You see, and declaring a seat vacant is infringement of that person, that minister's right, and he has to get redress. And so the Supreme Court has the right to speak about that too, not just the Speaker. In fact, the Supreme Court has more right than the Speaker. So please, let them know the Speaker is not entirely wrong. Supreme Court is not entirely wrong. Please calm down, because this is a serious situation. Before you know it, trouble. Please, let tempers calm down.
All right. Great intervention so far. Dr. Richard Amakoba, thank you very much. Chief political scientist, also one of the leading members of the ruling MPP, giving us that contribution there. And I'll just introduce Professor Bafo Ajimandria. He's a governance expert. Good morning to you. Please unmute for me.
Good morning to you.
Great. And you've been making some varied contributions on this subject as well. What you've witnessed so far this morning, could we have had a better intervention on how to deal with this army deployment, the charged atmosphere, perhaps being exhibited by both sides of the House in the run-up to this morning?
Well, based on what you've been hearing for the past 3 days, it would have been irresponsible on the part of the national security people if they had not done what they just did, in other words, deploying security people. Because some of the statements coming out over the past few days have been quite furious, quite violent in so many ways, all kinds of threats. So for the interest of the safety of the parliamentarians themselves, it's important that security take measures to protect all of them. So that one, I don't have a problem with it. National security just doesn't act anyhow, but they act on intelligence, other kinds of things. And I think this is not unique to Ghana. It doesn't peace and no violence at such places, because it's happened before, and we don't want that to be repeated. So I don't have a problem with the deployment of security agents in ensuring peace. On the substantive issues, maybe you have some other questions, but I think on the more substantive issues, inside the parliament, I think we can be lighthearted about the fact that all of them, the two parties, have sat on the same side, which in a way is good. It shows unity between the two parties. So let them be together on the side and for the speaker to do his work. This on a lighter note. But looking at us, oh, now we have achieved union government. Hooray.
Yeah, I think on the lighter note, that also comes in very handy. At the end of the day, we have a situation where actions were taken by 4 individuals, of course, 1 NDC MP and 3 MPP MPs as well. And there was an action same for which we had a ruling in 2020 by Speaker Okwe. At the end of the day, perhaps could we have dealt with this in a more amicable way, so to speak?
For sure. I mean, when human beings reason, when we use our brains to reason, there's always a solution. There's always a compromise. War breaks out when human beings fail to reason. So for sure, there are many alternatives. By the way, you are referring to 2020 Michael Okwe's ruling. But don't forget also to cite 2012, when Speaker Do Ajaho allowed the parliamentarian of the NDC, Nyanu, to stay on after announcing that he will be leaving the NDC to become independent the following year. So that was another choice back then could have taken. So it's not only Michael Okwe's example that we should use, because it's happened before in 2012. You can check the notes. In fact, exactly in October 2012.
Yeah.
Nyaunu
I think it's Lower Manya or something like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So it's not just Michael Okwe's reference. It's also that one. So in that respect, the speaker could have decided either way, either to follow, but even though when he was making his point, he said, look, I'm not bound by Okwe's ruling. He did his own independent decision, which we should respect, you know. So I think constantly citing Michael Okwe is not the point. We miss the point. A speaker, or for that matter, a president or chief justice making any decision must look at the larger environment of the country, the mood of the people, and so many things, because ultimately we are all seeking to have a peaceful environment in our country. Nobody wants violence. We don't want to disrupt our democratic process. So that should be ultimately what I think our leaders should be thinking about.
If there has to be an intervention at all, what sort of intervention is needed? From which quasi-state organs or institutions, either of states or of the society? And where should they be coming from?
You see, unfortunately for us in our country today, there is so much political partisanship. I'm not sure who can be seen generally to be neutral and therefore highly elevated socially to be acceptable. The institutions are all poisoned, so to speak, because most of such institutions, the heads are appointed by a president, not necessarily this president, a president. And these presidential appointments, for me, is part of the problem why trust in these institutions have declined so rapidly. Because whenever a president appoints somebody to head an institution or an agency, immediately we assume that the person belongs to the president's party. And generally so, because our president, present and in the past, have not appointed people on the basis of merit. They appoint people on the basis more, besides merit.
Professor,
yes.
Professor, just hold on there. We're bringing to you, and these live pictures are indicating the majority leader of the MPP caucus just ushering his people towards, is it the press? As I'm seeing, I don't know how the arrangement has been done. We'll call Egbeta together later on the subject, but it looks like his side of the house, as the MPP caucus, also crowding around him, and a decision is being taken currently I don't know whether to address the press or not, but I know that an imminent action is expected as and when something happens. But that's currently what's happening, a very fluid situation in the House. Apenyo Makin leading that as the leader of his side, and we're just waiting to see what action is going to be done. There's consultation ongoing among the leadership of the House for the MPP. I've seen Brian Ichampo, a couple of them as well. And then also you will find that Apenyo Makin is also leading that charge to make sure that their rights are settled. As and when we're able to establish beyond what is going on in the live videos we're bringing or feed we're bringing to you, we'll let you know as it is. Already, we just have to do a recall of what the position of Apenyo Makin has been over the last couple of days since the Speaker's ruling, insisting that despite the ruling of the Speaker, they remain the majority side of Ghana's parliament just in the run-up to this election. And they will assert their rights thereof. Going forward also, he's also insisted that they will make sure that that becomes the status quo as it is. So we're following closely, and as you're watching, the Marshal of Parliament or officers of the Office of the Marshal of Parliament So we'll call Egbeta to give us the latest artists. I think they want to address the press, so we will also take that as well. And I've already seen Frank Anodompre there. Apenyo Makin is behind Frank Anodompre, and they want to address Parliament, the press corps, or the other sections of the media who are there.
Important news for you. And this is the majority, still, this is the majority caucus, in line with the decision of the Supreme Court. So our leader is here, together our members. We have something important to tell you. So with rapt attention, shall we listen to the leader? Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen of the press, thank you very much for being present with us this morning. As you may be well aware, there was a decision by Mr. Speaker expressing his opinion on Article 97 of the 1992 Constitution. That opinion led to a declaration by him that those members have vacated their seats. Prior to his decision, I had brought to his attention that there was a pending suit at the Supreme Court, which pending suit was to seek certain interpretation of Article 97. In fact, Mr. Speaker himself acknowledged that on the floor of the House. As a result of his decision, the majority caucus expressed its disagreement with his decision and gave a clear indication that the matter will be pursued further at the Supreme Court. So on Friday, another process was filed by me, and the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, determined the matter and ruled, among others, that one, Speaker's interpretation of the law was wrongful, and that the Supreme Court was staying his decision
pending the final determination of the case. In other words, his earlier decision to the effect that those 4 MPs, that is MP for Fomina, MP for Aguna West, MP for Suhum, and Amenfi Central had vacated their seats, was nullified, in essence. We are law-abiding. We have heard that our colleagues say they disagree with the Supreme Court. They've been using unprintable words on the Supreme Court. On Sunday, the minority leader, my respected colleague, Dr. Forson, led the minority caucus in a press conference whereupon they told Ghanaians that today they will come and occupy our seats by their own proclamation. MPP, our tradition is a law-abiding tradition. Our forebears always use the courts to correct the wrong. Since 1992, our leaders have always used civil advocacy and the courts to ensure that we get the peace that we have today. On top of my head, I can recall the era where we used thumbprint ID cards and we used opaque ballot boxes. All these are things of the past today because of MPP. Today we have a very transparent electoral system because of the advocacy of our forebears. It's out there in leadership. The country is hereby informed that we will not give that lawless platform that NDC is seeking. We will not give them that platform. We will not give them that theater they so aggressively seek. They disrupt democracy and to destroy our nation. We know there are innocent people out there, innocent Ghanaians going about their business, innocent Ghanaians in the academia, innocent Ghanaians who are struggling to get 3 square meals on the table for their families. We care about them. We understand that there is politics, but we must do it in a civil manner. We believe that the appropriate thing is to quietly yield to them and wait upon Mr. Speaker. After all, the ruling was directed at Parliament and the Speaker, not an individual MP. Yesterday, the bailiff of the Supreme Court served Parliament of Ghana through the legal directorate. The director of the legal department received the ruling of the court. So, in other words, Mr. Speaker is on constructive notice, or maybe I should say actual notice of the ruling of the court. We have to leave it there and respect Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker has been part of our democracy since 1992. He's a senior lawyer. He's practiced in our court. And I believe that even if Mr. Speaker disagrees with the Supreme Court, he knows what to do. Suffice to state, at the risk of being repetitive, that we were not disrespectful of the chair. When the Speaker made his pronouncement and the majority caucus disagreed with Mr. Speaker, we didn't cause commotion here. We left quietly and told Mr. Speaker that the right place to express those grievances will be at the court. So we expect our brothers and our sisters on the NDC minority side to do the needful. But all would be for Mr. Speaker to make a final determination. The nation is looking up to Mr. Speaker. All his years in politics, this is a crucial moment for him to add weight to what we have done to preserve the peace. MPP is for peace. MPP is for peace. MPP is for peace of Ghana. We will not allow anybody to disturb the peace of the country. It is a notorious fact that we remain the majority caucus of this parliament. You, the media, must add your voice to the advocacy to compel our colleagues to respect the fidelity of the law. I have heard a respected colleague on their side, Honorable Dr. Ayini, calling on Mr. Speaker to respect the Supreme Court decision. If that is true, then that's a noble call from him. Dr. Ayini is somebody I respect because of his respect for the law. I believe that moderates on the side of NDC will prevail on the Hawks in their party to call them to order. So I would want to thank you for being with us. We are leaving this chamber peacefully into our offices. I wait Mr. Speaker's arrival, and if he calls leadership and we do pre-sitting discussions, we'll take it up from there. But for now, that lawless theater will not share with them, because Ghana, our country Ghana, is bigger than any one individual. So we would want to, at this point, sing our party's anthem to let you know who we are. Colleagues, we are the new patriotic party. We are the new patriotic party. The elephant is the winning symbol. We have won to save Ghana. The elephant is the winning symbol. We have won.
So you just saw there Afenyo Markin saying that they are retiring out of the chamber to go into their chambers or their offices, so to speak, and then we'll await when the speaker is ready for a sitting today, then they will come in. Of course, it means that the two sides would have to meet. That's what usually the leadership will do. And as you can see also, chants by the NDC, members of parliament and their caucus. It also follows earlier again, not only chants, but also the singing of the anthem of the MPP by Afenyo Markin and his members as well on the side of his caucus. As of now, I don't know what to call it, whether there's a lacuna or as it is, but succinctly what he has been saying is re-echoing the position he's always held, that based on how the parliament, the 8th parliament was inaugurated, they are the majority side of the house. Let's take some sight and sounds and then we'll come back and continue with this narrative. Sight and sounds in the Chamber of Parliament early on, and before all the chants and the march pasts and the singing of the NDC anthem, we had Afenyo Markin leading his side, that's the MPP caucus, and again reiterating the position he's held since that ruling by the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Gbagmin, the last week, and insisting that based on how the 8th Parliament of the Republic of Ghana was inaugurated, the MPP is still the majority side of the House. On the other hand, also, Kese Latofosin is leading his charge, saying, based on the ruling of the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Gbagmin, again the last week in that sitting, they are the majority side of the House. So the two caucuses, one which is the MPP side that has retreated, gone to the offices, and specifically Afenyo Markin indicating that they are retiring to the offices, and as the normal procedure will be for the daily workings of Parliament, when the Speaker is ready, they will come back to the House. Usually as a preface, they would have some discussions as well from both sides of the House by way of the leadership and their whips. And subsequently, when they come, they begin the order of business for the day. Now, it is important for us to emphasize that they are insisting, that's Afenyo Markin, that they respect the rule of law, they respect the rulings of the Speaker, but again, are in court challenging same. And by the normal orders of the rule of law and what enjoins not only him, but also his colleagues on the MPP side of the House. They respect the tenets of the Constitution. He again goes to emphasize that they are for peace. They want to ensure that the peace of the country is managed in such a way that that national cohesion is needed for the country in the run-up to the election in these times. On the other hand, we're bringing you live pictures because remaining in the chamber are members of the NDC side of the House and vividly arguing. The Member of Parliament in the Zaneto Rawlings, as well as former Deputy Attorney General Dr. Dominic Ayini, and also I can say Kluche Aveji, etc. But Mayman also joining Eric Egbeta, the President of Parliament, is Alfredo Kanse. And Alfredo Kanse, from the chamber, it looks like many insights there. And we're still having our guests right here in the studio. They promised to stay with us for the next 1 hour before they leave. And then, Alfred, what can you tell us so far? How does it look like? What's your own analysis of or observations about what has transpired so far, Alfred? Alfred. Okay. Now we have Betty Moldidrisu as well. All right. Former Attorney General Betty Moldidrisu, good morning to you. What do you make of all that has transpired so far in Parliament?
Well, I think so far it has been peaceful, and therefore we must thank the, thank the wisdom and the direction in which it is going so far. I see that my majority caucus are extremely delighted at the fact that they have been empowered to enter the chamber, and the other side have asked for time to decide in accordance with what the Speaker says, or Right Honourable Speaker says. So far, so good. Let me emphasize that this is a constitutional matter. It is a matter for Parliament to decide on its own rules, its own processes, the way forward. We want a peaceful resolution. Right Honourable Speaker is in charge, will remain in charge, and all should be guided by the decisions that he gives.
Now, on the very vexed matter, or the matter under substantive inquisition, and then also that will relate to the ruling made by the Speaker, it's brought a lot of controversy, especially also coming on the orders from the Supreme Court. Per your experiences and within jurisprudence and the law, how should it be looked at?
I'm very clear in my own mind and in the mind of the legal committee, the lawyers of the NDC that I chair, that we, the Right Honourable Speaker was right. He was 100% within his rights to declare the 4 seats vacant. And it is sad to say that our Supreme Court has roughly aired, and it's a slide in all the dictates of precedents and judicial decision and judicial norms and practice in what the ruling that they came out with. They were wrong, and we must tell them that they were wrong, and we must get our way forward. This can never happen under an ex parte motion. Certain things should never be allowed to happen. They have never, ever happened in Ghanaian jurisprudence. I've been called to the bar for over 45 years. And in my experience, and those of other who are far more erudite than myself in constitutional interpretation, it just cannot be allowed to stand.
Now, if you look at the substantive matter itself, it will mean that the Speaker will need to make a decision. And that decision could either put the country into further controversy or not. In your position, what should be that decision of the Speaker? when he commences proceedings?
The Speaker will take his own decision, and he's guided by what the law and the Constitution and his own parliamentary rules have said in the past. And I don't think that Right Honourable Bagbo, with his years of experience, will give us any wrong decision in this matter. We in the NDC are prepared to abide by whatever decision our Right Honourable Speaker gives us. We know the way forward, and we are hopeful that that way forward will soon come.
Okay. Importantly, let's look at the substantive issues and the decisions taken by the 4 members of Parliament. And going forward, what should be the guided principles, knowing that it has a greater impact on our democracy, and going for the actions that need to be taken by members of Parliament, whether they want to stay with their caucuses or their parties or defect?
Well, I think that, you know, you can always cross-cut it. You can always decide to go to be independent. You can always decide to join another political party. But you must know the consequences of your action and not come back to Parliament and pretend to represent people who had voted for you because we were of the same political belief. You cannot come back and pretend to represent them. That is trite. That is trite law. And we do not need to go further into that. I don't think that there's any issue there. All of us, both MPP and NDC, we must see the way forward. MPP's constitution clearly says they are automatically no longer members of the party. And I think we must see the way forward. We know the way forward. And we must be advised by that and not plunge the country into this needless chaos we are seeing now. It's not chaos yet, but we are, you know, these needless few days of tension. So I know Right Honourable Speaker will do the right thing. I know our NDC majority side will also do the right thing. I hope that the 4 MPs whose seats have been vacated will also be able to do the right thing. I want to thank you so much, and we will continue this conversation another time, Leonard.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a last question, if you can permit me.
Very last.
Okay. Because you've won 2 caps before, one as a politician and one very much as an attorney general and a key player in our jurisprudence and the law, why do you think this matter has divided public opinion? And this one we're talking about just for ordinary Ghanaians, voters, etc.
Oh, it's normal, isn't it? I mean, we are, you know, this is politics. We are some 6 weeks, 40 days before an election. We are busy out there raising our political beliefs, talking to our people, getting people on each other's sides. So it's kind of normal that the whole country would be poised to do this. I don't want to be, I don't want to raise tension by saying even 1 or 2 choice phrases, but honestly, this should not have happened at this particular point. We are out on the field campaigning. Our people are looking up to us as leaders. Let us be the leaders that we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Betty Moldidrisu is a former Attorney General, Minister of Justice as well, and just when it comes to the issues, seem to have dealt with on the side as a politician, very much so as somebody who plays a key role when it comes to the law as well. Practicing lawyer, former Attorney General. Well, we have to go to Parliament where Alfred Okanse is ready. And Alfred, we've been looking at the live proceedings in the chamber. The MPP led by Afenyo Makin, they've walked out, or not necessarily walked out, they've retired to their offices, so to speak. What do you make of the situation based on your interactions with key members of Parliament and key personalities where you are?
Oh, Ron, thank you. So, as you rightly indicated, the NPP caucus led by Alexander Afenyo Makin have decided to vacate Parliament and go into their offices to wait for the Speaker's arrival. For them, they have also resorted to that position that the NDC caucus also communicated on Sunday during their press conference, that they would only respond to the direction and communication of the Speaker of Parliament. Alexander Penyomarkin, the Hutu member of Parliament, was quite clear when he was addressing the press that he is well aware that the Speaker's office has indeed been served. And so they would expect that the Speaker, with his long years of experience in law, would also acknowledge that service. As to whether that's going to be done, we'll wait to see how the coming minutes ahead of us will look like. We're getting strong indication that the Speaker, as we speak, is on his way, not to Parliament, which is currently being hosted in this temporary location at the Accra International Conference Center, but first to his office that is within Job 600, as has always been the case before he proceeds to Parliament. But the Honourable in addition, the Tamale South Member of Parliament is walking around. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is TV3. This is thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Leader will talk to us. Leader will talk to us. He 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 will talk to us. And I just wanted to find out from you and how proceedings have been so far. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. So yes. So perfect. Okay. We're coming there. So that's Harmed Bisu. We're going to catch up with him in a bit. We understand that they are having a crunch meeting in there. And so he's needed to address the NDC caucus as we speak. He's just, okay, I'll be in a bit. So he's beckoning on us that right after his meeting with the caucus, he would also be speaking to us. So stay with us here on your election command center. Bear in mind, it is because of his petitioning that all of this is playing out as we're seeing. The Honorable ABF Husseini is going to be joining us in a bit. He's a Sagnarugu member of Parliament. We'll have a quick conversation with him as well and how things are playing out. But as we speak, we understand that the leadership of the NDC caucus in Parliament is having a crunch meeting ahead of the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament here in Parliament, Alban Sumana, Prince Bagwin. So we're keeping a close eye on that as well, and we'll tell you exactly how things are playing out. But right now, we do know that there are some filing processes that we've gotten some information that the Speaker's lawyers are going through the filing process to stay the Supreme Court's directive to Parliament. In fact, that's the information that we're getting right now. And so we'll be getting you some more as we go on here on your election command center. But the Honorable ABF Husseini is the Sagnarugu member of Parliament. He's going to be joining us in a bit to have a quick conversation on some of the issues and how things are playing out right now. And then also where that's the NDC MPs as well, the position that they have taken on this particular issue and how things are playing out right now in Parliament. But I can tell you that, as was expected, there are a number of persons, especially journalists across the world, who are here to witness what is going to be happening today. And as was communicated yesterday in the statement from Parliament, some measures, security measures have been put in place here. If you get in, you're thoroughly searched before you get into the Chamber of Parliament. And in fact, as we speak at the moment as well, we've seen a heavy police presence here. The military were here earlier. When I spoke to them, the commander who was leading the group of military personnel here, I met them around the forecourt of the State House. They indicated to me that they were not here for any business related to Parliament. They were here to train and then also to mark the UN Day, which is just 2 days away. So this whole week has a number of activities outlined ahead of the United Nations Day, which is on Thursday. And as a result, they are having to go through these activities as well and how issues are playing out right now. And so at the forecourt of the State House, there is a flag raising ceremony with some military personnel who are with the United Nations detachment. And those are the military personnel that we saw here and they are not, according to them, having anything to do with the business of Parliament. Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini is the Member of Parliament for the Stagnant constituency. He's joining us right now. Honorable A.B.F. Hussaini, thank you so much for joining us here on GD3 live right now. And the NPP caucus have decided to go and wait for the Speaker in their office and leave you here in the Chamber of Parliament. How does that strike you?
First and foremost, let's thank our friend for working so hard and conscientious to uphold the democracy that we have. I want to commend you to continue on that trajectory of holding all of us, I'm not talking of India, all of us accountable to the constitution of this country. That is the only way. But I'm sure that our colleagues on the other side, the minority side, that is the NPP minority, I'm sure they have seen like the hate. Clearly, following Mr. Speaker's visit, which has designated as a majority, we came and guys will find our seat, waiting for Mr. Speaker to come to that place. I'm sure they had to legitimately take their seats on the minority side. I'm not sure whether that was part of the space. That we in the NDC side, by the grace of Allah Almighty, we've sat here today at the majority. We are going to sit there until January 7th, and I believe January 7th we get the requisite majority and continue. So, after we have made this statement that sitting on the majority, this will commence way up to January 7th when we be sworn in. And we'll continue.
I see. And even before the NPP caucus leader, Alexander Fenemakin, walked in, some of them were also occupying the majority side with you as well. So it doesn't look like they've agreed that.
What I know is that it is not uncommon for members of Parliament from the other side to talk about sit with their colleagues. And when you can saw that they were chatting. So I'm sure they came on a chat.
They came to visit.
Yeah, to visit our Partisan and chat. Because they know where they rightly belong.
Where do they belong?
Minority.
They haven't accepted that.
I think that they know that is what they can't say. That is their destiny now. It's been set by law. And they can't do anything about it.
Well, they have taken this matter to the Supreme Court, as you rightly be aware.
So let's wait for the condition. Because as we speak, and I've heard people say that this one should have been jumped as no, it shouldn't. Alfred, we are operating a doctrine of separation of powers, checks and balances, where the three organs of government are independent. None of the organs can dictate to the other organ how you should conduct your proceedings. For instance, Mr. Speaker cannot go and tell the chief judge, take this person to this court or change this judge and put him there. Right? Mr. Speaker has no such authority. Neither can Mr. Speaker go and tell Mr. President, appoint this person as minister or take this action in this ministry. The same way, the Chief Justice has no authority to direct Mr. Speaker about the proceedings of this House. She has no such authority. And if you have listened to all the legal luminaries who are talking, they say that it's an official overreach. That the Chief Justice has gone for a power grab. What she did, she has no authority to do what she has done. But she cannot direct Mr. Speaker how to conduct the business of this House. It's an overreach. So it has no effect. And I can tell you without any item that we are anchored in the belief that the ruling that Mr. Speaker gave is a proper, not just the ruling in terms of the laws of our country, but the practice and the hard fact. Alfred, I just need to draw your attention to the fact that Mr. Speaker making that decision. You saw that he said that he had gone for the notice of poll from the electoral commission. Yes. And the notice of poll presents evidence of hard facts about the change in the status of the aforementioned MPs. And that all their status had changed from
the MPP MPs.
Yeah, the MPP MPs and also the independent. The independent has also transmogrified from an independent to an MPP. Yes. And the MPP also have changed from their party to independent. And so,
including an NDC MP.
Yes, including our colleague Partisan. So, Mr. Speaker said that those are incontrovertible facts. He said that these are incontrovertible facts. And what they are incontrovertible facts, The argument that nobody disputed it.
Right.
Nobody disputed it.
Honorable, appreciate your time on this, and please say we're going to have a quick conversation a lot more on this, but let me remind you, it's still live here on your election command center, live from Parliament. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the Tamale South Member of Parliament, thank you so much. And yes, indeed, but looking at how things are playing out right now from you, and we're live on TV3 right now. But as we speak, the MPP caucus have decided to go and wait in their offices. But
I'm assessing my ground.
The NDC caucus is having a meeting.
Yes, I'm having my consultation. Let me finish. I certainly will speak, but not now.
You will speak.
I will speak, but not now.
But the other one there is indicating that he's going to certainly speak. In fact, as we're talking right now, there are a number of caucus meetings happening in Parliament, that's in the Chamber of Parliament and outside the Chamber as well. He has walked out with his other colleague members of Parliament, having seen a number of them in small groups, having discussions, strategizing on what to do next. So that's what's going to happen right now. We're keeping an eye on how things are playing out here in Parliament on your elections command center. So stay with us, and we're keeping strong and close tabs with how the members of Parliament are positioning themselves. What we do know, in fact, is that the NPP MPs are currently in their offices awaiting the arrival of the Speaker. So that's one that as well that we're keeping an eye on. And approaching the NPP MPs, specifically where they are in the offices, and we'll have a quick word with them, and then also how they are strategizing ahead of the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament. And stay with us shortly. We'll have Samuel Nate George, who's a member of Parliament for the Ningo Pram constituency, who has also clearly communicated what the party's strategy beyond today will be, and that they have resolved to stay the majority in this 8th Parliament. And that is one that both parties have also resolved to do. But as to whether the Speaker would either heed to, or as it were, stand his ground with reference to this directive from the Supreme Court, is one that every one of us is waiting to see and to hear from them as we go on here on your election command center. And so we have some members of in fact, Dr. Kisela Toforsi has also just walked out with 2 members of Parliament, well, who have just gone to our left, are grouping groups of 3 and 4 members of Parliament. It is unclear why they are. But this is one as well that gives us a clear idea of how the NDC MPs themselves are strategizing going forward, and then also to hear exactly what the way forward will be for them. Honorable Murtala Mohammed is seen having a conversation as well with the Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Is one that you'll see all of them in groups. Ahmed Ibrahim, who is also coming in right now with the Bole Member of Parliament, the Bole Bamboy Member of Parliament as well. And in fact, you're seeing a number of them coming through right now. George Pekuri Kitegan as well. Skeposa Member of Parliament is coming through right now. And a number of them have taken position and seeking to hear exactly the one accord, one leadership direction from their leader, Dr. Kisela Toforsi, who has already spoken and communicated to the press what the decision and the direction of the NDC caucus in Parliament will be. They have occupied the majority seat in Parliament, that is the right side of the Speaker, and so we will see whether, based on how the end of the day will be, this particular position they have taken will be one that the Speaker will affirm or otherwise. But we do know that the Speaker's lawyers right now are also preparing to file a defense in challenging the directive and authority and jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in giving this particular directive to Parliament. So this is one that you want to stay with us here on the Election Command Center as we get a lot more of the NDC MPs to speak to, and as well get their views and comments and opinions on how things are playing out right now. And we will have Samuel Natijo joining us right now. Is the Member of Parliament for the Ningo constituency. We want to have a quick conversation with him, gauge the mood ahead of the few minutes we have ahead of us right now here on your Election Command Center to tell you what the members of Parliament, especially the NDC caucus, have decided going forward. But it is also instructive to put across as well that earlier we got information, and in fact, someone at the George is here with us. Is a member of Parliament for the Ningo constituency. Appreciate your time, Honorable. Thank you for joining us here on TV3 live right now. The NPP caucus have decided to vacate Parliament, awaiting the arrival of the Speaker, because they say they are still in the majority because of the ruling by the Supreme Court. Is that one that, as a caucus, you are going to, as it were, accept, or the expectations of the Speaker would be to give a final determination?
Well, the NPP has shown gross disrespect to the Speaker. If the NPP is saying that the Speaker should come and sit in the chair before they come in, that shows gross disrespect. Either about parliamentary standing or customary law. You don't expect the Speaker to come and sit in the chair before you walk. By all parliamentary procedures anywhere in the world, members of Parliament are seated and we rise for the Speaker and the base to arrive. Right now, the NPP minority group in Parliament is trying to tell us that they are bigger than the base of Parliament, that they are bigger than the Speaker of Parliament, so the Speaker should come and sit before they come. What's disrespect? But I mean, it speaks to the arrogance of power, the arrogance that has beclouded their sense of life. For us, we are clear in our minds, but the majority of us has so declared nothing has changed since then. The notices of polls have been put out, and we are going to continue with the ruling of Mr. Speaker.
Well, they say the Supreme Court has said otherwise.
The Supreme Court doesn't determine the business of the House. The business of the House is not under the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Have you seen the Supreme Court tax directive to the executive, to a minister of state or the president? Have you seen the Chief Justice sit and panel? But even when somebody was abusing the executive instruments during COVID, did you see the Supreme Court issue a directive? But Sebi, as they say, he back when an enemy Harry. So he's the one they would disrespect. And I think Parliament itself has contributed to this.
Why is that?
Because Parliament has sat aloof and allowed the judiciary and the executive to not operate for too long. In the case of the LGBTQ bill, Parliament is enjoined by the Constitution, Article 1067, to transmit a bill that is passed by this House straight to Parliament. There is no injunction. So why is Parliament not transmitting the bill? Why has the Speaker not insisted on transmitting the bill? And I stood in the floor of the House and told Mr. Speaker, I said, Mr. Speaker, if the President has asked the Secretary to write a cease and desist warning to you, cause the clerk to also write a cease and desist to the President, that we will not entertain any business. It's quid pro quo. But because we've bent over backwards for them. When you give people an inch, they will take a back. And that's why today, because we have allowed them to do the things they've done, they've become so emboldened that they think it is within their rights to be able to determine to Parliament what we should do.
To the extent that President wrote that letter saying the Parliament don't transmit this bill because there are cases in court, you are expecting that the Speaker would reciprocate that same action?
Absolutely, because there's no injunction. As to speak, is there an injunction against Parliament?
No.
Is there an injunction against Parliament? It's been 8 months since we passed it. Is there an injunction? No. So why has Parliament not exerted its authority? And because Parliament has failed to exert its authority, that's why anybody judges engaged in whatever activism would take the kind of action they take. But Parliament will not be subject to judicial activity.
Well, if you listen to the leader of the NPP caucus, the reason why they decided to resort to the Supreme Court, some have challenged the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in this matter. But he says that to the extent that the Speaker communicated in the manner in which he did, he overstepped his bounds. It cannot be the case that the Speaker can sound as though he is interpreting the Constitution and say that he is only applying the dictates of the Constitution, Article 97(1).
The Speaker did not seek to interpret the Constitution, only allowed by the Constitution enjoins the Speaker to announce the vacancy of a seat. when same is occasion, and then Article 97 gives you the basis on which that vacancy can occasion the death of a member of parliament. So if that has been occasioned, and there's evidence of same from the electoral commission, and the speaker communicates same, what is the Supreme Court interpreting? In fact, the Supreme Court has set its own questions and answers, because the ruling the Supreme Court gave is completely different from the case Afenyo took. Afenyo took a case on Monday, last week Monday, to the court, placed an injunction on the speaker for passing a determination on the status of the form. The Supreme Court only sat on Friday. Meanwhile, the speaker had made the determination on Thursday. So if the speaker had determined on Thursday already the matter before the Supreme Court, what was the Supreme Court ruling on? What have they ruled on? Except they chose to set their own questions and answer their own questions. So now the Supreme Court is the applicant in the case, has been the judge in the case. They can't be judged and everything in their own case. Absolutely not. The Supreme Court can't be a plaintiff.
Well, we saw a number of the MPP MPs as well at the majority side with you seated there. How's it going to end?
Well, they've all vacated. They have no business there. And let's be clear. The issue of majority and minority in this parliament was determined by Speaker Bagwell, not by the vote. And that's why I keep saying that the most unintelligent commentary I have heard, the most unintelligent commentary I've heard so far in this whole conversation is what Mahmoud Bawumia said. When he says that if the NDC wants a majority, to go to the poll. The majority he claimed they have, did he get at the polls? At the polls, they did not get 137. NDC got 137. So where did they get their majority? And those who remember, in January 2021, the speaker was not calling them the majority caucus. He was calling them the MPP group and calling us the NDC group. And so the speaker determined that, okay, upon the CMA's application, he had two routes to take. Either say that every time voting was going to occur, he would count a CMA's votes depending on where he votes, and that would be it. Or he would take the route he took, where he decided to add a CMA's number to theirs to make them the majority. And so it was a ruling from Mr. Speaker that made the NPP 137 become the majority in Parliament. It wasn't the polls. So, but what doesn't know what's happening? And that's why I say the most unintelligent argument. Because what he is asking for, that his claims is defending. He didn't win at the polls. At the polls, he got 137, got 137. That's not a majority. I mean, but I would understand if Dr. Bawumia does not know that 137 is equals to 137. It's the reason why our economy is in a mess.
Talk about Andre Siama. Now that the effect of the Speaker's decision as communicated on Thursday is no more the second deputy.
Yes, we will elect the second deputy.
You're going to elect the second deputy.
We will elect the second deputy.
Conversations have started already?
I believe we're done with that conversation already. When the Speaker comes, we will notify him about it.
You're done with the conversation of who is going to be second deputy Speaker?
Yes. Yes.
You want to give us an indication?
No. We'll do that on the floor.
You're going to announce who the second deputy speaker is today.
It's a process of natural election. Parliament must have two deputy speakers. One from the first deputy from the minority group, and the second from the majority group.
And that's going to be from you, the NDC.
Definitely. Definitely. If they want to put it to a vote, you don't have a problem.
Thank you. Someone George is member of Parliament for the Ningo Program constituency. Give us clear indication of what direction the NDC caucus in Parliament is. This is your election center. We're live with Parliament, giving you every bit of the detail as it plays out on TV3 and also 3 and 92.7. The NDC MPs are the only ones in the chamber right now. The NPP MPs have resorted to their offices, awaiting the arrival of the Speaker. That's what George indicates in disrespect to the Speaker of Parliament, because his entry now, what we are saying, will not witness the NPP MPs here in present, and we'll see against or they come in. That's another issue to look at as well. And so, Roland, you can see how things are playing out right now. We will engage some of the leaders of the NDC caucus in Parliament shortly, but they are resolute that they are in the majority. Roland.
Very much, Alfred Okanse, monitoring events there in Parliament, spoken to a number of key personalities just to get what the mood is. As of now, we know that Afenyo Makin has led the MPP side of the House, the MPP caucus. They have so far retreated to their offices, and the substantive position he holds now is they're waiting for the Speaker to call for proceedings to start, and then we'll have the business of the day. Haruna Idris in your picture there, and a lot of consultation ongoing in Parliament. But substantively, we have to come back to the studio, do a wrap-up, and we're grateful to you, three personalities, for standing with us throughout the period. Indeed, we didn't know that we'll have to travel this far. But Vincent, what do you make of so far the position that has been taken by your side of the House also to make sure that you follow due process?
Well, I think that this is an exhibition of maturity on the part of the majority side of Parliament, led by the Honourable Afenyo Markin. Indeed, we had already indicated, even when I came this morning, that we are not going to give them, going to give to them what they want. We are not going to give in a showdown. We are going to make sure that it is the law that will govern this country. And so, as the leader said, we will leave it to the Speaker for the Speaker today to make a determination whether the process or the ruling that has been filed on him is going to abide by it or not. We all know the consequences for not abiding by the orders and rules from the Supreme Court. But to end with my submission, I hold in my hand the Daily Graphic. What the Daily Graphic, the front page says is that Supreme Court ruling binding on Parliament. Legal experts tell NDC caucus. Supreme Court ruling binding on Parliament. Legal experts tell NDC caucus. And some of the legal experts are Albert Kwashiga, he is a law lecturer and legal practitioner at UPSA. And Samson Ladi. In fact, if you open the page 3,
there's also Esan
Kuma and Justice Abdullah and all. So, my brother, it is never true that almost every lawyer in this country agrees with the side of the NDC. It is never true. Legal experts are saying legal experts are saying that
misquoting you.
Legal experts are saying that the Supreme Court ruling is binding on Parliament, and Parliament has nothing really to do apart from agreeing to what the Supreme Court said. So I was expecting you and your side of Parliament to agree to what the Supreme Court is saying by not occupying the side of the majority side, because the Supreme Court has already stayed the hands of the Speaker. The Supreme Court has... Yes, that's what I'm saying, that the Supreme Court ruling is binding on Parliament. Legal experts are also saying it as in contradiction to what you really said. So the majority side is going to continue with these meetings today. When the Speaker finally gets to Parliament, I'm hoping that there will be precedent engagement, the leadership of the majority side and the minority side. Maybe around that time you might have indication as to the thinking of the Speaker of Parliament is. But to end, please, Mr. Speaker, do not be led into temptation. Do not be led into temptation.
What do you mean by shouldn't be led into temptation?
You should not be led into any temptation.
All right, point made. Your wrap-up comments on the subject. You want to react to him, of course.
Well, I clearly have the opportunity to defend my honor. When I made my submission, I said that legal experts agree with the position of the Speaker. That is what I said. And I don't think that is in any doubt. That had nothing to do with what the Supreme Court has said or not said. And I'm glad that the MPP minority in Parliament has agreed with us that we should all wait for the Speaker and to hear the direction that he is going to pronounce. And you see, nobody wanted a showdown and nobody was calling for a showdown.
Your WhatsApp platform showed you wanted a showdown.
As you concocted.
No.
If there was anyone...
You're saying it's fake?
Yes, he knows that. If there was anyone who did anything untoward, it was another prayer going into the chamber before the appointed time.
You wanted to be an early bird.
And bussing people from his constituency, as we saw in the videos, wearing MPP t-shirts and his t-shirts. So if there was ever going to be a showdown, if anyone was going to disturb the peace, clearly from the evidence available, it was not going to be from our side. both within the chamber and outside of the chamber. And so we are all going to Parliament. From here, I'm heading to Parliament. And we will do what is needful as per what the Speaker is going to come and instruct or announce to the rest of us. We are all law-abiding.
I have this one from a friend who says that what will happen if the Speaker comes in and adjourns Synodine, waiting for the Supreme Court to finish the hearing and determination of the matter substantively?
Well, as simple as that. Then we all go and continue with our campaign.
But the problem is that
whilst we wait for the Speaker to call us back, if it becomes necessary. If not, we will be there and then finish the campaign and see the end of the 8th Parliament.
Okay. You wanted to make
But the problem here is that government business is going to come to a halt.
Okay.
There are a number of bills. You remember the last time we went to Alisa Woto, that's about 2 weeks ago. I am on the same committee with him. We are on the education committee. And we are working on a bill. That bill is supposed to come to Parliament for us to deal with. There are about 8 or 9 bills, even from my own ministry. There is the University of Local Government bill that is pending before Parliament now. I think the first and the second reading has been done, waiting for the consideration stage. All these things won't be done.
That bill has hit the snag.
All these things are supposed to be done. The EPA, I'm told, is still there. The last time I saw it, the last time
is it got to do with that?
Because the education
is it got to do with the
education
substantive
regulatory bill allows it that specialized institutions can be created. Please, the education regulatory bill allows it. Yes. The law allows it. Check the education regulatory bill.
You can't have a university, but why would
the local government ministry have a university?
And I'm saying that the law allows it. The law allows.
I'm not saying the law doesn't. The law does, but
okay.
I mean,
We are the parliamentarians. We are the parliamentarians. We passed this law just 2020.
We said
just this 2020.
How much?
So the point is that it's going to affect government business. I do not think that we should get to that point. 7 December is an election. Is the election day. It means that from January to March, appropriation will have to be done. Expenditure and spending will have to be done. How are we going to do all these things? Well, it is our responsibility to do these things before we go into the election.
We will wait
whether the MPP or in the unlikely event that even the NDC wins, they will need money to be able to spend. If you don't have it, how is it going to happen? So it shouldn't be
that is appropriations for organs of government.
You shouldn't allow that to happen.
I've meaning to ask you this substantive question. Do you think that if, like the last Parliament, the 7th Parliament, 2017 to 2020 or 2021, if the MPP had the majority substantially,
we wouldn't have been here.
They wouldn't have been bothered about
We wouldn't have been here.
This
of course, it happened.
And
in my earlier submission, I mentioned that when it happened to Femina, they allowed it to happen to Femina, not because they had anything to offer, but it was because it had no direct effect on their numbers in Parliament. All right. And that is why I had mentioned the earlier ones that had occurred.
Right.
Those who had moved from being independent into, and I said that what is important to me and why is that the ruling that will be coming from the Supreme Court should have as part of it not just the interpretation, but how to carry out the implementation or execution of the Article 97. Because, you see, there is no execution procedure in it. Unless otherwise I am mistaken. It is just there. It's just as it is. So its execution or its implementation is subject to the interpretation of a speaker who is seated.
Certainly.
His understanding is what is going to lead or influence the implementation of it. So the Supreme Court should do us a favor. As it is about to interpret it, then they should come along with these procedures so that when somebody picks it, it is easy to interpret. Because as it stands, to me, I know that once Cynthia Morrison Honorable is a member of NPP and has declared her stand to go independent, she has automatically forfeited her membership. All right? And I also have the understanding that once the Electoral Commission has printed the notice of poll, all right, it means that Cynthia and her colleagues do not only have the intention to, but rather have actually acted.
Okay.
In absolute terms.
Actions that affect future.
You understand? She bought the form, she filled the form,
It means that her allegiance is now
it's gone.
Tainted, yeah.
It's gone. So I would agree. They have their own interpretation. You understand? When they
Are you saying that it's an interpretation that suits them? So
oh, of course. I mean, Obia will interest. What they are saying.
Okay.
So they have their own interest. Yesterday, when it was not so, they had the different. But you see, Roland, what happened, and the Orafenyo marking
that you're retiring to
the media. To me, that was the only option they had.
You think so?
Of course.
You think he seems to have toned down from his earlier vociferous
He
position?
had no other option but to lead his side out.
Okay.
But to say that it would affect government business, I don't know the procedures in Parliament, but in my view, it won't. Because what I understand is that Parliament needs a certain quorum to operate.
But
if we are still going to meet, do the calculation based on 275 MPs, 1/3 of 275 to form a quorum is about 91.
You need a certain number to.
You understand? If it is 91, I believe that the other side has more than 91.
Right. That's not right.
To be able to push it.
That's not right.
Does Parliament need a quorum to operate?
To have ordinary business.
Does Parliament need a quorum to operate? Yes or no?
Operate, but to pass certain.
First.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That yes.
Yes.
But to pass certain critical.
So it has no effect.
You need a certain number
on government business. Ghana can go on.
But you can't make the decision.
So you mean
that? It's not the first time.
You mean that without the MPP caucus,
government can go on.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, can go on.
So they can.
All right, let me read this. This one is coming from lawyer Richmond Roxon. Let me. We have.
Who's going to?
You can do that.
When you make it.
All right. Thank you very much, Vincent. Thank you for passing through. Dr. Clement Apa, thank you as well. And then also Nanea Sapong, thank you for passing through. We're so grateful.
Hold on.
Okay. All right. So when the camera. Okay, so we can, if you want to file out, you just go through. Yes, okay. Yes, you're done. Thank you so much. Let me just read a couple of.
For an item 13, just like Alan Tremontin.
I mean, I'm on set, so I don't know what is taking place at the background. I think that just.
But definitely to be an item 13.
Some of the. Let me just read this comment. And
it's a 13 you don't want to mention, but anyway.
Lawyer Richmond Roxon says the Speaker informed MPs that 4 MPs had vacated their seats. Simpliciter. The NDC became majority as a result of the Speaker's announcement and ruling. The Supreme Court has made contrary orders. The MPP MPs ought to be in Parliament for the Speaker to communicate his position on the matter pursuant to the order by the Supreme Court. He concludes, if the Speaker decides to act contrary to the order made by the Supreme Court, the applicant knows what to do. He is a practicing lawyer. Very interesting there. Now, going forward also, I have this one from Eric Adade. Eric Adade says, look, we have to be serious as a country. The mood of the country is not right. Public opinion should have been measured in all the decisions that needed to be taken by the organs of state, including the Supreme Court. The Speaker is the one who leads the legislature. Now, if we keep having interferences by the Supreme Court, that doesn't set a good precedent, not only for this Parliament, but for other parliaments to come. A word to the wise is enough. Now, going forward also, I have lawyer Eric who says, now who calls some? If the standoff affects government business, the MPP side is the one trying to stop the Speaker and Parliament from operating. In the United States of America, the opposition is in majority in Congress, and sometimes they shut down government completely, and nobody runs to the court like a crybaby to stop Congress. Okay, and so let me speak to Professor Ainin. Professor Ainin, good morning to you. Good morning to you, sir. Okay. What do you make of all that has transpired so far by way of, in terms of how it contributes or not to the security of the state substantially?
Probably you should repeat your question, because the first part of it was not very clear, and these are dangerous times, so I need to get the question right.
Okay, so a number of actions have been undertaken. Already this morning, we've seen armed military men at the premises of Parliament, and then also a number of actions that have been taken in terms of BIPA security, etc. Party foot soldiers trooping into Parliament and all that. And so my question is very forthright. What do you make of these actions and how they impact national security, so to speak, and national cohesion?
Well, I think the symbolism of what people are seeing on their TV screens and what they are hearing creates a clear impression in people's minds that there is a crisis of leadership and a crisis of authority. In democracies where there is a separation of powers, one expects an elite bargain and an elite consensus around how that power is used and how that power is demonstrated. I think right now in Ghana, it's very clear that there is uncertainty as to who does what and who holds what kind of power. And I think we are stretching these fundamental principles of democracy and of statehood to an extremely dangerous level, in which right now we are on a very sharp knife edge. And the checks and balances that ought to have prevailed so that we don't get to where we are have all been thrown out of the window. You know, for the ordinary people of Ghana, and for where I am now, in the middle of nowhere, you know, who sits on the majority or minority side, and who has the power, whether the Supreme Court or the Speaker, for most ordinary Ghanaians, it's a very esoteric conversation. It is not impacting on their day-to-day lives. It's not impacting on their sense of safety when they get up in the morning to go to farm or to sell, or when they are coming back from church or mosque in the evening. You know, so the conversation and the tensions that are being generated across this country truly is most unnecessary. But pride and expressions of power are now involved in what we are seeing. You see, the democracies are governed by the rule of law and not ruled by law. And it looks to me as if we are being governed by rule of law and not rule of law. And that is creating the insecurities and the fear that we are experiencing. Right now, from some of the videos, and you can correct me, it looks like one party supporters are there right now. If other parties also mobilize their supporters, then I think we are going to see something which is not too nice. Now, we know from history, and particularly around the 7th of January 2021, when uniformed people invaded Parliament, we've never really got into the bottom of that. We shouldn't create an opportunity for that to happen again. So my plea is that the broader interest of why people offered themselves to go to Parliament and hopefully to serve Ghana, which for this particular Parliament has not really been the case, should now guide them as we have just about 6 weeks to an election. Raymond, I'm talking about placing Ghana first because we've seen this Parliament pass some bills that are very disturbing. And certainly, this conversation is shifting us away from the galamsey, which is posing an existential long-term threat to our country.
Yeah.
And this Parliament passed that legislative instrument to allow people to mine in our water bodies. But they also passed that legislation to allow them to flout the traffic rules. And right now, they are behaving in a way bringing our democracy to the very edge and the stability of this country dangerously close to chaos. So what I'm looking for is maturity, discernment, but even more importantly, remembering that when we serve for the greater good of this country. When I speak this way, some of my friends tell me, oh, Kwesi, you are unhinged. Because I want to place Ghana at the center of whatever we do and the decisions that we take. Right now, the larger interest of the state of Ghana and its citizens is in the hands of a few elites who have failed to achieve the consensus towards placing Ghana at the center of their decisions. We need to pull back from the brink. And I am praying that the Speaker places Ghana at the center when he enters the floor or the chamber and makes his pronouncement.
Now, especially when this is happening, you've mentioned one galamsey. In the run-up to the election, which is just, is it less than 2 months away? Thereabout. Okay, or just a little after, over 40 days. How does that send either signal positively or negatively, one, to the sub-regional community and then the international community?
Well, you realize, if I heard you correctly, you know, what is happening, one, is a worry to everybody, both on the sub-region, but also most certainly to the international community. And one of the things that those in Parliament should think about is that the international order has changed, in which were we to get into some misunderstanding or conflict, violent or otherwise, nobody is going to come to our aid. Because in terms of the geopolitical calculus, we don't matter. So we should be guided by what is happening elsewhere. If we continue down this slippery slope, and you see, we've struggled for 32 years to get to where we are. To destroy it, it's very easy. If we are not so guided by what is happening elsewhere, and what is our own grander national interest, we make the mistake of thinking that, oh, everybody is watching, this is important for discourses around democracy elsewhere, and we are going to fight amongst ourselves. If the fight breaks out, nobody is coming to save us. Nobody.
Okay.
I think we need to be guided by what is in the larger interest of the Republic of Ghana.
If you take a look at how the MPs, on one hand, in terms of both sides, tend to do the interactions, and there seems to be some level of camaraderie. But then in their posture and communication to the public, they seem to be creating a posture of being at loggerheads, some level of animosity, etc. Do you think it sends some negative signals to the citizenry who could be using this as a premise to behave differently? And so that could affect national security in the run-up to the election?
Well, yes. You know, we've always pleaded for politicians to behave in a manner that does not create confusion in the minds of the followership. Because the masses of followers see on television and then hear all the robust arguments and the shouting and the insults, and they presuppose that that is how politics is done. We never see the pleasant moments and the light-hearted moments where there is joking, patting of the back, hugging, having a drink together, eating together, going to each other's weddings, you know, funerals. We don't see those things. You know, politics is about perception. And right now, the perception in this country is that politics is a game of animosity, of mistrust, of abuse, and of violence. Okay? Right now, with only 6 weeks to the election, what is happening has only fed into these perceptions. Okay? And it will be useful, and I think it's actually very critical that we move from that point. Even before this hula baloo, the December 7th election was about Ghana's survival, was about doing politics in a different way, was about choosing a new set of leaders who would move us from the catastrophic experiences that we have had the last couple of years to a process or to a period of peacefulness, of economic growth and development, and more stability. But it is clear from what we are seeing that these expectations from the public are very far from the minds of the people that we have voted to pass the laws to move this country to a totally new level of development.
All right. Now, if you have to give the best security advice, based on your experience, I've interacted with you for the better part of my career, and I know that you just don't work physically, you also work covertly as well. What would be the best political security advice to the government, the ruling party, and the opposition party?
Look, can you repeat your question? There's a lot of noise behind you, so it's very difficult for me to hear.
I'm saying that I know that because of the type of work you do, your interactions are varied. Your sources of information are varied. If you have to give the best security and political advice to the government of Ghana, the ruling party and the opposition party, what would it be? Especially at this time and in the run-up to this election.
Well, it's very simple. Actually, two things. Remember why you got into politics and who you are serving. Now, you are not serving yourself. You are serving the people of this country. That's number one. Number two, when you let us slip down this slippery slope and it gets out of hand,
you will not escape yourself. Think about yourself. Think about your children. Think about your children's children. None of us will be able to survive this. We have a very short time to pull back from the brink. And this afternoon will be a test of our discernment, maturity, and hopefully our love for this country. These are dangerous times, and I'm hoping that we will demonstrate the leadership and the sacrifices that are necessary so we can go for this election as peacefully as possible.
Thank you very much. Professor Emmanuel Kwesi, and he is a security expert and a political analyst as well of international dimension, I have to say, and still works in the sector, consulting the sector variedly across the world. And it's very important we emphasize that he's contributed to Ghana's security, governance, transparency, and political discourse, the better part of his international professional life. I also do know that we have the latest reports coming in from our correspondent, including Alfred Okanse in Parliament, Eric Egbetan, and the rest of the crew, that the Speaker has arrived. We'll show you live pictures, as you can see. And it's a live coverage of today's sitting in Parliament, and you would know it's premised on the last, which following that adjournment. And during that sitting, the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagbing, made a ruling, and in relation to Article 97, did say 4 members of Parliament, because they have filed to contest, or they have made a decision to contest as either independent candidates or for the current Member of Parliament for Fomena, who is an independent candidate, an independent Member of Parliament contesting for the MPP, should not hold themselves as members of Parliament. While that is not premised or is a follow-up to an already earlier ruling in 2020 by the former Speaker, Professor Michael Quay, he does his understanding that ruling holds, the one that he made last week. Subsequent to that, we've had a number of actions that have been taken by both sides of the House. First, the MPP side of the House, majority, they say they still hold that position, led by Afenyo Markin, addressing the media varied occasions, insisting that they are still the majority, that the Speaker did not follow due process. They have filed a substantive case in court for the Supreme Court to make an interpretation of Article 97, among others, and subsequently, within that period, had petitioned the Supreme Court for an order, and that order being agreed to by the Supreme Court, saying the Speaker should hold his horses literally. Now, we expect the Speaker to preside over today's sittings. The question is, will the Speaker make a pronouncement that is at variance to what the order of the Supreme Court is? We will again furnish you with what the order of the Supreme Court is on the screen very soon. You're watching live pictures from Parliament, the seat of the Speaker, not yet occupied, but he is, or he has just driven into the precinct or premises of Parliament. Now, following the actions of the MPP side, we have the Kesil Atufosin's NDC caucus. Now, this is the Speaker arriving. Live pictures we're bringing to you in anticipation that subsequently we're going to have after some few minutes or deliberations, as is the norm in Parliament, with the leadership of both caucuses of the House, an entry of him into the chamber for proceedings to start. When it starts, we'll bring you that live in earnest. Election 360 will take care of that. But more so, in the chamber, we have the norm being that on the left side, we'll have the majority side of Ghana's parliament sitting. On the right side, the minority side of Ghana's parliament sitting. That is if you are standing at the public gallery. Now, what we have reported to you, brought to you live, is that the NDC caucus in Parliament have occupied the majority side of the chamber of Ghana's Parliament. Hearing, we also do know, following that announcement, the MPP side have withdrawn or gone to their offices, to their chambers, awaiting the start of proceedings. We have spoken to various experts, security, governance, members of parliament, lawyers, etc. And the clarion call is a certain determination is needed. The views are varied or mixed. Some insist that the Speaker of Parliament should make sure he still insists by his ruling. We don't know whether that will mean that he is defying the orders of the Supreme Court. And these are fluid situations we're painting to you. Let me just read a couple of comments as well, because these are live pictures we're bringing to you. So, Lawyer Kakri Isamwa says, under the law in Ghana, the order by the Supreme Court, being an order for the stay of execution of the decision of Speaker Bagbin, is automatically stayed for 7 days before the party that applied for it can enforce it. By asking his lawyers to file a motion to stay the orders of the Supreme Court, Speaker Bagbin has made double sure that the Supreme Court order cannot be enforced now by law. The mere filing of Speaker Bagbin's application, freezing the original court's order until Speaker Bagbin's motion has been disposed. I'm reading this because what we're getting from the news wires, not fully confirmed, but from our sources, is indicating that Speaker Albert Kingsford Sumana Bagbin has instructed his legal team or lawyers to file processes to vacate the ruling of the Supreme Court. The latest we are getting, not yet confirmed, this is just unconfirmed report. We will confirm that report indicating that Speaker Bagbin has instructed his lawyers to file processes to vacate the ruling of the Supreme Court. If that is confirmed, we will let you know as well. Fluid situation, and we'll get back to you. But in the House, the NDC caucus or side of the House have remained seated on the majority side of the chamber. What are the implications? Election 360 will deal with this variedly but also comprehensively as your election command center. Martin Esiedu Date. The rest of the team will be up to the task, certainly. Now, we will do a few of the confirmations for you, hand over to the Election 360 team, and then you'll get to know. Now, let's also give you a recap of what Apanyo Makin, leading the MPP caucus of the House, and what he said.
MPP is for peace. MPP is for peace. MPP is for peace of Ghana. We will not allow anybody to disturb the peace of the country. It is a notorious fact that we remain the majority caucus of this parliament. You, the media, must add your voice to the advocacy to compel our colleagues to respect the fidelity of the law. I have heard a respected colleague on their side, Honorable Dr. Ayini, calling on Mr. Speaker to respect the Supreme Court decision. If that is true, then that's a noble call from him. Dr. Ayini is somebody I respect because of his respect for the law. I believe that moderates on the side of NDC will prevail on the horse in their party to call them to order. So I would want to thank you for being with us. We are leaving this chamber peacefully into our offices. I wait Mr. Speaker's arrival, and if he calls leadership and we do pre-sitting discussions, we'll take it up from there. But for now, that lawless theater will not share with them, because Ghana, our country Ghana, is bigger than any one individual. So we would want to, at this point, sing our party's anthem to let you know who we are. Colleagues,
we are the new patriotic party, the elephant is irreversible. We are born to save Ghana. The elephant is irreversible. We are born to save Ghana.
You're still live on TV3. This is our continuous coverage of developments in Parliament today, and you'll recall that the last few days have been quite dramatic in the House of Legislature following a decision by the Speaker, Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagbin, to declare 4 seats vacant, and that has thrown up a number of very controversial decisions and positions shared by various political actors. Now we are being told that there is a possibility of a constitutional crisis arising from that decision. The Supreme Court has stepped in, but people disagree with the Supreme Court's position, and today seems to be where it all comes to an end. The Speaker of the House is in the chamber as we speak, or is just about entering the chamber. We'll go there right in the next few minutes to get a feel or a sense of what's happening. Mind you, before we came to this chapter of the coverage, the minority, well, I'm not going to be using minority or majority of this moment because the Speaker's position will help to determine that for us. However, one of the caucuses in Parliament, that's the NPP side, decided to yield the final decision and authority to the Speaker, who is yet to meet with the members of Parliament and make his position known. However, the NDC side actually went in early, sat down at the majority side, which is the right-hand side of the Speaker, and have sat there throughout up until now that we speak. In fact, when the NPP went into the chamber, they realized that majority of the seats on the majority side had been taken by the NDC. Because of that, they decided not to stay in the House. Apenyo Marking, who is the leader of the NPP caucus in Parliament, described it as a lawless act in the chamber and that they were not going to be a part of it. Following that decision, they say they are leaving the chamber to go to their offices and await the Speaker to join them. Then after, they will get to know what to do. You would also recall that when the Speaker gave his order, some have said it is not an order, it is not a ruling, he just spoke what the law says or what the Constitution says. The day he declared the 4 seats vacant, the NPP decided to walk out of Parliament after a heated exchange between Apenyo Markin and Speaker Bagbin. That was when the MPP left the House. Now they've gone back to the House, awaiting the Speaker. And so in the next few minutes, we'll cross over to Alfredo Kanse and Eric Mauna Egbeta, who are our men stationed in Parliament for us, following the fact that today we are bringing you extensive coverage of what will happen. It interests me personally, and I'm sure many of you, to know that as part of building the democratic process, these are some of the curves and potholes on that road to help us consolidate what we are doing as a nation. Very young democracy, and we are hoping that all of these things will contribute in strengthening what it is that we intend to live by, which is the Constitution and the democracy that we all are hoping for. So my colleagues will be joining me in studio in the next few minutes, as well as we try to ensure that we have a firm connection to the guys in Parliament. Joining me now will be my friend and colleague who has also been following this particular development very keenly, Joseph Akablay. He's joining us in studio. Also, Kemini Amano will also be part of the team here. So we all dissect and help you also follow the discussions and conversations in Parliament. On your screens now are the NDC side, who are currently, as we speak, sat at the right-hand side of the Speaker's desk, which is supposed to be occupied by the majority. So to put it bluntly, the NDC, insisting that they are the majority, have actually occupied the majority side of Parliament. Another interesting thing to note is that the names of the NPP MPs that were on the desks are still there. So you have an NDC MP sitting behind a desk that has an NPP MP's name. And it's interesting. So what was expected, if the Speaker's ruling was anything to go by and had stood throughout the weekend, by now all those changes would have been effected, where the names of the NDC MPs would have been moved to one side. So now we see on your screens this very moment, Alexander Afenyo-Markin and the NPP whip all walking into the chamber. They are going definitely to try and consult with the Speaker. As to whether they will sit at the left side of the Speaker, we will find all of that out in a jiffy. And we're happy that you are with us, your Election Command Center, as we see all of this unfold right before our very eyes. And like I indicated, we also have men deployed to Parliament to give us the on-ground perspective of issues arising. Earlier in the day, for those of you who may not have been following from the very beginning, earlier, there were some military deployment. So you can see that one side of the chamber is totally empty. It's like both sides are avoiding it like a disease. They don't want to go there just in case the Speaker's position confirms what they do not want to hear. However, we will definitely come to an end in the next few hours, hopefully, when Speaker Bagbin makes a final order or gives a position on it. Because he's still expected to be bound by the Supreme Court's position, which was that he should stay his decision of the declaration of some 4 seats vacant. Right, so we would definitely be bringing you some further and better perspectives on today's development, and via your Election Command Center, be part of the conversation in the comment section. Let us know what your thoughts are, and we're happy that you've listened through all over the weekend and to major shows that we've had here on TV3. We've had lawyers, we have experts, we have former members of Parliament, current members of people have shared varied views on what all of this means for our democracy. You also have an opinion. Let's get it heard on our various social media platforms. So joining me now, we have Joseph Akablay with the Political Desk. He's with me in studio now for a quick chat. Thank you, Joseph, for joining us. First of all, I know that you're going to be walking us through the current developments in Parliament via the numbers route. But what do you make of the developments from morning up until now, and someone who's also been following it keenly?
I mean, I think it's been very interesting, and it's something that we all saw happening. The reason being that right from Thursday, you had the MPP take an entrenched position when the Speaker delivered his ruling. The MPP are taking the view that, well, they disagree. You had the majority leader go on a tirade, take on media practitioners and other individuals, insisting that they refer to him as the majority leader. On Friday, the matter ended up in court. When they went to court and the court delivered its decision, very interesting decision that effectively said that, look, they are putting on hold the decision of the Speaker of Parliament. We again saw the MPP proclaim its majority once again. The NDC MP, some of them put on Twitter, now X, some put on Facebook to make the point that, look, we are still the majority side and we insist. It came as no surprise that on Sunday, they addressed a news conference where Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen was introduced as the majority leader at that particular press conference. And so with that happening, the stage was very clear, and what we all looked out for was what was going to happen on Tuesday, and that is what we've seen play out today. I mean, the MPP whip, the leader, the whip on their side, managed to get into the chamber early, but he couldn't have his numbers occupy their side of the house. And so we've seen the situation occur where the two disagreements is what is still persisting now. Who is the majority side of Parliament? And that is how come we look at this graphics here we've been using for a while now since this whole discussion started, because it tells an interesting story, and we keep it as before declaration because this was what Parliament has been since 2017. The NDC having 137 seats, the MPP 137 seats, and the independent member of Parliament for Famina, Andre Siama, making the composition of Parliament. And so this is how it was before the Speaker of Parliament was asked to intervene. And once the Speaker intervened, things changed, and so now the parliamentary makeup became this way: 136, 135, and we explained again that there was no need for a by-election simply because of the fact that it was less than 3 months to a general election. So that is how come there was no talks of by-election within the period that the Speaker made a declaration. Now, what the Supreme Court did effectively took us a step backwards from this. And this was the situation now. So back to this particular point of view. So now the disagreement between the MPP and NDC is that the MPP believes that this is how Parliament looks like, whereas the NDC say, no, this is how Parliament rather looks like. Yeah. And so which one is going to abide by is what we are looking out for. And the Speaker of Parliament is the critical answer in all of this. Because, Martin, you recall, when this Parliament took off, there was that same disagreement, because the NDC are taking the view that because it says the parties that have the majority of the seats, they said the independent candidate could not just join to form the majority. Certainly. And it took the Speaker of Parliament coming in to address and announce that the MPP side constitutes the majority for cool heads to prevail in that particular instance. So it's a very similar situation that we have here, and that is what they are looking out for in terms of what will happen there.
Certainly, and we will see how it plays out. And it also should be of interest to those who are watching that even though the NDC is now majority as they claim, their numbers are still very slim. It's just by one. Yeah. And the other challenge the NPP side of Parliament has is that they are unable to marshal all their members to the House. So if there should even be a decision, the Speaker, for instance, says there should be a vote, they wouldn't have the numbers because some of them are serving as ministers, some of them are out of the jurisdiction, some of them are out of ministerial duties. So it will be difficult for the NPP.
In fact, some of them are actually unwell. There's an MPP member of Parliament who, you remember, during one of the key votes on the E-levy, he had to be brought into the chamber in an ambulance. He was actually a minister. Eventually, he resigned from office as minister. And so that is also an individual who has not been seen in Parliament for a while. So it means that, assuming this particular whole back and forth comes down to a vote, we can trust that it may not go in favor of the governing New Patriotic Party because of the numbers challenge.
Absolutely. And it's also difficult for them to, like you indicated, bring in almost everybody they will need. The NDC, on the other hand, seem to have the laxity of just waiting to see what would happen. As to whether the Speaker, so that the outcomes we are all expecting are pretty minimal, which is that it will boil down to two things. The Speaker can just agree with the Supreme Court to stay the execution of the order, which is that, okay, Parliament should return to the status quo. NPP has 138, NDC has 137. We leave it at that. Or he would then also insist, based on what he understood the Constitution to be, that as Speaker of the House, I still go by the directive I have given. So we are going to allow the NDC to be majority. And that's going to be very, very debatable, looking at how things are playing out. But the icing on the cake for me, and I like what has happened in the last few hours, is that in as much as there's disagreements and, you know, very vitriolic comments being made, no fisticuffs, no, you know, heckling. It's been verbal so far, and we're hoping that it stays that way. So many have condemned the fact that in the very early hours of today, they sent some military deployment to the precincts of Parliament. They are currently, we are told, have been asked to leave, which should be. Parliament, I believe, should be allowed to do their own business, although then again, we respect that they are matured people and should know what to do. But there is a speaker who we are praying has the capacity to superintend over, a very proper development in the House today. So this is our continuous coverage, like we indicated, that we'll be bringing you live coverage of developments in Parliament. And you can also see on your screens that some desks are being moved by the NDC MPs. As to what exactly it is they are moving those desks for, we are unable to tell. But in a jiffy, we'll be joined by Eric Mawana Egbeta and Alfred Okanse, who are our men in Parliament, to give us a sense of what exactly the feeling is like now that Speaker Bagbin, or Speaker Alban Bagbin, has also joined the members of Parliament. And I indicated also that the NPP are just around the corner. They are within the precincts of Parliament and say they will not go to the chamber to sit on the left-hand side, which is supposed to be for the party or parties that form the minority. They will not sit there and are unsure of where to sit at the moment because their seats have been occupied by the NDC, who say they are majority. So if Eric Mawana Egbeta and Alfred Okanse are ready and can hear us, would want to quickly hand over to them to also give us a sense of on-ground experience and things they are picking up regarding what the expectation will be now that Speaker Bagbin has arrived. A few minutes ago, we also showed you his arrival in the convoy where we saw him come in a number of vehicles to the interest and excitement of the NDC side. So, Eric Mawana Egbeta, thank you for joining us. We see that you are in the chamber. Take it away. Tell us what's been happening in the last few minutes since the arrival of the Speaker.
Right. So, Martin, all calm and collected. Thus far, as we've seen, you're still getting live shots. A while ago, it wasn't still quite clear what the movement of those decks were for, but like you've been seeing all throughout the morning, the NDC caucus have been occupying that majority side. We understand as well, we've shown videos suggesting evidence rather of the arrival of the Speaker. What is customary in terms of happenings here in Parliament is once a Speaker arrives, it's expected to be pre-leadership meetings of some sort, which will pave the way for the session to begin. That has always been customary, and that is also expected to take place again today. But we do not get the indication just as yet if the NPP caucus are a part of that particular meeting, which is expected to take place even before the Speaker can make his way to the floor of the House for proceedings to begin. I did reference the order paper, which we had seen a lot earlier, which didn't suggest in any way or form any intervention by the Speaker in relation to all of this parts, which has got the entirety of the country watching with keen eyes what happens here today. What we understand has been coming through over the last few hours is an indication of the fact that we are getting the sense that the Speaker's lawyers are also seeking to head to that same forum where that stay was granted the majority or the NPP caucus, who are, based on that particular Supreme Court's decision, seeking to also occupy the right-hand side of the Speaker today. And so that is what we get. Still, a lot of the NDC MPs seated on the majority side, quite comfortable. No clear indication as to they wanting to move anytime soon. We mentioned that if it was the case that in the morning when both sides or both caucuses were seeking to occupy that right-hand side, if it was the case that the seats were all taken, then there was a likelihood that we could see some of the seats being moved from the minority side towards the majority side for all of them to occupy. But that's not happened. We've heard Apenyo Markin speak to the fact that they will remain in their offices until the Speaker arrives. We've heard Sam Nate George describe that as disrespectful because they are seeking to have the Speaker arrive before they will arrive. But amongst the many things we've been hearing, release officially from the office of the Speaker of Parliament in relation to a release which is challenging some rumors and impasse in Parliament. The Speaker's office or Parliament has been reacting strongly to those suggestions and making it quite clear that no such meeting has taken place and that it should be disregarded. That's one of such many letters or releases that's come through from Parliament. In fact, we're also very much aware, as of this morning, of a memo to a department in Parliament seeking to question how the votes of proceedings was made available and presented at the Supreme Court last Friday, which granted the majority or the NPP caucus, and we continue to make the case that between here and now until that final determination, there will be once a while these occasional slips as to being able to officially determine which side is the majority. But there is a memo which was cited, which is seeking to question how the votes and proceedings made its way to the Supreme Court. I was so quite not clear what all of that would mean, but it does appear that there is some questioning because based on what we understand in terms of parliamentary proceedings, the Hansard which was presented during that Supreme Court sitting on Friday, which sought to grant the stay, was not an official document because it's per what we understand is expected to go through votes and proceedings where corrections and other things possibly could be made to it before it could be seen as official, yet it made its way to the Supreme Court. And so we'll seek to get some clarity a bit later on from that as well in relation to how all of the things pan out any moment from now. But the presumption is that that free sitting meeting should be taking place any moment from now. We've seen Kennedy Ohene Japan, Sassin Central MP, come around as well. We've seen just a handful, one or two NPP MPs come around as well. Even as the leadership has made the point that they will be in their offices awaiting the arrival of the Speaker. And then, if we heard Afenyo Markin quite clearly, he mentioned categorically that they will be awaiting the Speaker to arrive. If he does call a meeting, they will be present to be a part of that meeting for conversations to proceed in that regard. And so the expectation is that that meeting should take place. That meeting will, amongst many other things, also seek to iron out a lot of the differences and whether or not if anybody is headed to court after the Supreme Court ruling on Friday, the 5-0 ruling on Friday, that will also be communicated. And if there are any further injunctions on the stay, or if there's a stay on the stay from Friday, that as well will be communicated. But for now, it's unclear just as yet exactly what is happening. But you see, if the live feeds are still coming through, you'd see that a lot of the NDC MPs continue to remain seated, awaiting really the arrival of the Speaker, and nobody in a hurry at all, as they have all of today to be able to bring to conclusion what many of you watching at home have anticipated to be a showdown of some sort. Like Martin, you mentioned, thus far, it's been a contest of words and ideas and very little of fists. Hoping for same has been the clarion call from a lot of organizations. We've heard a lot of lawyers speak in the lead up to today who make the argument that Parliament will have to contest the ruling of the Supreme Court at that same forum. We've got indication that that is the case. As to whether or not official confirmation will come through for us, we're waiting that. But the brightest of indications suggests that same is being done by the Speaker of Parliament. And so that's what we know thus far, even as we continue to await exactly what will happen here, even as the entirety of the country really continues to wait upon the arrival of the Speaker, because the minority, or the NPP rather, makes the case that they have nothing to do. The Director of Legal Affairs of Parliament has been served, and what they are awaiting is for the Speaker's direction. We've had Alexander Afenyo speak elsewhere and make the case quite strongly that if the Speaker is in the majority position, they would have nothing to do but to walk out. They've demonstrated that for starters, in deciding to be in their offices until the Speaker arrives. We are waiting to see exactly what happens again in terms of the expectations going forward, Martin.
Right. And Eric, thank you for that succinct report from the chamber. We can see the developments behind your activities behind you as well. Talk to us about the size of the place, and I'm asking this question in the context of the fact that if the Speaker enters the chamber and assumes his seat, the NPP caucus would have to come in. However, we know they wouldn't want to sit on the left-hand side of the Speaker before the Speaker, gives his determination, whether in their favor or otherwise. So, where are there spaces for them to stand to listen to? You think?
It looks like there'll be more than enough. It looks like there'll be more than enough space in terms of that area behind the majority seated area or the majority seated area. It looks like there'll be more than enough space, even if they decide to want to drag chairs. A number of them will be able to drag chairs. A number of them will be able to stand. That's what it's looking like, really. The fact that nobody will want to initially concede in wanting to occupy the minority position until the determination of the Speaker. That appears to be, for both sides, it will be an admission of defeat somewhat. And so they've continued to maintain their resolve and be on the majority side. But there will be enough space as to whether or not they will want to come and stand behind the NDC MPs is another question altogether, and it's another thing that we'll have to seek to find out. The symbolism has been one thing. A lot of what we're seeing really from a lot of the political communicators has more to do with the symbolism. Yes, there's a lot of government business to be done, and all throughout the week we've been walking, or throughout last week and early part of this week, we've been walking viewers at home through the series of business expected for Parliament, particularly during its dying days. It does look like it's not just going to be business as usual, and that there is a lot for them to do. Even on the order paper today, if I could just walk viewers through that this particular morning, what we are expecting from the order paper as we have it, even as of now, is that after the national pledge, which was a part of the new standing orders, formal communication by the Speaker, and so that's been captured now. The formal communication by the Speaker has been captured as well. Correction of votes and proceedings. We're expecting motions on the second reading of bills: the Ghana Boundary Commission Bill 2023, the Social Protection Bill 2023, and then third reading stages of the Environmental Protection Bill 2024 and the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana Amendment Bill 2024. And all of these are expected to be taken today. And so let nobody deceive you really into the arguments that there is no real business left for this 8th Parliament to conduct. Hence, it might not be anything significant if either side of the House should be declared as majority. It does appear that there is considerable work to be done. In fact, there is third consideration of third readings, and then amongst many other things as well, a lot more expected on the floor of the House. At the commencement of public business as well, presentation and first reading of bills, which will include the pre-tertiary education amendment bill as well, will come before the House. The free senior high school bill, the free secondary education bill, which the government has suggested will come before them, that's as well expected to be mentioned on the floor of the House today. And so a lot in terms of business is expected on the floor, at least based on what we're seeing from the order paper today. But of considerable notice as well is the fifth item on the order paper, which is a formal communication by the Speaker. That should, amongst many things, have, amongst other things, the detailing as to whether or not the majority-minority position will change, but as well the budget will be expected to be presented. That will be the first quarter budget for next year in awaiting the next administration, whether it will be an NPP administration or an NDC administration or a new force administration or a movement for change administration. There will be a budget for the first quarter as well. And then there is that crucial Supreme Court 2 nominees who are expected to either be approved or disapproved, really, by this particular parliament. And so critical business, Martin, expected on the floor. And even if the other paper for today is anything just to go by, you should get the indication that there is a lot to be considered, and why outside of the commentary of symbolism and how it will be symbolic for one side, particularly to want to stake a claim to be it goes beyond that. There is quite serious business on the floor to be conducted, Martin.
Eric, Marina Egbeta, thank you. I'll come back to you also to find out. We know that the speaker came in. He probably is in caucus. We told his lawyers also went to passed through the Supreme Court to get some consultation with the judges, that is, if they were there. However, I'll come back to you to tell us what exactly is happening now. We saw the leadership of the NPP side come back into the chamber. I'm sure they are meeting with the speaker. Maybe you can snooze around to see what you can get for us regarding that meeting when we come back to you in the next few minutes. I still have Joseph Akable with me. Yeah, so, I mean, thanks to Egbeta and the team in Parliament, we have an idea of what's happening at the moment.
I mean, very interesting points Marina makes. And one of the issues that has come up strongly has to do with the votes and proceedings from last Thursday's hearing. And you heard Marina make reference to the memo that had been seen on social media suggesting that some official in Parliament was being questioned about how they made that particular memo available. Now, the context is found in the presentation that Marina did from the other paper. You realize that normally after the prayer and all of that, the first major item the House deals with is correction of the votes and minutes from the previous hearing. Now, on Thursday, when Parliament had a hearing, and the Speaker delivered his ruling, there was no hearing on Friday.
Right.
Which meant that the vote and proceedings from Parliament's hearing on October 17, when the Speaker delivered his ruling, has not been corrected and approved by the Speaker of Parliament. Nonetheless, in the processes that were filed in court by the majority leader, it had the vote and proceedings of Thursday attached to that particular proceedings. In fact, if you read the Supreme Court judgment, the Supreme Court referenced that particular vote and proceedings and said that it shows that the Speaker, per the conversation that took place before he delivered the ruling, was aware of the fact that there was a pending matter in court. And so that formed part of the court's decision to grant the request made by Alexander Afenyo-Markin and proceeded to issue the orders that it's issued against Parliament and allowing for the recognition to be given. And so it's no surprise that this has come up quite strongly, because ordinarily this is their first sitting since that decision. So they should ideally be looking at those votes and proceedings today. But we know that some way, somehow, those votes and proceedings have ended up in court. And so that has also come as a big problem that at the parliamentary service, the one way or the other, they have to deal with it in terms of their own process. We are learning again that there's the possibility that they may be going to court, the Speaker's lawyers. In fact, over the weekend, we heard the former Deputy Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayine, make the point that, well, he had heard or gotten the understanding that the Speaker's lawyers may go to the Supreme Court to try and put that court's decision on Friday on hold. And if they succeed to file those processes, then the expectation will be that it will mean that the status quo prior to that decision is what will persist, i.e. the 136, 135 will be what will be maintained. But, Martin, we are having all of this conversation because we've not had a situation like we have here on this particular screen here. I mean, in times past, this will not have been an issue at all. I mean, in simple terms, whatever party that is in power would have had a comfortable majority such that if you are losing 4 seats or anything, it shouldn't be a problem at all.
Okay, so not to cut you, but on your screens live right this moment, we can see that the Speaker is expected in the chamber any time soon, and the NDC side. So yes, that is the NPP caucus, or the leadership of the NPP that went in to speak with the Speaker. Walking at us, Alexander Afenyo-Markin with his right hand in his pocket. The NDC side are waving at him. He's giving them a wry smile. We do not know what has happened in that conversation with the Speaker, but the smile, if it is anything to go by, tells you that some amicable resolution has been arrived at, but we only can wait to hear the Speaker deliver it. And exchange of pleasantries between the NDC, I beg your pardon, the NPP leader, that is Alexander Penyomakin, exchanging pleasantries with some of the other members of the House. And you know, so like they keep saying, it goes beyond the acrimony we almost always see when politicians meet. They have the disagreements, but beyond the disagreements, they are very much, as Ghanaian as you and I, they are very much, you know, close and are friends. Some are mates, some are colleagues from church, etc. So they all have a certain background that binds them together. But for the political interest, they ordinarily wouldn't have been having those kind of bickering that we see every now and then. So that is Ken Ejapon, one of the loud mouths when it comes to political activism and also parliamentary business. So he's part of the leadership that went in to caucus with the Speaker of the House. So as it stands, we probably in the next few minutes see the Speaker walk into the chamber to probably arousing applause from the NDC side, who actually are also waiting, just like everybody or every Ghanaian watching TV3 at this moment and listening to 3FM at this moment, to see what exactly, or to hear what the Speaker will be delivering. And you could also tell that they came prepared, holding the flag of the Republic and already hoisting it in anticipation of the arrival of the Speaker. So maybe while we all wait for the Speaker and, you know, in anticipation of what it is that he will be telling the Ghanaian public via our representatives in Parliament, we can take you down memory lane. I doubt if we can get that on your screens, but the conversation we are also going to be having has to do with the swinging of majority hold or the control of majority in Parliament. And it is one of the key reasons why we are here today. One side has to be a majority, and over the years, we know that the side that has had majority has almost always formed the government or had the executive. But in the current Parliament, which is the 8th Parliament, that seemed not to have been the case entirely. Just that by virtue of the numbers game, the NPP had +1 that made them the majority, and they had the executive as well. And so if that is anything to go by, then it means that the conversation we are about to have now should be very important to you, so we get to see how that plays into the Speaker's final determination, and also going into the next election, why it is important for a side to have majority. And maybe just hand over to Joseph to walk us through, or to talk us through, how since '96 the majority has swung from left to right, and currently we seem to be in a deadlock of a sort.
I mean, Martin, is the reason for this entire discussion and this problem today. I mean, if we had the situation that we've had before 2020 occur again, it would have meant that the MPP would not have been bothered with what was happening in Parliament at all. Because over the years, the party that forms government tends to have a greater control over Parliament. And so the highest level of control that we've seen in the Fourth Republic occurred in 1996, where the NDC had 131 seats, with the MPP having 63 seats in Parliament. The PCP had 5, and the PNC having 1 seat. And so we have a difference of 70 between the MPP and the NDC. And so that was very easy for the NDC, then led by Chairman Jerry John Rawlings, to control Parliament and control matters. And so in this particular instance, if we had this situation and say 4 seats have been declared vacant, it would not have been a problem at all. Yeah. But unfortunately for them, this is the situation where we have on our hands in 2020, where you have 137, 137. Basically, there's no difference between the MPP and the NDC. The only reason the MPP formed the majority was because of the role of the independent candidates. So when we come back and compare to the highest level of control in 1996, you see here a difference of 70 between the NDC and the MPP. And so this meant that it was not a problem at all. And this is how come we are where we are today. Because if the MPP managed to take a good control of Parliament, we would not have had the matter end up in court. They could have done or given up the 4 seats, and they will simply move on.
Still be majority.
They'll still be majority. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. So if you look over the period since '96, averagely, the difference between the party that forms government and the minority party, the average difference of seats is mostly around 29. This time around, there's no difference. It's actually zero.
Zero.
We always tend to add them independent candidates. It's not an MPP seat. It's an independent candidate who is doing business with them. Then we looked at it in terms of the 8-year cycle because we saw something interesting that when a party is in power for 8 years and there's an election taking place, what tends to happen is that averagely that party loses as many as 27 seats. The highest time this happened in terms of the loss, the number of seats that were given up was in 2000. That was the year that the NDC left office between Jerry John Rawlings coming up against Professor John Evans Atta Mills because Jerry John Rawlings was the one who ended up handing over to John Agyekum Kufuor. So in that particular election between Professor John Evans Atta Mills and John Agyekum Kufuor, the NDC ended up losing 41 seats. So that was very significant in terms of the 8-year cycle that we are looking at as a trend now. Then in terms of the lowest under the 8-year cycle was in 2016 where the NDC lost as many as 19 seats to relinquish majority to the NPP. And so specific years, you look at the year 2000, you see that the NPP ended up with 99 and 91 with a difference of 8. And the context for this is the fact that they had come from a difference of 70. The NDC had a difference majority of 70. The NPP was able to close down the gap and bring that number significantly to become the majority just with a difference of 8 there happening. And so that is what's happening in the year 2000. Then now the year 2008, again, we see 113 for the NDC, 107 for the NPP, a difference of 6. You may say that this is close. I'm sure the NPP will prefer this situation to what they have currently. And so going into 2024, the question that everyone is asking is that, well, what is going to happen? Because we have the 8-year cycle playing out. And ordinarily, from the data that we are sharing at the 8-year cycle, the party in power tends to lose as many as 29 seats. But the question is, this time around, you have the NPP and the NDC evenly tied going into the election. So you have 137, 137. So what it will mean is that in every constituency that you go into, there are NDC MPs who are members of parliament, then the people in the area may not be impressed with their work so far. Again, within that same constituency, you would have other constituencies. You have MPP MPs whose government has been in power and the constituency may also not be impressed. So what it logically means is that both sides will be losing some seats anyways. And both sides will be trying to gain some seats anyways. So it will mean that we are going into the 2024 election quite blind, not really knowing how things will go ordinarily, because normally we should be going into the election with the government of the day having the most seats. Then we can safely predict that they are likely to lose a bit more. Then when that happens, we'll see who will form the majority. Or if the 8-year cycle is anything to go by, they would have said that, well, the NDC is expected to form the majority and perhaps win, as we've seen happen over the period. But we do not know how all of that will play out due to the current parliamentary makeup that we have with us.
Yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned that in 2016, for instance, that was when we had the most seats lost. So then
the lowest,
the lowest seats lost in terms of the party that formed the executive had the majority in parliament. But in this time, when NDC was exiting, that was when Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was taking the reins of governance, or the NPP came into government. The NDC lost as many as 19 seats to the NPP. But coincidentally, in 2012, I beg your pardon, in 2020, the NDC was able to claw back a number of these seats. So 2020, from all our political history, 2020 was the only time that the NDC performed better in terms of getting numbers to their parliamentary side, but did not win the executive or did not win the presidential elections. So, and one other thing I can deduce from all of that is that it tells you that the Ghanaian electorate is very woke, or they are quite aware of what's happening around them. And now part of the campaign messages of a number of the political parties is that be careful not to vote skirt and blouse. Because that is one of the reasons why we are part of the current challenge that we have.
In fact, the MPP's Nana Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana, will tell you that that is the reason. There's no other reason, because he won the election.
Yes.
There was no even runoff. He won the election, one touch.
If everything is, I mean,
per the results
that the electoral commission declared,
but he didn't have parliamentary majority at a go. He had to now fall on an individual, and the context again is the fact that this is an individual that the MPP
hounded out of the
party. In fact, the president in that famous speech said he cannot work with an independent candidate. The MPP had to now reach out to this individual who graciously. I mean, we don't know what agreement they managed to reach with him, but we know that he ended up being the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, and so they had to fall on him in order to form that particular thing. So the year 2020 election was very different in many ways. In fact, there are some constituencies like Krowo, Lejokuku, Adentan, which ordinarily tended to give a sense of who is winning the national elections. They all changed in that particular year. A Greater Accra itself, the NDC managed to pick significant votes. Nonetheless, they didn't win the national elections, which is what had been happening in previous years. The party that wins that region picks up the national elections. And so the 2020 election was quite complicated. And the message from there, and the majority leader or the leader of the NDC caucus, MPP caucus, I mean, forgive us, I mean, it's all uncharted waters.
It's expected.
But the leader of the NPP caucus, Alexander Femi Markin, after the proceedings on Friday, did make the point strongly that it is the reason why they are telling those who are going out to campaign that, look, go out in your numbers and campaign to make sure that we win the most seats. And Martin, you see what is happening on the screen now. It's Haruna Idrisu. You know, Haruna Idrisu is very important to all of this that is happening. He has he's flanked by a number of the NDC MPs. He's interacting with them. He's the one who had said on the campaign platform that he believes that 4 seats should be declared vacant. And he had attempted to file a motion. Eventually, they went by the path of allowing the leader of the NDC side to make a statement in Parliament. And after that statement had been made, the debates took place, and 2 days later, the decision came out over there.
And it was good to see. So on your screens right now, like Joseph Akable indicated, the NDC members are having a tete-a-tete, more or less, where you can see Haruna Idrisu interacting with some of the NDC MPs. So it's all in wait to see or hear what the speaker is likely to say. Maybe, just maybe, sometimes you wish you were a fly to be around them to hear what they're saying, but just maybe he is giving them a sense of what to expect from the speaker's side so that they can be measured in their reaction. Whether positive or otherwise, they need to be very measured. But I'm just assuming that that probably is what he's telling them. So Parliament has been ordered to rise because the mace is being brought in, indirectly signaling that the Speaker of the Republic of Ghana, the Honourable Member Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagbin, is taking his seat, so the House must rise to welcome him. Then when he sits, he would order them to also sit. And now that the mace has also been placed right in the middle of the Parliament of Ghana, then it means that proceedings have formally kicked in. So we might want to go there to hear exactly what's happening in the chamber. This is TV3, our continuous coverage of the interesting developments in the House of Parliament, which coincidentally is also helping build our democracy. So we are crossing over to the House. Right, so the producers are telling me that we probably will need to hold the fort for a bit while we wait for the speaker to start speaking, then we can cross over. But you'd also want to keep in mind that the view you have is just the side that is sat in Parliament. That is the NDC side. They are sitting, and I don't know what the speaker's thoughts would be when he entered the chamber and realized that one side is empty and the other side is full. And so we are all awaiting to hear what his final position will be on this. And I indicated that the outcomes are pretty much clear. He either would side with the Supreme Court and stay his execution, indirectly saying that, okay, so what I said earlier should be suspended, so the 4 seats that I declared vacant are no more vacant, so everybody should come in. Now, if that is...
Members,
all right, so the speaker is speaking.
May
so
we rise and submit ourselves to God in prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will take item 3 on the order paper. Honorable members, National Pledge. Pursuant to Order 69, we shall proceed to recite the National Pledge. I promise on my honor
to be faithful and not honor my motherland. I pledge myself with all my
Thank you so much. Please resume your seats. Honorable members, I want to vary the order of business, and we will take next item 6. Item 6 on the order paper, which is correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We shall commence with the correction of the votes and proceedings of the 3rd sitting dated Thursday, 17th October 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, honorable member.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, item number 5 on page 9. Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the Honorable Minority, the Honorable Atufosin, Mr. Speaker, was in respect of the fact that 4 members of Parliament whose names have been listed have breached Article 97(1)(g) and (h). It was not a mere allegation, Mr. Speaker. So the appearance of who were alleged to have been in breach, I believe that it does not reflect the true statement made by the member, because it was based on the statement that the Speaker proceeded to make, to give information that you gave to the House. The Speaker further, in indicating the names of the honorable members so named, their current situations and circumstances were clearly stated in the motion paper, so that, for instance, the first name, Peter Yaokwachi Aka, the NDC member for Amenfi Central, and now an independent candidate. Mr. Speaker, so the statement contained these clear facts, and therefore it's important that they reflect in the proceedings as captured for purposes of correction. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, honorable member for Medina.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to draw your attention to the same item, the paragraph 5, the ending statement, which is majority caucus in inverted commas. Mr. Speaker, I think the true intention will be reflected there when we say that the minority caucus staged a walkout instead of a majority caucus in inverted commas. So if the correction can be made to reflect what was there. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member Bolsa Saf. Is that okay? Yes, from the distance I can't see. Honorable member for, you are all right? Thank you, thank you. Table office, kindly take note of the comments made by the members. Please cross-check from the records and capture what is on the record of the House. Please, page 10. Page
watching TV3, and the Speaker of the House has actually started proceedings of the day where he's taking the membership of Parliament through the order paper from a previous sitting so they can make corrections, and they are actually currently on page 10 where the Speaker called for the office to pay particular attention to the corrections that they are being drawn to so they can immediately effect those corrections. And it was interesting, the last correction that was pointed out, which was that on the day it was captured in the paper that the minority staged a walkout, but then it's in reference to the fact that it was the then majority or the MPP side that walked out of the House. So indirectly calling the Speaker's attention so that that correction be effected. So we actually will be crossing over back shortly to get a sense of what exactly is happening on the floor. The Speaker is just taking them through the regular paces of what happens almost every day when it comes to issues of parliamentary proceedings. And after the prayer, the national pledge was recited, and they are going through the order paper from the previous sitting to try and get some corrections in there. So we would go back in a jiffy. Do stay with us. This is your election command center, and like we keep saying, if it has to do with politics, and this is as politics as it could be, because these are members of Parliament who are hoping that the Speaker of the House or the leader will give them some direction. So we're crossing back over to the House to continue with the hearing.
And allow the 4 affected members of Parliament to duly represent their constituents and conduct full scope of duties of their offices as members of Parliament pending the final determination of a suit filed by Honorable Alexander Afenyo Markin. By Article 102 of the Constitution, 1992, and Order 64.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I note that we currently have a quorum to transact business, but not to take decisions. I want to read the said Article 102 of the Constitution. It reads, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. As presently constituted, the numbers definitely is far above 1/3 of the members of Parliament. But by Article 104, the numbers are not sufficient for us to take decisions. And I'll quote Article 104. Article 104.1 says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Honorable members, we don't have at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Consequently, in view of the current circumstances, the fact that there is a question on the composition and constitution of Parliament, and having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in Parliament, I will proceed to, in accordance with Standing Orders 59, adjourn the House indefinitely. That is, sine die. I want to quote Standing Orders 59.1. It says, the Speaker may, in consultation with leadership, suspend a meeting of the House indefinitely or for a period determined by the Speaker, having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in the country. Honorable members, I have consulted leadership, and I am exercising my discretion to decide to suspend the meeting of the House indefinitely. The House is accordingly adjourned sine die.
The mace of Parliament has been carried out. That is the authority of Parliament. And the Speaker of the House is also exiting Parliament. And this is because he has just adjourned the House indefinitely. What they call in parliamentary parlance, sine die. And we have Joseph Akable with us, who himself is one who's been following court proceedings and and parliamentary developments, and will be joining us shortly to walk us through what this means. So the breaking news is that the expectation of many of you probably must have been dashed, but it was one of the expectations, which is that the Speaker has decided to adjourn sitting. I still have with me my colleagues in the House. We'll try and dissect it and later cross over to Parliament to get the sense from the minority, the NDC side and some of the MPP MPs in the House on what they make of the Speaker's decision now. But Joseph, thank you for staying with us. Now walk us through what exactly informed the Speaker's position. Numbers.
I mean, yesterday we had that discussion during our coverage on Sunday. Actually, we had made a point that the Speaker would have to make a determination of two things: what he considers to be the members of Parliament and what he considers to be half of those members of Parliament. And the reason being that the constitutional provision for forming a quorum is that they have to have 1/3 of members of Parliament. And if you do 1/3 of 275, it comes to 91.6, which means that at least they have to be 92 NDC MPs present for them to be able to form a quorum to transact business. And we know that currently the NDC has 136. So it meant that this was not a problem at all for the start of the business of the day. That is how come they started with the business of the day. They proceeded to take the votes and proceedings from Thursday to try to correct it. Now, the big problem is what comes over here. And that is the question of voting in terms of taking a decision. And so we heard the Speaker, he made reference to the communication from the court, the decision of the Supreme Court, and said that, look, there's something that we have to take a decision on. By in taking the decision, parliamentary procedure, they vote on them. So in taking a decision, it means that the requirement is two-leg. The first is that half of MPs must be present. Now, if you do half of 275, you get 137.5, which is more than the NDC's 136. Then majority of the members present and voting can take a decision. So you first have to have this half present, then they will have to again take a decision on the matter.
And
now, during the discussion,
275 MPs.
From the decision the Speaker has taken, because the NDC, during the press conference, when Marina engaged Governor Kwame Agboja, he had made a point that they are interpreting half of MPs present to mean that the current numbers of MPs that they have, and as far as they were concerned, the current number of MPs was not 275, but it was 271, which meant that 136 was more than half of the 271, and they could, as a result, form the quorum to transact their business and take decisions that they wanted to do, including repealing the e-levy and all of that. Now, the Speaker of Parliament has leaned with the interpretation that half of MPs must be present means at least 137.5. Someone will say there's no half human being, so we have to do 138. In which case, the current members of Parliament in the chamber were just 136. So they couldn't take a decision on whether to continue with business, to decide on the leadership. They couldn't take any of those decisions. All they did was they had quorum to do this, which is transact ordinary business, which they have done now.
They had quorum to be
on the safer side, what he has done is simply say that, well, because we don't have the numbers, we've adjourned proceedings indefinitely. What it will mean is that if you want this question that we all wanted an answer to be settled, it means that the MPP MPs would have to be in the chamber for Parliament to be able to cross that number of 137. At least if 2 MPs enter the chamber, Parliament would have been in a position to proceed.
And and I guess the question will be whether or not Parliament, or the NPP MPs, will decide that perhaps whenever it reconvenes, they will get into the House and then make their presence registered as far as parliamentary business is concerned. But obviously, the NPP MPs have done themselves in, because nobody wanted a decision taken today much more than the NPP MPs.
Right.
But then also the Ghanaian people have been left at sea, because right now we don't know what is happening. It's difficult to decide who is on the majority side and who is on the minority side for 2 reasons. The MPP caucus in Parliament have said we have a Supreme Court ruling that dictates that we are the majority side. The NDC caucus in Parliament also say we have a Speaker ruling who is the head boy as far as our activities in Parliament is concerned. And so we also have a decision from there, for which reason we had 2 sides saying, listen, we are both the majority caucus or majority side in Parliament. Today, here we are with it's not a decision at all. Not what we were expecting.
Yes, not what we were expecting, but it's a very reasonable position the Speaker has taken. And Kemini makes the point rightly that, well, it pushes the MPP a step back. And I agree with that view, because what this means is that if the MPP wants the business of the day to actually take place, then it will mean that they would have to show up in Parliament. And by showing up in Parliament, they will have to be present to enable that determination to take place.
And it brings to mind, what was the point of the small meeting they had in chamber with the Speaker? When the leadership went into meeting with the Speaker before he opened the floor. What was the point of that? What was discussed over there? Why plunge the entire nation into confusion when you could have just sat there? If the Speaker had taken a decision that was in, accordance with the Supreme Court ruling, you just move over to your side.
From the MPP perspective,
this political football, hang on, let me just make the point. This political football, it's starting to look like, a school of kids not taking, the right decision. Because, listen, come sit there, have the decision taken, whatever the case may be, you could still go back to the courts and have your case heard. But here we are, and the entire country does not know what to do going forward, because you have not allowed the Speaker to take his decision. Why?
I could also, in terms of explaining the MPP strategy as well, this comes with its own advantage as well, because there's also the danger that had the MPP MPs been present to form this quorum that the law says half of MPs must be present, the 137.5, if they had formed this quorum, there's the potential that the Speaker would have taken a decision that, look, you are in the minority. Or we say that, okay, let's put it to a vote to decide whether we are abiding by the decision that the Parliament took, or we are abiding by the Supreme Court. There's the potential that when it comes down to voting, 137, 137, 1, we know for a fact that the MPP MPs, not all of them are in the chamber. So if this quorum is formed and it comes down
by that math,
there is the potential that they will lose that vote, in which case it will come that they will have to rightfully sit on the left-hand side where the minority side sits, which comes with its own challenges. So then they decided, well, we are going to stay away and let's see what's happening. The Speaker also comes, and in his wisdom, avoiding controversy with all what is happening around him, says, okay, look, this is what the law says. Half of MPs must be present for us to take a decision. We don't have this number. We need at least 137. We have 136. So look, we are adjourning definitely. What it means is that who is suffering more? If you want your bills to be passed, the government, if you want your bills to be passed, there are loan agreements.
that's the point I'm making.
Yes.
It means the country is being held to ransom, right?
I believe that Parliament knows what's happening, or they are, at least the Speaker, for that matter, is aware of its business. They are very much aware of the options available to them, and they have chosen one. And like the Speaker indicated, it's a game of numbers. Per the numbers they have in the House, they are unable to take key decisions. And for that matter, he as Speaker believes that the best option would be to adjourn sitting. So we'll come back and deliberate on this a bit further, and then also find out what does this mean for the Supreme Court case, because adjourning sine die or indefinitely means that he probably is also waiting for the case to be determined by the Supreme Court, and if the NPP side is satisfied and they decide to come to the House after the court's ruling, then business can be done. However, we are unsure when the Supreme Court will sit on the matter and determine or take a position on it. So we all have to keep our fingers crossed. Let's go to Parliament now. Eric Maina-Igbeta is engaging with a number of the MPs. He's joined us live. Eric, so thank you once again. What exactly is the reaction following the adjournment by Speaker?
Well, we've heard from the leader of the NDC caucus, the Honorable Dr. Kesela Tuforsin, who's made the point and made it quite clearly that they continue to be the majority in the House. It's instructive where his reasoning is coming from, because as we heard the Speaker in his formal address, he didn't at any point in time at all make any comments to suggest that the composition of the House has changed. All he stated was that he's been made aware of the Supreme Court's decision and left it at that. No clear words as to whether or not he agrees with the decision of the Supreme Court to allow the 4 members of Parliament to return and be able to do their work, and then proceeds based on a standing order of Parliament to adjourn the House indefinitely. It is on that premise that Dr. Kesela Tuforsin is making the point strongly that they still are the majority in the House. They're thankful to the Speaker for deciding to uphold the sanctity of Parliament and stay true, and that what has been done is the right thing. They will return when the House is convened again. And we heard from Haruna Idrisu as well, the Tamale South MP, who also makes the point that what the Speaker has done is all that needed to be done, and so they respect the decision of the Speaker. That really is what is the climax of what has been a highly anticipated session of Parliament today, one that a lot of people have looked forward to, particularly with the argument of tension simmering on which side or which caucus of the House will stick their necks out and will get the backing of the Speaker to be declared as majority. Well, the Speaker has decided to stay it all and adjourn the House indefinitely. And I'm sure the conversations in relation to whether or not the appropriateness of the decision will come up strongly. But the Speaker made one significant point, that they have formed a quorum, but they have not formed a majority of members of Parliament to be able to take a decision. And based on that and the public interest in relation to the matter, he decided to adjourn the House indefinitely. Martin.
Right. So, Igbeta, so stay with us. We'll definitely be coming back to you as you get a few more interactions. But we know that some key members of the NDC have also been speaking on the Speaker's ruling. Let's listen to them, starting with Haruna Idrisu, who MP for Tamale South, sharing his thoughts right after the Speaker's position.
So we think that we're not ready.
Decision to adjourn indefinitely.
Bring you those thoughts and perspectives shared by the NDC MPs. All right, so that's Haruna Idrisu.
Stalemate, and I think that the best forum and the best authority to resolve the political tussle is the Supreme Court of Ghana, giving a true and proper interpretation of Article 97, 1G and H as is. Thank you.
NDC members of Parliament are in the majority in Ghana's Parliament. We've made our position and it's so clear. We are not changing our positions. We see ourselves as the majority. We are fortified by the Constitution and the standing orders of this House, and we see ourselves as the majority. We are grateful to the Right Honourable Speaker for doing what is right, and we respect his decision. We hope that the time will come that this House will be recalled and will take our position as the majority caucus. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, so that is the NDC MP case Salatu Forsen, and the system that they hold the majority in Parliament actually sat at the majority side of the House today. And following proceedings, the House, as we speak, you can see it on your screen, has been adjourned indefinitely, and a number of it has actually even thrown up a number of questions, or more questions than answers. And what we are going to be doing here is to try and deliberate over the decision of the Speaker, what that means for both sides of the House, especially government that has a number of very critical bills that needs debate in Parliament and eventual passage before the life of this Parliament ends, the 8th Parliament. So still with me in studio is Kemini Amano and then Joseph Akable, and we are all trying and make sense of what the Speaker said, and his position was pretty straightforward, that because we do not have the numbers to do business, and Joseph walked us through some of the numbers, what it means to have a quorum, what it means to have half of Parliament, and based on that, the Speaker says we are adjourning.
Listen.
It means that we need to get at least 1 or 2 MPP MPs in the House for business to go on, or we all need to wait to hear what the Supreme Court has to say, since the part of the case is still in the Supreme Court.
I mean, I have one question for the NPP. If you so wanted a determination today, why were you not in Parliament? Is it because your members are not available? Is it because you would even have fewer than 135 people in Parliament today? Because, I mean, nobody wants this decision much more than the NPP, who are insisting that because of the Supreme Court ruling, today they are back to being the majority. Why were you not in Parliament today? Why were you not in the chamber? Why were you not seated to see where it goes? And I know, Blair, you have explained that it could be their strategy because they are unsure where the Speaker's ruling will go. But what kind of strategy is that?
In fact, when the debate took place, I mean, we know for a fact, when the debate took place on Thursday, there were more NDC MPs in the chamber than there were MPP MPs. Again, we know that there are some of the MPP MPs who for some time around have not been quite punctual in Parliament. And so earlier this morning, when we heard from the leader of the MPP caucus, Alexander Afenyomarkin, he did make the point quite strongly that, look, they are yielding to abide by whatever direction the Speaker was going to take. Well, perhaps they didn't know that this was what the direction the Speaker was going to take. A lot of us did not know, because we have also heard about some attempts being made to file certain processes in Parliament. And in context, again, we went through the numbers to just explain to our viewers that, look, there are 2 things that we are looking out for. The first is that a quorum that you need for Parliament to meet. And that was what they were able to form the threshold. And so the constitutional provision, which earlier we showed, simply makes the point that for quorum, 1/3 of members of Parliament, and we say that you are looking at 91.6. So Parliament was able to meet this threshold. They sat down and decided that they were correcting minutes from Thursday's hearing. Then now comes the crucial time. The Speaker says, well, I'm aware of what has happened in Parliament, but the law says that we should take a decision. And if you have to take a decision, half of MPs must be present. The NDC currently is 136, falling short of the 137.5 human beings. There's no 0.5 human beings, so I mean maybe 138. And so it's a game by both sides, and it comes back to the same point: who wants it more? The NDC also had served notice that we were going to repeal a raft of laws, but we know that with this determination by the Speaker limiting half of MPs to mean MPs are 275, it means that the NDC at no point will be able to take any decision on anything.
And again, who suffers?
Again, the government of the day, they need to push certain bills through, and we heard Mawena read some of the bills that need to be taken, including an amendment of the Constitution bill.
Yes.
We don't know the full details of that. There's another bill that's supposed to go through third reading. Third reading is the final stage where the bill is passed. Again, there's the budget. You know, mostly October, November, the budget that takes care of the first part of next year before the new government takes over and presents a proper budget. All of that has to come to Parliament.
Certainly.
There are 2 Supreme Court nominees who have been vetted. The report has been tabled. Parliament is here to adopt the report. If that does not happen within the life of this Parliament, the next Parliament, they would have to even vet them again. That is even if the President is going to be allowed to renominate, is going to nominate them again. So all of this means that it will now come down to a chess game. If the MPP are clear in their mind what they could do, they would have to come back to Parliament.
Indeed. And you know, ahead of this, we know that when the Speaker was served and we broke the news, I spoke to Dominic Ayene who had indicated that he had spoken to.
It's as a result of the ruling of the Supreme Court. Can we say
not necessarily. I don't think so. Mr. Speaker did refer briefly to the happenings, with the Supreme Court. But I think that it was the quorum issue that principally, motivated the stance taken by Mr. Speaker.
Under what circumstances could the Speaker, if you have quorum for decision and quorum for starting business, I've gone ahead. Many will have said that you could have been cited for contempt of the court. Because
not necessarily. Mr. Speaker is a constitutional office holder. There are certain powers vested in him under the Constitution. It does not mean that he cannot exercise those powers, right? Just because the Supreme Court says, he should stay his ruling. All right, he could have gone ahead to conduct business, okay, without touching on the question of who is the majority and who is the minority. All right, and Parliament is a master of its own rules. So definitely, we ourselves, the members of Parliament, both on the side of the NDC and the side of the MPP, could have come to a certain, consensus on this matter. It is just because, the MPP is taking a very entrenched stance on this matter, and they do not want a negotiated settlement. The fact is that, all right, matters have occurred that have triggered the application of Article 97, G and H of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker has done right by the Constitution, period.
The argument is that he interpreted the Constitution, so he usurped the powers of
No. Those, you see, they are trying to create, a storm where there's no one. There's no storm. Or as we used to say in secondary school, it's a storm in a teacup, all right? Because they are invoking the specter of interpretation of the Constitution. There's nothing to interpret, all right? You yourself read Article 97. What is there to interpret? You interpret where there is an ambiguity, where there's lack of clarity, and different meanings are being assigned to different provision, the same provision of the Constitution. But that's not the case we are faced with. We are faced with a situation where factual parameters, defined by the Constitution itself, have occurred, and we are applying the Constitution. So there is nothing to interpret. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dominic Ayeni is still coming to you live.
Dominic Ayeni there, given his reaction to events that have taken place in Parliament in the last few minutes. We're also learning here at your Election Command Center that the Speaker has instructed his lawyers to set aside, set aside the Supreme Court ruling. If you've been with us since this news broke, you know that it is not new. When we spoke to Dr. Dominic Ayeni when the story broke, he had also told us that the Speaker is in the process of doing same. So in the last few minutes, gentlemen, we're hearing that the Speaker is also applying to ensure that the Supreme Court ruling is set aside. We didn't get the Gigim Tuesday.
Simply put, what does that mean? If you say the Speaker is asking that the ruling be set aside, or the court's order be set aside, what does that mean?
Essentially, he's putting a hold also. And you are the law student here. He's putting a hold. He's putting a hold on the Supreme Court's ruling.
The context, again, within which you have to have discussion is the fact that this was the parliamentary makeup. We keep coming back to this diagram. It was a parliamentary makeup before the Speaker's declaration on Thursday. When the Speaker did the declaration, it brought this situation. And it was this situation that the Supreme Court put on hold, which meant that we reverted to this. Now, what they are trying to do is to have the Supreme Court order, which brought us back here, set aside. And if that is set aside, they're able to convince the court and the court agrees and sets this aside, then it means that the Speaker's decision holds, i.e., 4 seats, 1 on the NDC side, 3 on the MPP side, are declared vacant, which means that the NDC gets 136, the MPP 135, and the NDC gets the majority that they want.
I see. But I also think that events of the last few days have shown us that despite the ruling, it didn't take an automatic effect. And what we have seen is, the testimony to that is what we have seen today when the NDC caucus went into the chamber and sat on the majority side. The NPP then deciding we won't sit there, we will stay out of the chamber. Again, the reason I'm bringing that up is because we have heard a lot of these MPs say we await the Speaker's determination.
In fact, the Speaker, in deciding to adjourn the House indefinitely, actually made reference to the Supreme Court's decision to say that this is what they had decided. And so as a House, they ought to decide what to do.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, they can't take a decision because they do not have the numbers to take a decision.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, for many, looking at this, I think it's the safest outcome that we could get out of this, because we were handed a situation where many thought there could be a constitutional crisis, because they feared the potential of Parliament deciding to disregard the orders that were issued by the Supreme Court on Friday. There are those who also said, look, abide by it. Then you have a situation where MPs showed up in Parliament and clearly took on the majority side, which means that we're operating with a Thursday decision and not a Friday decision. What this does is that this one is like when we were children, when we are playing football, the guy who owns the ball, he takes the ball away.
See, exactly what I told you. That this whole thing is now becoming like...
If you're angry...
Political football.
If you're angry, go and bring your own ball. And if you want to bring your own football, show up in Parliament.
Yes.
And let's put it to a vote potentially.
Well, you know what? Listen, our parliamentarians need to do, particularly the NPP caucus who didn't show up for which reason, we don't know which way the speaker is swinging. They should rethink this and know that they haven't done themselves or the country any good, because they are the people who are in government and need things to be running smoothly for them.
I mean, earlier, Martin was making a point about the Supreme Court and what happens next.
Yes,
we know that in the decision that the Supreme Court gave, they gave some timelines for what should happen. And so they said that within 7 days, the defendants in the case, that is the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General, were supposed to file their defense to the case. Then again, afterwards, 7 days, again, they have to file their memorandum of issues, which is simply the core issues of law that the lawyers believe that this whole dispute centers around. So you have to identify them in the documents that you file. Then afterwards, the court said it to hold a hearing. So we know that a hearing was not going to take place, I think, from Friday. At least we know that 14 days afterwards, before some form of hearing would have been taking place in relation to that. What we do not know is whether the processes that the Speaker's lawyers have been asked to file, if they have filed it, one, and number two, would they also be seeking for an expedited hearing like we saw take place last week Friday? Because we know that on Thursday evening when they left Parliament, on Friday they filed the process and they got a hearing in the afternoon. So it also depends on how they also play that particular one out as well.
I think the other interesting thing for me is, so then at this point, the 4 MPs in question, what is their fate? I mean, outside of who is majority, who is minority, the 4 MPs themselves, can they continue to go about holding themselves as member of Parliament?
Per the Speaker's order, it means that they are not supposed to even come to Parliament. So if today either side decided to sit at both minority and majority side, the order of the Speaker from Thursday holds, which means that those 4 MPs are not supposed to come to Parliament. That indirectly makes the NDC the majority.
No, absolutely.
And those 4 MPs themselves probably can help all of this debate settle probably much quicker if they can, maybe in writing, tell the Speaker that based on the fact that we have, for lack of a better expression, violated what the Constitution says, we are not going to come to Parliament. Because I think, you know, then again, that is why people are saying that
perhaps an answer to you.
That's not grounded in law. It's not grounded in law.
I'm giving an answer to you from what the Supreme Court says. The Supreme Court of Ghana, presided over by the Chief Justice, says the Parliament of Ghana is hereby directed to recognize and allow the 4 affected members of Parliament herein named to duly represent their constituents and conduct the full scope of the duties of their offices as members of Parliament pending the determination of the suit.
So they can't take any action or decision because they have to wait for the Supreme Court to take a decision.
Well,
that's what it said.
No, the order here says that Parliament is directed to recognize and allow them to represent their constituents and conduct the full scope of their duties.
Fair. And I'm only saying that based on that, they can come to Parliament because Parliament must recognize them as the Supreme Court,
has directed. Yes.
However, they can also settle all of it. Like I'm saying, they can also take a step in helping all of this settle much quicker if they decide to also step out of Parliament.
Because it's not grounded.
Because if I am a member of Parliament and I have this decision on my side, if I'm a member of Parliament and I have this decision on my side, I don't think I would want to step away from Parliament. I mean, what we need to understand, and the interesting, unique situation we have ourselves is that they are members of Parliament, they are on both sides, so to say.
Yeah.
So there's an NDC MP involved. And Kwachaka, we heard him when the NDC had an issue with the Amenfi Central Member of Parliament.
Yes.
He publicly stated that he's willing to
do business
business with the NDC. Yeah. And it's one of the points that were argued in court during the discussions. The point was made by lawyers for that MPs have not said they are crossing carpet. So they have made the argument that when they come to the chamber, they don't sit where they sit. And we all know that all those are arguments that the Supreme Court will settle, whether what they've done means they've crossed carpet or all of that. But the point being made is that these MPs, from the sense that we get, we've not seen them directly distance themselves from the party. We've not heard them directly do so, even though we know for a fact that...
that's a moot argument. Whether or not the MP, out of morality...
It's not moot. It's not moot in the context of the question being whether they intend to step away. Because the point being that in all times within this period that they showed up, they sat at where they sat anyways.
No, but let me explain why I think that is a moot argument. Because whether or not it is out of morality or out of, legality, that you can continue to hold yourself out as so-and-so person for as an independent or on the ticket of the NPP or the NDC. Let's take the NPP. We go back to the arguments that they have continually made, that even in their own constitution, the fact that you have decided to go independent, you have then relinquished your membership, of the NPP. Yeah. So right now, you can't tell me that Cynthia Morrison or Kojo Asante, that these two people will continue to say that they are members of the NPP when they know the constitution. Unless you're telling me that behind closed doors, the party is continuing conversations with them to keep them in the party for which full well that they are going independent, which is what they did with the Femina MP, in time past.
Otherwise,
and this is plain English. That's why
that's why I come back to, depending on which question you are asking. Because the question that you are asking, if you are asking, for instance, their conduct to tell us whether they intend to abandon where they stand, I again point you to the fact that before last week, Andre Siama was still sitting in Parliament. He was sitting on the majority side. He was still sitting as a deputy speaker when the speaker left the chamber. So factually, we know for a fact that he's not taking any step anywhere, even though his designation has changed significantly. All of this, and earlier when we had the spaces with Dr. Sai, he makes the point that this would have to be settled more politically than in terms of the legal antics that is taking place. Because we know for a fact that in the next 1 or 2 weeks, a hearing is not likely to take place for the Supreme Court, unless the Speaker of Parliament's lawyers manage to get an expedited hearing, which is what happened on Friday.
Well, I hope there is an expedited hearing.
We all hope so. That will bring some clarity.
And yes, I am Boka. But the point of absolutely. The country will be at a standstill. You're telling me that the executive then will be able to do whatever it wants because there won't be any parliamentary oversight, because they won't. If the NPP continually, decide that we will not come to Parliament, and so they won't have the quorum to take decisions and do important things, then it means our country is left at the hands of only the executive, and they will continue to, in my opinion, to do things without parliamentary oversight.
But they definitely will need some parliamentary business to be done for them to take some key critical decisions, even as the executive.
Oh, and that's the worry I'm painting.
So they themselves need to ensure, so the executive in this instance needs to ensure that they see how best they can help Parliament to get back to business, to doing business. And like we've all agreed, including even MPP supporters and leadership, that the party that is most affected by this decision is the NPP and the government, because your decision to stay out of Parliament means that the House is in a conundrum, there's a hang, then thereby indicating that there's nothing that will happen between now and we don't know when. Hopefully in the next 14 days, if the Supreme Court decides to sit, or the Speaker's lawyers are able to serve and get an expedited service or hearing, then it means that the final decision from the court is what will help Parliament to either reconvene or they all need to sit and wait, just like everybody else is waiting. But, like we've all come to agree, the decision or the text in the Constitution is unambiguous. The lamest person would understand if you say, shall vacate their seat.
Well,
I'm not sure that is subject.
That's what has brought us here.
It is subject to
the question is that it's only one organ that can tell us what that means.
And that's the Supreme Court.
Yeah, the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, we have all of our capacity or power to the court to interpret sometimes very plain English.
Kevin, don't ask me the question you want to ask. Don't ask me.
I will ask you that one, but okay. I want to bring you back to a point you have made. Yeah. When, Martin asked about the 4 MPs and their fate at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, you had spoken about the ruling, and when it talked about the 4 MPs being allowed to do their jobs. But right now, even this ruling, as far as the Speaker is concerned, is still in contestation.
Absolutely.
So listen, these 4 MPs, they are hanging as much as the country is hanging.
Yeah.
I spoke to one of them earlier who had told me that they were on their way to Parliament. Whether or not that is true, assuming that is true, assuming that is true, it means that that person is going to Parliament, you know, will stand at the entrance and wait for the Speaker to take to take a decision before they can enter. But I mean, thankfully, the Speaker, I mean, the only smart person here today, in my opinion, has been the Speaker, because you explained it, earlier succinctly, and I hope that the NPP going forward, when they go and meet as a caucus, they will take a better decision so that we can move away from
what I can
this.
assure you of is that before they come and help Parliament form this quorum, they have to be clear in their mind what the decision will be.
And where they will sit.
And whether they have the numbers to even take any decision that they want in their favor.
Well, they have the numbers to help the Speaker to take a decision.
So, ladies and gentlemen, hold your thoughts. Let's bring in, fortunately, we've been joined by Dominic Ayine, who is a former Deputy Attorney General and currently a Member of Parliament. He was in the House, heard what the Speaker has said, actually has joined us because his name was mentioned by Alexander Afenyomarkin, the leader of the NPP side in Parliament, that he, Dominic Ayine, actually also posited, or over the weekend indicated, that he supports the fact that the Speaker of the House should abide by the Supreme Court's order. Mr. Ayine, thank you for joining us on TV3. First of all, what do you make of the fact, let's talk about the Speaker's decision and the fact that you've been roped into all of this, that you have even said that the Speaker should abide by the court's ruling.
Well, I think that was a very mischievous use of the opinion that I expressed, on your program on Friday. I'm sure your viewers would know that on Friday, around, I think, 3:30 to 4 thereabout, I was interviewed by one of your anchors. Yes. I think that was Kemini.
Yes.
And she asked me a direct question about whether the order, should be obeyed. I explained and I stated the correct position of the law, which is that it does not matter if the order of a court, of competent jurisdiction is, wrong. You have to first obey. And then I advise that Mr. Speaker's lawyers, if Mr. Speaker disagrees with the order, his lawyers should then proceed, to, apply to vacate the order. Now, subsequent developments have, overtaken that opinion. And I stand with the caucus on its view that, Parliament has to stand up to the court. All right. The majority caucus issued a press release, on Sunday, in which they made it we made it abundantly clear, okay, that we as Parliament will stand up to the Supreme Court, and that will not be intimidated by what the court is doing by issuing those type of orders which have no legal basis.
You disagree with the thoughts that was shared by Afenyomarkin, that you, by extension, was advising the Speaker to abide by the Supreme Court's ruling. Clearly,
well, I'm not the Speaker's lawyer in any way. I wasn't speaking in any capacity as the Speaker's lawyer. I expressed an opinion regarding what the legal position is in terms of compliance with orders of the court. Okay, and I said that. Mr. Speaker is an experienced lawyer himself, and he knows this position. Okay, that was a legal opinion that was expressed. It was not the political position, that was taken with respect to, what we do in Parliament. So, mixing the two is just, a mischievous way of trying to muddy the water, and to make it look like I am isolating myself and standing apart from my caucus. I am standing with my caucus on the political decision that we have taken.
Very well. Doc, I have a feeling your caucus would have no doubt when it comes to that. But I do want to ask you, is this how you envisaged the day ending?
Well, yeah, this is. I'm sure your people were there live,
And Mr. Speaker made it very clear that we did not have a quorum to conduct, we had a quorum to conduct business, but we had no quorum to take decisions. You know, and that is why he was adjourning the House sine die.
Well, I understand that. What I'm asking is, did you think the day was going to end like this without, you know?
No, I didn't think so. I didn't think so. I thought that there would have been a negotiated settlement, you know, that the entrenched position taken by the NPP on this matter, all right, they would have come off it for us to have a negotiated settlement. Look, I mean, we can do this whole thing about majority and minority, okay, matters only when it comes to decisions, okay? And when you place business on the table, okay, there is a process of give and take. So, for instance, given the fact that we now have 136 members and they have 135, there are certain businesses that we oppose, all right? Now, you can take those businesses off the table and then do the businesses that you know will push through because there is consensus on those. We don't need to have a zero-sum game approach to the conduct of our politics. The problem is the MPP always wants to have its way to, or there should be no way. I'll give you an example. When I was Deputy Attorney General, we took the right to information bill to Parliament. I was under strict instructions from my boss, the Honorable Maretta Blue, you know, to ensure that the bill was navigated through Parliament and passed. Okay. At some point in time, there was stiff opposition from the NPP. We had a clear majority. We could have told them that they should go to hell and gone ahead to pass the bill in the form in which took it to Parliament. But the then majority leader, incidentally, the Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, was the one who called me aside and he said, look, I mean, we are a democracy. The majority, the minority certainly have issues with this your bill. All right? And they are raising those issues strongly on the floor. Can we stand it down and deal with it after the elections? You're okay? Now they say, you know, as they always say, the rest is history. We lost the elections and they came and took that bill and watered it down significantly and brought it to Parliament. Guess what? We helped them to pass the bill. Why are they always taking very entrenched positions on national
obviously,
issues?
what today, perhaps the message the NPP was also trying to send out to your caucus in Parliament is that you really can't do anything with the majority. They may have succeeded, don't you think?
Well, I don't think so. I don't think so. What did they expect us? What did they expect us to do? You know, with our majority, we are the opposition, and we are there, okay, to hold their feet to the fire. They are refusing to bring the business so that we hold them to the fire, and then they say that we have not succeeded. In any case, once we have all our members, you know, the 136 in the House, we will have the opportunity, you know, to take decisions. And we'll take the decision and let them,
how do you take the decision? If we are going with 275 MPs, which is what
No,
hang on. Let me make the point.
We don't have 275.
I absolutely understand, but if that is the case,
that is not the case. We have 271 members.
I see.
And half of 271 members, all right. We have the 270. We have the 136 to be able to conduct business and take decisions.
I see. But so what I'm saying is, if that be the case, then the Speaker wouldn't have concluded today that you didn't have the majority to take a decision.
But that is because from the votes and proceedings, from the signed sheets of attendance, the Speaker has been informed of the fact that we don't have 136 members in the House.
I see. So it would appear that some people from your side were missing. That is why the majority was.
They are on parliamentary travel. Some of them have traveled abroad for business. For instance, the spring meeting has taken most of the members of the Finance Committee to Washington, D.C. I have to be honest with you. So
I see.
It's not as if our members stayed away deliberately or so, but some of them have gone, to the spring meeting in Washington.
Very well.
With the members of the NPP.
Doc, where do we go from here? the impression is that it would appear that the country is being held to ransom now that, Parliament has been adjourned indefinitely. What's next, really?
Well, I don't think that anyone is holding the country to ransom. Parliament has been adjourned. If Parliament has to be recalled, we need, about about 93 or 94 members of Parliament to sign a petition for a recall to take place. Mr. Speaker can, in his own discretion, also recall Parliament. All right. So I think that for now, because there's an impasse with respect to this issue, that is why people think that the country is being held to ransom. I'm sure we'll resume normal parliamentary business before the year ends, and then certainly after the elections, Parliament will continue to function, normally in terms of the Constitution.
I see. Very well, Doc.
Just before you go, and probably my last question to you would be that. So the Speaker has, we are told that the lawyers of the Speaker are heading to the courts to set aside the court's decision.
Yes.
What are your immediate thoughts on that? And some have described it as a legal absurdity. You agree?
What is a legal absurdity?
That the Speaker has asked his lawyers to go to the same Supreme Court, and clearly that's going to be...
It cannot, I don't know why people want to eat their cake and have it. All right? The same people who are calling for the Speaker to abide by the ruling of the court are the ones who, are saying that it is an absurdity that he's going to the Supreme Court. What other forum do you think the Speaker should go to vindicate, himself on this issue? All right? Every lawyer worth his salt, has said that the Supreme Court was wrong. Even lawyers from the stock of the NPP have said the Supreme Court was wrong. And it is very, very clear. Because as I said on your station, and then on Saturday on Joy News, okay, on a news file, right, the Speaker's so-called ruling is not, even a quasi-judicial order or a judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction to be set aside. So it's very shameful that the Supreme Court would have sat, on an application, to stay execution of, something like that.
Okay. Dr. Dominic Ayine, a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for your thoughts and perspectives as always. He is a member of the NDC side in Parliament, and certainly also saying that we just need to wait to see how all of this plays out, and we all have to wait like he's indicated. Thank you for speaking to us. And many of you are still sending in messages regarding what you think the Speaker should have done. And clearly, I like the fact that it is part of our democracy. Like we say in the local parlance, kebi mamin kebi. So what kebi, misuma kebi. And it builds up. However, we have state institutions like the Supreme Court that have been clothed with the powers to interpret laws. Although some of it is plain English, it still has to go through some level of interpretation or go through the legal eyes. So in wrapping up our coverage, we're just bringing the conversation to an end.
He said that, Dr. Ayine said that. Listen, it's not 275, it's
absolutely.
275.
So back to that point again, and let's just go back to the screen quickly, because we are learning a little bit more from Dr. Ayine. Dr. Ayine is actually telling us that, in actual sense, the NDC MPs were not up to 136.
Yes.
Which means that as far as he is aware, the understanding that he got from the Speaker was not that the Speaker was operating with 275 being the magic number, but rather he was operating with 271. In which case, because they fell short of the 136, they were not up to the half in order to be present to be able to undertake the business. So it now means that, well, if perhaps they also have the 136 that they need, all they will have to do is to requisition Parliament. They just need 15% of either 271 or 275. They have 136. They can do that for Parliament to come back and take business. So if that is anything to go by, it means that both sides now have the opportunities to get Parliament ongoing if they want that to take place now.
I see.
All right.
I guess now we have to go. Before we go, just a quick bite, and then, you can wrap up the show. It's 1:26. We'll wrap up on the 1:30. What I'm saying is that, listen, the NPP caucus in Parliament should pay attention to what they're doing to this country. Nobody wants to keep majority. As far as the Ghanaian people are concerned, we do not want to keep the majority from them. I see that the strategy they are playing, and I'm saying that, listen, it's holding this country to ransom, because as of now, it would appear we wouldn't have the parliamentary oversight in full-fledged. What they should do is to perhaps go back into that meeting with Speaker. Let's have Speaker reconvene Parliament. They are there. We hear the Speaker's determination of the matter. If they are the minority, so be it. If they are the majority, so be it. And then we move on as a country. We can't keep at this point.
Yeah, certainly. And it's just an assumption that if they sit on the minority side, they would not, government business wouldn't thrive. But we'll see how all of this plays out. Here at your Election Command Center, we are keeping a pulse on all these developments, and in subsequent bulletins, would update you as well. That's it from us. I am Martin Esiedudati. I've been here with Kemini Amano and Joseph Akable as part of the Election Command Center. That's it. Do stay on TV3. Up next is the afternoon show. Shalom.